Now we're going to start our awesome intro. Yes, the answer is a real number. Well, look, now you guys can, I think you guys can see these emotes on screen today. So there's a lot of internet services that are down today. But we got the stream up and working. What does the fox say? Man, that song was crazy back in the day, man. You just made me go back like 13, 14 years, bro. That song was like hot of the block when it came out, bro. What does the fox say? Well, point is, today we are here to read Lord of the Mysteries, Volume 3, Chapter 632. And we have roughly about, how many hours? Like, how many hours? We have about 100 chapters left before we're done reading Volume 3. Roughly, right? You guys said it ends like around the 730 point. So, the goal is to hit 730 today. Nah, I lied. We're not getting to 730 today. I don't know, man. After yesterday's read through, I'm still kind of grossed out. I feel uncomfortable. I feel violated. Like, I went through so many emotions, but then before we went to bed, we had some new trailers to watch, so I got excited again. So let's go, man. Let's keep reading. 632 is called Finishing Up. And thank you. Well, just quick shout out. Thank you guys. We're about LOL. Quick shout out. We're about to hit 2,600 subscribers. Thank you to all our mods. Thank you to all our members. I saw we're like a little over 20 members. I know once we hit 30, we should be able to add another custom emote. I mean, I can add one more, but we'll be able to add a second custom emote. So what I'm thinking to do, we put on clown makeup. Like this, what I'm planning to do is before the Dunkwo releases, I'm planning to rewatch all the trailers in order of release, and I may or may not be wearing some clown makeup. Maybe I'll buy my new top hat again. I'll see, but it should be kind of fun. I think it'll be sick. So, if you guys are ready, and if you guys want to see that, tune in. All right, let's keep reading. All right, chapter 632. Wait, how's our audio? It sounds good? It's called Finishing Up, as we are about to finish up this volume, this stream. After a frozen moment of silence, Amiris quickly brought his expression under control. He said in oh yeah, like what happened, right? He said in a domineering and deep tone, "Tell me the specifics." Klein didn't hide much of the truth. He began with asking Revdalt's question before mentioning the warning from the mysterious person in the dream and how he was told not to make a choice that resisted the trend of the times. Following that, he talked about the sudden telegram, and finally he spoke of Cynthia's mutation. He went into detail about the situation, the arrogance of the secretary, and how he dealt with it, and the general investigations that followed. The only information he kept to himself was that February 4th was the first day he arrived on Rarvi Island, as well as subsequent guesses. Of course, he was also very vague with matters regarding combat. He believed that Admiral Miras was understanding enough. After all, what Beyonder was good at, or what unique abilities he had were of the greatest secrets. If they are exposed or understood by others, it gave others a chance of setting up a targeted ambush, making it possible for them to die under the hands of an enemy or a lower sequence. You have an average viewership of like 1K viewers? What? What do you mean? It's like, that's the one thing I don't understand why he's being targeted by Mother Tree of Desire. The only suspicion I have, like, you couldn't even call it a suspicion. You see a giant tree in the first trailer. Like in the very first trailer, there's a giant tree. And you guys are like, oh, don't worry about that. It might be a spoiler. Don't worry about it. Like, now I'm over here thinking, like, has she been trying to, like, snoop and eavesdrop on him, like, from the very beginning? And why? And, like, does Mother Tree of Desire have, like, a connection with, like, the Gray Fog? It's like, oh, my God. There's, like, too much speculation. Oh, the playlist doesn't have a specific chapter? We'll add it. Mother Tree just wants him to work as a volunteer. It was all for that. Ah, that'd be fucking crazy, dude. Klein didn't hide. Oh, wait. The only information, of course, it was also very vague with matters regarding combat. He believed that Admiral Miras was understanding enough. After all, what a Beyonder was good at, or what unique abilities he had, or of the greatest secrets. If they were exposed or understood by others, it gave others a chance of setting up a targeted ambush, making it possible for them to die under the hands of an enemy of a lower sequence. Below that of high sequence Beyonders, many Beyonders could be very powerful or very weak. After Amiris listened to the recount in silence, his expression didn't seem to change in a dark room. However, the fact that he hadn't interrupted Klein recounted implied something. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in a deep voice, the mysterious person who infiltrated your dream emphasized that fate of an era as well as the trends of times. Yes, Klein had already changed back into German-Smer's appearance. He didn't deliberately go into detail that the mysterious person had never mentioned Aston Revdelt's exact plan, and Miris fell silent again. You maintain my appearance in your dream. Yes, this is my secret. Klein answered. Oh. Yes, this is my secret. Klein answered succinctly. Almir's nodded indiscriminately as he paced around in a tiny area before looking back at Germansborough. There were no problems with your choice. Upon hearing this, Klein seemed to receive the ultimate and most effective feedback. A large portion of the potion in him really? He didn't fully digest that? No shot. A large portion of the potion in him. That's sick. All right, we're close. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to Marionettist. A large portion of the potion in him was digested as a result. Upon hearing this, Klein seemed to receive the ultimate and most effective feedback. I just reread that sentence. Amidst the deep, reverberating tone, Amiris turned his body to the side and said without a hint of emotion, I originally had no plans to have a contract with the stand-in, and instead I wanted to inform Cynthia that I had the symptoms of losing control, making it impossible for me to have any physical relation with her for 5 days. However, I later changed my mind due to certain reasons. If not for the temporary contract's forcefully restrictions, even if I'm able to withstand the temptations during usual times, I might not have been able to resist the magnified desires last night. Of course, if Cynthia knew of the 5-day restrictions ahead of time, she wouldn't be in such a rush to consume the powder ground from the proliferation necklace. It would have prevented her from So if Amiris just told her, this would have been avoided, but then we would have risked finding out if she was a spy or not, right? Of course, if Cynthia knew of the 5-day restrictions ahead of time, she wouldn't be in such a rush to consume the powder ground from the proliferation necklace. It would have prevented her from sensing the mother tree of desires and end up mutating, but as such, the ball is in the naturism sex court. They could have made up excuse to get Cynthia to consume it. This matter was really targeted at me. Why does the mother tree of desire actually want? Also, what was the reason that... Yeah, like, why? What was the reason that caused Admiral Amiris to make such an important change? Klein sensed to grasp the crux of the matter as he looked at the Amiris side profile. What's the reason? Amiris said with deep expression, there's no need for you to know. I feel like we kind of need to know. For the first time in his life, Klein hated such a response. After some thought, he took out the cracked pendant and threw it at Amiris. This is the proliferation necklace that originated from the mother tree of desire. Amiris raised his hand to catch it before looking down. You may leave. Go to Bill to receive your reward. Aren't you worried that I know of something I'm not supposed to know? That's right. Aston's ploy had been exposed and is known by his political enemies. As for Amiris, he was clearly not involved. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I understand anything. Klein imagined that there would be a long-term confidential contract, but to his unique surprise, he couldn't leave it just like that. Noticing that Amiris didn't raise another matter, he pointed at him and said, close. Only then did the Admiral Amiris looked up, suddenly taking off the formal attire composed of a shirt and tailcoat. Klein had originally wished to ask for additional payment due to his excessive danger that went beyond the scope of the original agreement, but after secretly confirming that Cynthia's outcome was because of him, he abandoned the idea while feeling guilty. He quickly took off the comfortable sleeping robe, switched into a tailcoat, and under Amiris' guidance, leaped out of the window and secretly left the garden villa while the bodyguard's eyes were confounded. Amiris donned a sleep robe as clenched the proliferation necklace before walking to the window. He stood there silently as he faced the crimson moon and few stars in the dark night. He stood there without an expression, not changing his posture for a long period of time. I don't know if it's a spoiler. He slightly relaxed his clenched fist as he miniaturized rhinoceros's horns fell to the ground in the form of shattered pieces, bit by bit, fragment by fragment. The next day at noon, Klein, who had slept soundly the entire night, left the inn and took a carriage to the Sweet Lemon Bar. He went to the second floor to meet Bilt Brando. It's over, Bilt asked with a relief of surprise. Klein nodded and said, Admiral Amiris has returned. Where's the rest of the payment? Bit revealed an unconcealed smile. As he dismissed his guards, he personally went to the safe and took out the remaining 500 pounds in a blue cufflink. This is the mystical item that created from the Murloc bladder you provided. Bilt introduced. It can provide illusionary scales hidden beneath the skin, so you will be difficult to catch as a fish. It will also help you withstand certain levels of damage for you. With it, you can dive at least 15 meters without any protective gear. You can freely move about in the water for 10 minutes. It doesn't have any serious negative effects. It will just make you tired easily when in hot or arid place. So this doesn't look like something that you should be using with your sun charm. Or if he's... Isn't this going to be bad if he's holding both items at the same time? That means this cufflink shouldn't be used. Oh, that means this cufflink shouldn't be used as sunbrooch. Klein extended his hand to collect the money and item. Almost choked on my saliva. Aren't you afraid that there will be problems? Built cracked a joke. Your business is here, Klein answered calmly. His meaning was clear. If there were any problems, he wasn't afraid that the person in charge would go missing. Built smile froze as he said, "It hasn't been named. You can give it one." Murloc cufflink. Klein couldn't be bothered to waste his brain cells. Really? Is it? Nice name. It leaves quite an impression. Built said with a forced smile. He paused for a moment before saying, the artisan said that he can fix the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature onto materials with spirituality. It will be able to last a maximum of 1.5 years, but you will need to provide detailed information. According to our agreement, I'll be responsible for it, so there's nothing to be worried about. All right, make it a harmonica. A harmonica, that's cool. All right, make it a harmonica. Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled a ritual to summon his messenger. Messenger, this is rather rare. It's very hard to find beyonders not from the death pathway to find a suitable one. Both received the piece of paper and casually scanned it. If the messenger is accidentally summoned during the production process, a gold coin has to be given to her. What happens if it's not given? The spiritual creatures always have something odd about them. I've seen some who love music as well as ones who loiter around shit. What happens if you don't give it one? Perhaps Ma'am Reiner... Renette Tynker might bring her heads of you as the artisan to me. Oh, that'd be bad. She's a creature with a castle in the spirit world. She might even be stronger than me. Well, under situations when I'm not using the Sea God Scepter, Klein lampooned as he said in a deep voice, the third promise item can be left to the future. All right, Built didn't have any objections. Following that, he asked out of curiosity, Mr. Gurman, how do you fool Secretary Luand, Governor General Aston, and Miss Cynthia, people who Admiral Mir specifically mentioned? Klein did his best to prevent his facial muscles from twitching. Following the information, think about it carefully. He didn't provide an exact description before he stood up and bowed with his hat. It's time I bid you farewell. It's a pleasure working with you. Built answered with a smile. Tina Car? Reasonable development. Okay, thank you, Cammy. Yeah, the messenger name is a little hard. At least for me. After watching Gurman Sparrow figure vanish before the door, he shook his head and chuckled mildly. This powerful and crazy adventure is actually a natural actor. After lunch, his subordinate sent him to the day's papers. As Built sucked on a cigar, he flipped through it with his expression suddenly frozen. Last night, the new Governor General, Ben Conrad, had a banquet. New Governor General Aston Rivdolt has been relieved of his position as Governor General. Built picked up the other sets of newspapers and found the same piece of information. With his connection to Rarvi, he should have long heard of the news regarding a replacement of the Governor General. However, the replacement was extremely sudden. Most people only learned of the situation when the new Governor General officially made his appearance. After a while, a partner who was secretly serving Admiral Amiris entered the room. Your Excellency wants you to investigate the people around you from the Naturism sect of believers and sink them all into the sea. The partner passed on Amiris' instructions. All right, Built asked curiously, what exactly happened? The Naturism sect suffered a terrible blow since yesterday. His Excellency suffered an assassination attempt from the Naturism sect yesterday. Miss Cynthia perished as a result. Secretary Luan was injured and Admiral lost many of his bodyguards. The partner described simply. Built was momentarily stunned. Aren't these people of Admiral Miris mentioned to be careful of when acting in front of them? I even specially empathize it to Gurman Sparrow. Now Miss Cynthia is dead, Secretary Luan is injured, and Aston Rivdolt has been relieved of his position as Governor in General. The corners of Built's mouth twitched while he wore a blank expression. Wait. This kind of sounds like with Prince Etsek's person smiled, right? When his secretary smiled, he's a calamity magnet. Now Miss Cynthia is dead, Secretary Luan is injured, and Aston Rivdolt has been relieved of his position as Governor General. The corners of Built's mouth twitched while he wore a blank expression. He just did that? No. Okay, I was thinking maybe he's part of the Twilight Hermit Order. No, that's not it. East Chester County, Stone City. Audrey silently listened to a noble lady's work, echoing from time to time as she provided an ear to listen to. Towards the end, the noble lady praised her sincerely. Audrey, you really are an angel. I feel a lot more comfortable after chatting with you. At this moment, Audrey saw the female priest from the Church of the Evernight entered. Hence, she exchanged pleasantries before walking over to smile. This priest appeared ordinary as she only provided low-level preaching, but in fact, she was a secret member of the psychology alchemists. Audrey, the potion formula is already in my hands. However, you need to contribute enough to obtain. The female priest whispered while no one was paying attention. Audrey, I started around slightly as she said, this wouldn't be an issue. However, ma'am smiles, you can tell me its name. However, ma'am Smeen, can you tell me its name? The female priest looked around before saying with a surprised voice, hypnotist? Yeah. Okay, that's why he's smiling? Wait, one sec. Let me message Wiz. Let me tell him congratulations. Hold up. All right, next chapter 633 is called Two Types of Parasite. I'm sorry, is this supposed to say parasites?
Two types of parasitizing.
Two types of parasitizings? So Amon is one type of parasite, and then old grandpa is another type of parasite? Is that what this is implying? After leaving the sweet lemon bar, Klein directly returned to his inn. Just as he was packing his luggage, the gigantic skeleton messenger appeared suddenly. It originally wanted to pat Klein on the shoulder, but it failed due to its nearly 4-meter tall body when its head penetrating through the ceiling. All it could do was throw the letter ahead before collapsing into nothingness. Mr. Azik has finally replied. It has almost been a week. Has the messenger been changed? It looks like the original one and would never make the corresponding warning. Klein caught the letter and unfolded it. I'm very sorry that I'm only replying to you today. Perhaps it's because the members I've recovered had exceeded the limits of my body. I had to spend several days in a deep sleep to adapt to it. The matters he described thus conceived were the traits of a marauder pathway. The corresponding sequence for is... Oh... Sequence 4 is Parasite. Yo! Okay. Sequence 4 is Parasite. In higher sequences, they possess the beyond powers of parasited bodies. It's so gross. According to what I know, there are two types of parasitizing. To parasite, it's the verb. I never knew parasite had a verb.
According to what I know, there are two types of parasitizing.
Parasitizing. Okay. The first is a type of preliminary state. The parasite would borrow the host's body to hide himself so as to extend his lifespan and recover from his injuries, like the old man. Got it. He can see, just like with Leonard, he can see and hear whatever the host sees and hears, but he is unable to interfere with the host's thoughts or steal his thoughts. Therefore, for a host to converse with a parasite, he will have to be the first to speak. The other is full control, which is what Amon did. The parasite is nearly fused with the host's spirit body, knowing and understanding his thoughts as well as take over control of his body. Faced against the first type of parasite, one can inform the host via dreams or a subconscious conversation without worrying about being discovered by the parasite. This is because the parasite has to use the host's senses to sense his surroundings. For the second state, there is no way to converse with the host without the parasite knowing. However, there is a chance of eradicating the parasite, which is to rely on the host's faith. It's very difficult for me to accurately describe such matters, and all I can say is that when one opens his heart while praying, the target of the prayer would be able to discover the existence of the parasite, and through a particular ritual, provide feedback to complete the separation or eradication. Okay. Of course, the prerequisite is that the host himself doesn't know of this, otherwise the parasite would definitely be alerted and begin carrying out a prevention measure. Isn't the latter situation somewhat similar to Little Sons? He prayed to me without much thought, and I discovered the existence of Amon's avatar. True. Then, with a concealed goal, I taught him the secret deed ritual and used it to cleanse the parasites. Klein instantly had a deeper understanding of the previous situation he was in. However, I'm currently unable to determine which state my dear poet is in. Back in Tegan, he would occasionally talk to himself. This might be a result of the first type of parasitic state, but the problem lies in the fact that it has been months. It's possible that the parasite has completed his complete control of Leonard. I have to first confirm the matter before knowing what I should do, otherwise rashly entering his dream will only lead to preemptive warning that the parasite, making the problem more serious and harder to resolve. If it's the second parasitic state, my dear poet believes in the goddess, but she has millions of believers. It's unlikely that she would pay important notice to a red glove who's neither a blessed or saint. So what would he have to do? Maybe if he prays to the fool, he'll be able to help out. She's unlike me, the fool. I read every prayer and often provide one-to-one service. This is what it's called during a startup. This is what it's like during a startup phase. As Klein thought over it, he suddenly sighed as he felt wishful. He originally planned on entrusting a task to Emlyn to secretly monitor Leonardo Mitchell to see if he often whispered to himself. However, after considering how Emlyn had already appeared before Leonardo and the person became because of Tinder, there was a high chance that he was a target they were wary of or a target investigation. Therefore, he rationally abandoned such a thought. Miss Magician is only a sequence 8 of a trick master. She doesn't have the ability to monitor the person at the angel level of the red glove. I'm going to put the volume up just a little bit more. Miss Justice identity is the best form of concealment. Besides, she's also a believer of the god. Are you at the start? You know what? Just like us, we are at the start. We are at the startup phase. Yeah, good catch, Romero. We are at the startup phase right now. Miss Justice's identity is a best form of concealment. Besides, she's also a believer of the goddess. But the problem lies in the fact that she's back in her. You know how I know we're at startup phase, because I've been making it my due diligence to respond to every comment, even though it takes me a while to respond to some. I still make it my due diligence to respond to all of them. So we are in the startup phase. Among the people I know, Miss Sharon should be the best choice to perform such matters when it comes to concealment, but I have no way of contacting her, even if I do it through Miss Magicians or Emlyn. So I had to fled Backland in a hurry, so I failed to consider many of the consequences. How's the volume, by the way? It's not too loud or too low. Klein raised his hand to the knee, his temples, as he thought about how Leonardo was an elite red glove in the Nighthawks. There were high-ranking decans of the church watching over him, so it was unlikely that the parasite would have dared to do anything for now. Hence, he decided to put the matter aside and wait for a more suitable helper. Every comment, spoiler comment. No, not all of those. No. I do blurry eyes whenever there's a spoiler comment, or when there's like a long lengthy comment. I'm like, I go in like spoiler mode. And I read like one word, and I'm like, okay, and then I'll leave like, okay, man, I can't read it just to be safe, but thank you for commenting, you know. Among like I use my gray fog anti-divination like ability right there, dude. I like it. That's where I use my gray fog powers. Among the people I just read this, Klein raised his hand to knead his temples as he thought about how Leonardo was an elite red glove in the Nighthawks. There were high-ranking decans of the church watching over him, so it was unlikely that the parasite would dare to do anything for now. Hence, he decided to put the matter aside and wait for a more suitable helper. Perhaps I can wait until I digest the potion and head to the east of Sonia Sea to find mermaids. After I complete my advancement, I can return to Backland and do it myself. The experienced Klein didn't hesitate further as he rapidly made up his mind. No shot. Inside Sweet Lemon Bar, after the uneasy built handed 2 naturism second believers among his close aides, he finally received some good news. Are you telling me that Admiral Mears will be returning to Bayham today? He stood up with a cigar in his hand, soothed, nodded gently, and said, his fleet left the harbor half an hour ago. It steered towards Rochard Archipelago. Phew. Bilt didn't conceal his sigh of relief, having confined that the Admiral wasn't putting any blame on him. Just the thought of how German Sparrow had managed to make the Admiral suffer the loss of so many of his bodyguards, the younger brother loss of his position as Governor-General, the injury of his secretary, the death of his mistress, he couldn't help but wonder about how his own management capabilities. I wouldn't be shocked if he were to lose control after thinking about all this. Although the responsibility of these matters wasn't necessarily German Sparrow's fault, to have them all happen at once had made one believe that it was crazy for the venture's fault. At the very least, he was unlucky enough, and as his employer and endorser, Bilt believed that there was no way he could escape responsibility. He definitely needed to incur punishment for Admiral Mears. His Excellency is indeed a demigod. He didn't let this rage blind his reason. Praise the Lord, may the storm be with you, Bilt said as he struck his right fist on his left breast. At this moment, the subordinates had rushed back. Boss, German Sparrow has disappeared. The subordinate reported in a hurried tone. Bilt frowned slightly. Disappeared? Yes, after he checked out of his room, he held his suitcase and circled around the area several times before disappearing. The subordinate explained truthfully, it's really difficult to monitor an adventurer who can shapeshift into anyone. Bilt sighed and said, leave it. There's no need to seek him out again. After being targeted by Mother Tree of Desire, Klein cautiously changed his appearance and identity. New identity? As well as his place of residence to prevent anyone from targeting him. From the feedback he received from acting as Admiral Mears, he decided to quickly digest the potion by putting it into practice while riding a carriage to the Rarvy Hospice Foundation. Klein once again stepped in. The person in charge of the registration was still Ma'am Joanna. She looked up and asked, you want to do volunteer work? Yes, Klein nodded seriously. Joanna took out a form and asked like clockwork name. Klein smiled and said, Sinbad. Sinbad? From Magi? Or from Magi? Sinbad is his last name Volunteer? Sinbad Volunteer. Or Volunteer.
Klein smiled and replied, Sinbad Volunteer.
Sinbad Volunteer. That's pretty funny. The best persona? The volunteer persona? Nah, there's no shot. Klein's best persona is freaking German Sparrow, bro. You can't prove me wrong. Until I see more of Sinbad, I don't know, man. The only persona to do chores? Well, let's find out, dude. Sinbad. To think Sinbad would be doing chores. Okay. The weather in East Chester County during April was comfortable. The vegetation was lush and the scenery was beautiful. It was the perfect season for hunting. Audrey was dressed in a waist-fitting black riding suit with a helmet. She was on a burgundy mare that belonged to her while the pursuit of a brightly colored wild chicken. She shot a whistling arrow and accurately struck the prey. As a psychiatrist, her physical attributes had clearly been enhanced, together with her education in archery from a young age. I'm sorry, she's an archer. Has this ever been introduced? Together with education in archery from a young age, whenever it was in shooting firearms or archery, she was considered rather skillful. A golden figure pounced forward and rapidly bit on the prey, which had lost its life. It was none other than Susie. It's a pleasure working with you. The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she struck her palm with Susie's paw with a smile. At this moment, the aristocrats surrounding her came over, either praising her for hunting prowess or her training of her hunting hound. Audrey felt a little shamed regardless of the latter half. She had never trained Susie before. The aristocrats quickly dispersed as they continued chasing their prey. As for the low-level priest of the Evernight goddess, she came over and said to Audrey with suppressed voice, "You can receive the hypnotist formula after completing the final mission." Finally, Audrey's eyes lit up as she silently nodded. To be frank, if she were still green and squeamish noble lady of the past, she would have long lost the patience to accumulate the required contributions and would have ended up requesting the purchase of the hypnotist potion formula from the Terry Club. But she knew very well that building up contributions would aid her infiltration into the psychiatry alchemists. She would be more trusted and built up a good foundation for her to receive high-sequence potion formulas in the future. Therefore, she patiently performed matters that were either uninteresting or interesting. Of course, Audrey didn't waste the past 2 months. She had been eavesdropping on the conversations of aristocrats and maidservants before guiding them to pour out their frustrations and aid them in defeating their negative emotions. This allowed her to act as a psychiatrist very perfectly. During this process, she realized that she would unknowingly eavesdrop, observe, and steer the people around her. To understand their flaws and habitual thought processes, she believed that she could disadvantage or mentally break any one of them without leaving a mark. She could also get them to help her by their own will without them even realizing it. It has to be said that this is actually quite terrifying, just like monsters in legend who can grasp your minds. As she recalled, Audrey couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Seminus mine was somewhat unaccustomed to her horse riding as she carefully circled around the area and said, "Stowen University's associate, Professor Michelle, is a collector. We wish for you to purchase a notebook from the 20-Year War?" The 20-Year War was referred to a war between the Lowen Kingdom and the Phasic Empire in the 5th Epoch, years 621 through 642. The former was defeated and lost the ancient Elves Islands, which was present-day Sonia Island. Okay, so we're tying back into the Sonia Islands. All right, next chapter. Chapter 634 is called, you guys ready? City of White. Stowen University, Professor Michelle, notebook from the 20-Year War era. Wow, now this sounds really loud. Audrey extracted the key terms and words and glanced at Susie, who was running happily in front of the mare. She went straight to the point by asking Ma'am Samine, "What kind of notebook is this?" "I'm not sure. All I know is that it belongs to the period of the 20-Year War. It's part of the Associate Professor Michelle's collection. It has an important characteristic. The patterns on the cover faintly form dragons. Samine didn't hide it from Audrey, as she told her all the information she knew. Audrey, who silently listened to her descriptions, restrained her burgundy mare as she continued how she could complete the mission. It's not too loud, right? Let me lower it. I'll lower it down just a little bit more, just in case. Visit Associate Professor Michelle and view his collections before raising a request to buy one of the items isn't too difficult. Damn, I can't read today. Although it's embarrassing to admit it, this is quite unlike he would reject me regardless of the way it's said. Yes, Audrey, you shouldn't be overly reliant on these. The biggest problem is being out of the blue. I didn't know Associate Professor Michelle before this, making it very difficult to explain why I'm suddenly visiting him. Besides, I don't know what the notebook means to him. Amongst announcing my desire to purchase it might result in him being alert of worry. Jen's older brother and studying at the Stone University. At the last gathering, he depicted his penchant for describing and discouraging matters. If I were to invite him and his sisters to the next afternoon tea and steer the topic towards history, archaeology, or collections, then he will likely mention Associate Professor Michelle. Yes, at a university, there's definitely not many people who can be called collectors. With such a precursor, I can send someone to pay a visit to Associate Professor Michelle and makes the request to view his collection. At the first meeting, I'll try my best to not show my desire for it. I'll observe the owner's actions and guide him to reveal his true self. This will be helped for me to use suitable matters for suitable requests at a suitable times. After confirming her line of thought, Audrey nodded smile and smiled. I'll work hard to complete the mission, but I can't guarantee success. Just as she said that, she tightened the girth before shooting forward like an arrow, heading straight for a reddish-brown fox that was darted around in a hunting encirclement. Above the tumultuous sea, the Blue Avenger was likely a leaf tumbling amidst the heavy squalls. From time to time, it would be thrown up before crashing back into the waves, but it maintained a stunning sense of balance without any signs of capsizing. Inside the captain's cabin, Oliver Wilson was floating around the window as he looked at the waves outside, which were as high as mountains. There were forceful windows blowing around him in silence. Sometime later, he landed his feet on the carpet. When Blessed is indeed a sequence that can easily be acted based on its name. The only problem is that it occasionally makes me irascible, completely matching the characteristics of a gale. Algae? The fuck did I just say? Algae? Alger sighed inwardly without any delight. Over the past 2 months or so, he had failed to obtain the Ocean Songster formula through his own resource channels and the Terror Club's trades. After all, it was that of a Sequence 5, the sequence closest to a demigod. The corresponding formula was already something where demand far outstripped supply. Even with boatloads of money and the willingness to pay a premium, it was very difficult to buy one. Oh wow, it sounds loud. It said he was floating? Oh my god, wait. Sometime later, he landed his feet onto the car. Let me reread this again. Above the tumultuous sea, the Blue Avenger was like a leaf tumbling amidst heavy squalls. From time to night, it would be thrown up before crashing back into the waves, but it maintained a stunning sense of balance without any signs of capsizing. Inside the captain's cabin, what the fuck? I didn't even catch that. Wait, Olger Wilson was floating? I thought we were speaking metaphorically. I thought he was floating because, like, it's rocking back and forth. And he's like, oh, it's easy to active. It looks like I'm floating. Wait, he's actually floating. Olger Wilson was floating around the window as he looked at the waves outside, which were as high as mountains. What the fuck? Stop reading to read, I beg. I know. Sorry, it happened. Olger Wilson was floating around the window as he looked at the waves outside, which were as high as mountains. There were forceful winds blowing around him in silence. Some time later, he landed his feet on the carpet. What the I didn't even... I can't believe I missed that. Reading comprehension double struck again. When Bless is indeed a sequence that can easily be acted based on its aim. Yeah, no, I apologize. I sometimes I read, but I don't read. And I don't know. I think it's because I just started reading. It's a little early. And I'm still not in reading mode. I think I'm just not in reading mode yet. Okay, so I apologize. When Bless is indeed a sequence that can easily be acted based on its aim. The only problem is that it occasionally makes me irresistible, completely matching the characteristics of a gale. Irascible. Completely matching the characteristics of a gale. Algor sighed inwardly without any delight. Over the past 2 months or so, he had failed to obtain the Ocean Songster formula through his own... let me read this part again. And the Terror Club's channel. After all, it was a Sequence 5, the sequence closest to a demigod. The corresponding formula was already something where demand far outstripped supply. Even with boatloads of money and the willingness to pay a premium, it was very difficult to buy one. Damn. Normally speaking, joining the corresponding church or organizations was the most effective method of obtaining the corresponding formula, but as the Church of Storm's bishops, Alger was unable to rely on this method due to particular secrets he needed to hide his strength in order to win the freedom he needed to take action and be under light monitoring. Only after he had sufficient confidences would he head for a place and complete the goal he had been waiting for all this time? To his joy, he didn't waste the past 2 months. At the very least, the speed at which he digested the Windblessed potion was pretty decent. Oh. Flying being part of the sailor pathway doesn't sound right to me. I guess because like now you're like flying through the ocean, like when the ship flies through the sea because it's going really quack, because it's going very quick. I think you might have ADD. Have you ever visited? No, never. The random moments of losing focus. I do get that. I do get like random moments where like I do lose. That's why I think that's why I lose my place so much. Like unless I'm following with my mouse, I begin to lose my pace. I think I did really good yesterday because I wasn't following along with the mouse, and I did pretty good. I think I'm just not locked in yet. The Wind Blesses Simple Ocean Songster is said to be quite difficult. Must I frequently sing? Olger couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the deck. Although he was separated from them by several rooms, he could still hear the drunken sailors singing with gusto, certain din that could rival the storm's roars. Olger unknowingly frowned. Backlund Sherwood Borough Synthesis Circus? Or the circus? Ma'am, didn't you say that you were performing magic? Why are you dressed like that? A youth asked a woman dressed in a pitch black pointed hat and dress of the same color in puzzlement. I don't know why I'm wearing this so well. Perhaps it's because of my first appearance here. My brain was freezing from the weather, and my style was subsequently fixed. Oh, it's Force. Force rubbed her face, which had red and yellow paint, as she replied with a smile. In ancient times, magic is often mistaken as witchcraft, but this has nothing to do with it. I'm wearing this. She picked up the middle of the 3 porcelain cups, which were placed in front of her. She then placed a white ball beneath it. Then she quickly switched positions to the cups before smiling at the youth who had questioned her. Guess where the tiny ball is? Isn't this one of the gambling methods invented by Emperor Rizal? The youth said with piqued interest, but you aren't a croupier, but a trick master at a circus? Therefore, I believe that the ball has already been switched away. All the cups are empty. Forrest smiled and said, "Congratulations, you got it wrong." She suddenly picked up the cup in the middle of the bar and what? As white blur flew out. It was a dove. Oh, look at her doing magic. Public speaker for Forrest, did you realize her name is a pun for the fourth wall because she's an author? Really? Oh, good catch. I never knew that. It was a dove. As for the tiny ball from before, it's where the dove had left. Wow, godly, wonderful magic, brilliant. After a series of amazing exclamations, Forrest clearly looked pleased with herself as she looked at the distant cathedral bell, put away her props, and returned to the tent where the circus master resided. Are you really resigning? I can double your salary. The circus master came over as he tried to persuade her otherwise. Unfortunately, I had already summarized the trick master principles. He's like, that's all right. I don't need to be a trick master anymore. Unfortunately, I had already summarized the trick master principles by the middle of March and had already completely digested the potion last week. Damn, that quick? If it wasn't because of the contract ended today, I wouldn't even be here today. Although being a trick master felt very nice, this doesn't stop me from my goal, advancing to astrologer. Teacher said that he would be giving me the formula, ingredients, and a gift this week. What kind of gift will it be? Sigh, the ravings from the full moon are getting more terrifying. If not for Mr. Fu, I definitely would have lost control and became a monster. Force extended her right hand and covered her mouth. Languidly yawning, then she said with a smile, "Well, I'm actually a best-selling author. My next book is related to circuses, so I came here to be hired." A best-selling author. The circus master's eyes lit up as he said warily and expectantly, "Will you write bad things about us? Are there any? I had a great time for the past 2 months." Forrest took off her pointed black hat. Aw. The circus master revealed a sincere smile and said, "Well, Ma'am Wall, can you mention our circus's name in your book? I'll pay you advertisement fees. Of course, it wouldn't be too much. As you know, I'm responsible for the livelihoods of many people." That can be done. The circus master is quite smart. For the first time, Forrest realized that a novel could advertise just like in newspapers or magazines. Furthermore, the format was more obscure and natural. Amidst waves, a liner with rows of cannons travelers along a safe sea route without daring to deviate far from it. That can be done. The circus master is quite smart. For the first time, Forrest realized that a novel could advertise just like in newspapers or magazines. Furthermore, the format was obscure in nature. Amidst the waves, a liner with rows of cannons traveled along a safe sea route without daring to deviate far from it. Any deviation from the sea route east of Viralvideo Island usually meant disappearing. Even pirates didn't dare to stray too far from the safe zones. The sea was filled with unexplored regions, filled with all sorts of sensational legends. After 2 months of volunteer work and finding 4 chances to engage in true acting, Klein bade farewell to caring carrying patients, subscribing toilet bowls, cleaning vomit, and other miscellaneous chores. He boarded a ship and headed to Gargis Archipelago. At this point of the gathering in early March, he had hired the hermit Kalia in a private conversation. Alright, he would meet her at the capital of the Gargis Archipelago, the city of White Nass. He would then board her ship and head for the dangerous ocean, which was close to an illusion, on the far east of the Sonia Sea. There, he would search for unaffiliated mermaids who lived there. The hermit Katlia seemed to be very interested in meeting the members of the Terror Club in the real world. With just a few seconds of thought, she agreed to the world's request. However, due to the high level of danger, she had given a high asking price, 3,000 pounds. It's not bad. He got that. Klein's first reaction was to give up and take Mr. Hangman's ghost ship, but considering how there would be many sailors from the Church of Storms following him, making his freedom limited, and the fact that the level of danger in the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea was high, he finally accepted Madame Hermit's conditions. As for her, she would wait for the Gargis Archipelago for a month at the beginning of April. Any delay would imply the end of the cooperation. To not waste the 1,000-pound deposit, Klein didn't want to complete his digestion before heading to Gargis Archipelago from the Aurarvi Island. Of course, with the summaries and chances at true acting from before, he was already very close to completely digesting the faceless potion. Even if he didn't use true acting, just acting and his capability as Gehrman Sparrow was enough to complete the digestion in 2 to 3 weeks. That is so quick, dude. Due to this reason, as well as the world's identity being tied with Gehrman Sparrow, Klein transformed back into the lunatic and powerful adventurer once before he left the hospital. However, he did disguise himself to a certain degree. As he watched the perturbed sea surface, Klein finally saw a port city that he housed mainly made of white rock. The most eastern front of the Phasic Empire, the capital of the Gargis Archipelago, Nass. I'm finally overseas. Klein looked at the fishing boat carrying whale meat cruising into the harbor. Its ruggedness wasn't concealed. Meanwhile, he discovered several ships hanging pirate flags stocked at the harbor without any signs of concealment. Indeed, Aurarvi Island eastern front is a playground for pirates. Klein wore his hat and carried his luggage and left the cabin after the liner came for a stable halt. He went down to the gangway into the harbor. After a few steps, he saw a crew of pirates seemingly entered conflict with a local gang. Those sides drew their weapons as he clashed. Klein calmly walked past, showing no signs of stopping them. At that moment, he saw a local pull out a few cans from his pocket and open the lid before throwing it into the middle of the road. What's the meaning of this? Klein nearly laughed out before recalling an infamous item at sea. Canned wolf fish. Canned wolf fish was popular on the east coast of the Phasic and the Gargis Archipelago. Just as the thought surfaced, an indescribable stench seemed to inundate Klein's olfactory senses. His facial muscles twitched as he tried hard to resist his body's discomfort as he quickly left the region. A small number of pirates who were struck by the stench vomited immediately, while the remaining ones frantically fled while dragging their companions as though they had lost all their combat strength. A minute later, in a secluded area, the corner of crazy adventure, Gehrman Sparrow crouched down and silently belched. Chapter 635 is called Meeting. The smell of canned wolffish is... Oh, wolffish. The smell of canned wolffish is really pungent. Not only is it smelly, but it's also disgusting. It's practically a biological weapon. Klein crouched in the corner and took nearly a minute to recover. Before the very instant he had underestimated canned wolffish, he had failed to take the necessary action to deal with the situation. He could have used paper figurines, substitutes, or create an invisible air tube to pretend that he was using underwater breathing, but he had done none of that. Now he finally got a deep understanding of how wise it is to ban open canned wolffish in public. Phew. Klein exhaled as he slowly stood up. Carrying his suitcase, he slowly walked towards the harbor. The instigation was successful. His first impression of the city named Naz was one of the many white houses, white stone being a common material for the buildings. The second impression was that it wasn't too far north, but the temperature was rather cold. Even though it was already April, it was still only a few degrees Celsius. The third impression was that there were many whaling houses, gigantic beluga whales. Oh my god. Gigantic whales were being dismembered for their skin, flesh, fat, bones, and gray amber. The later two could be used to make pannier for banquet dresses on top of grade scented materials. Whether it was for increased perfume, whether it was for incense or perfume, they weren't considered luxurious goods that only the wealthy and nobles could enjoy. As for skin, flesh, and fat of the Belga whales, they also had their own uses. They were used separately to make clothes, food, or oil-related products. In Nass and the Gargis archipelago, the culinary methods for preparing whales had been transformed into a unique culture. There were all sorts of techniques in famous restaurants. Klein passed by various whaling houses, seeing separated fat being carried out on the cargo carriages towards the nearby factories that spewed black smoke. There were oil refinements which were very unique to Gargis. Whale fat could be refined into whale oil, which could be bolted and made into outstanding wow, I can't read. Bilge whales, bone softening too. Outstanding incendiary material and lifeblood of particular industries. Very unique. Klein exhaled some myths as he stopped and watched for a while. Out of the harbor and into the city district, a cacophony of Phasic inundated his ears. Having mastered the ancient Phasic, the source of the northern continent's language, Klein was long familiar with the language of the northern continent barbarians. He turned his head upon hearing the din and saw the tall populace with slightly blonde hair raising horizontal banners as they protested on the street. The horizontal banner right at the front clearly wore the reason for the protest. Opposed to poaching of whales, we need substantial development. Klein nearly lost his cool as he believed the concept of substantial development was highly likely to be invented by Emperor Roselle. As he swept his gaze, he looked at the banners behind it and understood the goals of protest: whaling for survival, not entertainment. Humans aren't more important than whales. Greedy devils should leave Nass. At this moment, a policeman dressed in a gray uniform held a shield, riot fork, and baton to stop the protesters from advancing. After a brief argument, the scene quickly turned violent. Many protesting used threw open canned wolffish as well as Molotov cocktails. The police didn't show restraints as they forged forward, raising their shields and striking with their batons. Klein pinched his nose as he watched the fire burning on the street. He realized that many passerbys were completely unfazed. Apart from a small bunch of spectators, the rest continued proceeding to their destinations. It appears that such things happen often in Nass. Do protests develop into riots, as expected of the Phasic Empire? Klein mumbled to himself, circled the street, and casually found an inn to stay. He continued registering as Germansborough, unaware that the news released by Vice Admiral Alan Tracy would cause the Church of the Evernight Goddess to view him as a faceless. This is because he had no plans on traveling through the whale fishing routes to find mermaids who were believers of the goddess. He planned on heading to the dangerous region farthest east from the Sonia Sea. As for the safeties in the Gargis archipelago, there was nothing he needed to worry about. This was a colony of the Phasic Empire. The only legal church was the Church of the God of Combat. They are enemies with the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Klein was originally worried that he would encounter many faceless here, meeting 7 or 8 faceless simply from going next door to enjoy some whale cuisine. However, after serious consideration, he rashly eliminated this possibility. First, Beyonders from the Seer pathway were rare to begin with. Klein had only met 3 Beyonders who were Beyonder sequences 8, and second, sequence 6 Beyonders were commonly seen. Even in the playground for pirates who had 5,000-pound bounties were considered rare creatures. Third, once a faceless had many preparations, they will seek out mermaids on a whaling boat. They would either begin having faith in the goddess, sink to the bottom of the ocean, or become research personnel. Otherwise, the extremely smart ones would seize the opportunity and successfully advance before leaving safely. It was very rare for them to stay in the Gargis archipelago for long. In all of Nass, excluding myself, there wouldn't be more than 2 faceless. Klein straightened his clothes as he waited in a rush to contact Admiral Starscat Leah. He came onto the streets in a good mood and began searching for delicacies according to what he had heard from other travels. Raw whale slices, fried whale steak, whale oil with skin, roasted whale meat. Like a standard traveler, Klein restaurant hopped thrice and sampled different foods. Not bad. It's pretty unique and it's not very fishy. Instead, it's very appetizing and alluring. Burp. He burped. Klein covered his mouth as he came onto the streets. He discovered that the street lamps were sparse, but the lights from the housing and linings, the streets were bright. To a certain extent, they reduced the darkness of the night. Ice-cold winds passed through the ocean, causing Klein to raise his hand to prop up his collar. The blue cufflinks had the luster restraints as they were deeply embedded at his wrists. Compared to the rings, items like cufflinks were more suited to Germansborough's persona. Therefore, Klein didn't blame the artisan for making changes without his permission. As for the harmonica that had been fixed to the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature, it matched Klein's inward intention completely. It could be used for a year and a half It was silver in color, exquisite and beautiful. When he received the harmonica, Klein had imagined such a scene, a crazy and powerful adventure, playing a sad tune on the harmonica and a slight night under the dark moonlight by the side of a boat. That's a pretty cool description. That's a pretty cool description. Unfortunately, the harmonica couldn't produce any sound, and it could only be used to summon Renette. Shaking his head indiscriminately, Klein steadily walked down the empty and cold Nass streets before returning to his inn. Using sleep to bring himself back to an optimal state, he went to the gray amber street the next morning and entered a sundry store named Hot Wheel Dance. Upon seeing the grizzled boss, who was a head taller than him, Klein tapped the counter and said in basic, "Whale oil." The boss had wrinkles plastered across his face, and he only wore a coat made of beluga whale skin. The light-colored patterns had a strange beauty. How much? The boss was drinking large mouthfuls of liquor, ignoring the messy placements of goods. 1 1/4 buckets, Klein replied according to the predetermined secret password. The boss drinking's actions instantly slowed down as he placed a cup of brownish-green alcohol onto the bartender. "Do you want to try some?" And many times... It's many times purer than Nepos. It's considered the mistress of all Phasic men. This was distilled liquor that's a specialty of Phasic. It's brewed with potatoes or grain. The alcohol purified was high, as stimulating, as famous as blaze. Compared to Sonia blood wine, its price was rather low, and it was well likely by ordinary Phasacians? There's no need. Klein shook his head. The boss chuckled. "What kind of man are you if you don't drink Nepos? Are there only women in Lowen?" A moment before drinking another mouthful. "Who introduced you here?" "Ma'am Germuses." Klein said the name and the style of the local customs. The boss exhaled, causing a strong scent of distilled liquor to linger in the air. He staggered as he got up, like a polar bear performing at a circus. After giving the store employer instructions, he brought Klein to a tiny room on the second story of the warehouse in the back. "Let me search for it. Let's see," the boss mumbled as he crouched. Klein controlled the twitching of his facial muscles as he recalled a widely spread joke into the Lone Kingdom. When is a Phasic man not drunk? When he's in the mother's womb? After waiting for a moment, Klein saw the boss find a pure crystal ball from his rummagings. Then the tipsy polar bear had his back facing Klein as he rubbed his hands on it, softly chanting the tongue-twisting ancient Hermes. The room gradually turned dark, as well as the corners without light shake like they were producing a strange attractive force. The crystal ball quickly lit up, producing the figure of a woman wearing a black classic robe. She had an oval face and a very fair skin. Her eyes were deep black with a slight purple hue, which was filled with mystery. "I'm seeing another Terror Club member's actual appearance again." Klein stepped forward and received the crystal ball. Katlia, right? He's saying Katlia? Phasacians. Oh, it's not Phasac. It's Phasaci, and then Phasacians. "I am seeing another Terror Club's member's actual appearance again." Klein stepped forward and received the crystal ball. On the opposite end of the crystal ball, the hermit Katlia could also clearly see the world. He had black hair, bright eyes, with a thin and angular face. Her grace paused for a moment before she hesitantly said, "German Sparrow." She discovered that the true strength and standards of the Terror Club members were far stronger than she had expected. The world was actually the crazy hunter German Sparrow, who was considered at the level of Pirate Admiral. My various assumptions of the world are very problematic. Controlled state experiences and ruthless. Admiral Stars didn't feel overly surprised. "Yes, ma'am, Katlia." Klein gestured for the boss to leave the room. After it became extremely quiet, Admiral Stars Katlia asked once again, "I'm very curious. How did you recognize my identity? I've been very careful when participating in gatherings." Of course, she had jumped in fright when the world had chosen to speak privately with her, immediately greeting her with Admiral Stars. And it was partly because of this that she chose to take on the world's commission. A secret. Klein smiled politely as she... I'm not going to tell you. As he didn't wish for her to make the connection to the full, he calmly added, "Your eyes are very special. Can I understand that as a form of praise?" Katlia smiled, feeling somewhat enlightened. She believed that the world had previously only relied on her eyes and other details to suspect that she was Admiral Stars, but she wasn't certain. Hence, he had probed her with language, and her reaction told him the correct answer. Klein didn't respond as he switched to asking, "When can we set off?" All right, it sounds like we're about to find mermaids pretty soon, dude. All right, next chapter is chapter 300. What the fuck? Chapter 636 is called Slaughterer. Admiral Stars Katlia thought before answering. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Dock 6. Not bad, there's no delay at all." Klein nodded slightly. Okay. Just as he said that, the light inside the crystal ball suddenly covered converged as the figure dressed in black classic robes darkened and blurred before quickly vanishing. Holding the crystal ball, which had turned very ordinary, Klein turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Glancing at the boss, who was guzzling alcohol while leaning against a wall, he threw the crystal ball at him. The boss fumbled to catch it as Klein hurriedly walked down the stairs and left the warehouse. Once he was out of Hot Whale Dance, he took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open to check the time. In almost noon, most bars were open. Klein stopped a rental carriage and used FACEIC to tell the driver to the head the What bar? Leyridol Bar. It meant Dawn Bar in the local language. It was a place where adventurers would gather in the Gargris archipelago. To Klein, the gathering of different intel and uses were meaningless. This might aid him in making the best judgment at critical points in time, allowing him to escape the misfortune of losing his life. Therefore, even if he didn't like bars, he often went there. He would get a cup of thick malt beer and silently sit in the corner of the bar counter and listen to any matters of interest which people mentioned that to you. In addition, he wanted to know about Roy King, who had been in prison in the Bayham Governor's General Office. Over the past 2 months, Snake of Mercury, Will Ossipton, hadn't sent him any dreams. Similarly, the faint counselor Ricciardo didn't summon his messenger to provide him any clues to a powerful mystical item. Wait, so it's been roughly 2 months since then? So it's been 2 months since his last dream with Will. Okay. About 20 minutes later, the carriage came to a halt. A huge vertical signboard with the words of the bar appeared before Klein's eyes. He habitually took out 2 solely in the notes and handed it to the carriage driver. It was only when he saw the worn face of the carriage driver that he suddenly realized something. He was overseas, and this was a colony of FACEIC. It had its own currency. The smallest denomination was the kopeck, following by the face silver and the gold horn. They maintained the very initiative base 10 denomination, making conversations very simple. I forgot to visit the bank to exchange for kopeck and face silver. I used it all at the inn and restaurant. Klein was about to look around to see if there were any banks around when the carriage driver happily received 2 one-solely notes. After repeatedly checking it, he beamed with a wrinkled face. Thank you for your generosity. Klein got out of the carriage while walking towards the bar. He was recalling the carriage driver's delighted look. Gold, pounds, solely, and pence can be used here as well. Yes, Gargis Archipelago isn't that far from the Tuscarter and Nararvi. Many items would be sold here, and many low-end adventurers like to visit the Sea of the Belgo Whales. I said that wrong. To have Lowen's kingdom's currency being used and private is rather common. Lowen's industry and economic strength is greater than the FACEIC Empire. It can even be said to be much stronger. The gold pound is worth a lot more than the gold horn. Wait, suddenly, so he paid more, right? He gave the driver more. That's why he was like, thank you. Suddenly recalled something. 1 gold pound can be used to exchange for 5.5 gold horns. This also meant that 2 solis were equals to 5.5 silver. At the City of Generosity, a rental carriage cost 4 face silver an hour. There wasn't any prorated discounts. It was no wonder the carriage driver was so happy. Klein turned back and realized that the carriage had long disappeared, and he's out. Sigh, gently exhaling, Klein pressed down on his hat and pushed open the heavy wooden door before entering the bar. Also, as if Cuttlefish is a transmigrator who came to our world. Maybe that's how he was able to write all this out. Because he came from that world, and that's why he knows so much. In this world, the bars near the docks and factory districts often sold lunch at dinner. Therefore, they opened around 11 in the morning. At that moment, there were quite a number of adventurers who had nothing better to do. Gathered in front of the bar counter, they ordered liquor and smoked fish of vegetable soup with oil floating on the surface. They had great time eating all that with bread, drinking Lanty-proof. The nip was at noon. Are they planning to be drunk the entire day? The customs of FACEIC are really unacceptable. Klein mumbled as he walked to the bar counter with a deadpan expression. He sat in the corner, wrapped the wooden counter, 2 toasted breads with red sausages, a set of smoked whale meat, a bowl of thick vegetable soup, and a cup of Golas beer. Golas beer was rather popular around the eastern seabed of FACEIC. It was rather rare in the Sony Island and the Gargis Archipelago. New here, the bartender glanced at Klein. A total of 4 face silver and 6 kopeck. I'm new because I don't drink liquor. Klein ignored the bartender's question and threw 2 solely in the notes. It was equivalent to 5 face silver and 5 kopeck. Considering how he was Grimace Bro, Klein held back the urge to get the bartender to give him change as he treated it as a tip. Of course, in Backland Bar, the amount of food would have cost him about 2 solely. Having received the tip, the bartender didn't ask further. He skillfully poured a cup of glass beer and pushed it towards Klein. The beer was rather black in color with plenty of foam. It had a pleasant charred taste, and there was slight stimulation in the mellow taste. It made Klein feel as though the alcohol content was rather high, as he suspected if some other liquor had been poured in. While waiting for his food, he sipped his beer and silently listened to the conversations of the surrounding adventurers. And the group's conversation was mainly centered around how someone had made a windfall who was killed by pirates, who fished off a pirate captain without claiming the bounty and instead inherited the deceased pirate captain's subordinates. Which woman and Nas had an illegitimate child. I thought it said Nast. No, it's Nast, the place. Had an illegitimate child, or who became a laughingstock for failing to perform at a brothel. When the Gargus, specifically thick soup brewed, used sweet vegetable onions, cabbages, and carrots, fish, and butter, was served before Klein, he finally heard something interesting. What do you hear? An adventurer suppressed his voice and said to his surrounding partners, "Have you heard of this? There's a 4th epoch ruin east of the Gargas." I wonder who it could be. "No, who discovered it?" His surprised partner curiously asked. The adventurer looked to his left and right as he said without much thought, "Gareth discovered it. As you know, he's a seafarer who's good at divining. As he was drunk, he was thrown off the deck and sank to the bottom of the sea. Who knew that he ended up discovering the remnants of steel buildings? They were definitely steel buildings made from human hands." And then his partner pressed. The adventurer chuckled. Gareth followed the ruins and discovered the abandoned sea well of an unknown depths. It was already filled with seawater, but it left him with extreme horror. Holy Lord of Storms, this might even lead to the core of the land. He said that there was something summoning him inside, but he didn't dare to explore it, so he floated up in fear. A deep sea wall, strange attraction. This might be the 4th epoch ruins. Perhaps it's from the 3rd epoch or the 2nd epoch. Lilson had mentioned that during the Dark Epoch, sea monsters were subjects of the Elf King Sonithrium and helped him rule the bottom of the sea. Sweet, salty, and a little tarnished, Klein drank a mouthful of thick vegetable soup as he forked a piece of smoked beluga whale meat. I keep saying it wrong, I'm sorry. Klein's love for money versus Gurman's oil farming. Which one will prevail? The adventurers didn't talk about the Gareth's encounter, as there wasn't any sights of heart-stirring gold, old jewelry, mystical items, or beyond ingredients at this moment. The conversation quickly steered to a few adventurers who they weren't friendly with. They mocked about how they had married beautiful natives who all turned into stolid and fat women a couple of years later. The strength could even match those of low sequence beyonders. Finally, they concluded that it might have to do with how people from Facek has tiny bits of giant blood running in their veins. Giant blood running in their veins? They didn't say anything of value until Klein finished his lunch and drink his beer, but the number of people inside the bar kept increasing. Suddenly, the heavy door was pushed open as it slammed into the wall. A top hat donning young man who was clear of the low in blood rushed in. He shouted nervously, "Is there anyone for the Adventure Association?" "Yes, Bilt still owes me the creation of one item." Klein watched as a young man looked around frantically while constantly turning his head back. It appeared as though someone was pursuing him. Before he can consider whether to render resistance, the adventurer stood up from the different corners. One of them was more than 2 meters tall. He had wide shoulders and firm muscles. His hair was slightly bald and his eyes were a deep blue. He was rather eye-catching. The strength he appears to have matches with his substance. This isn't beyond of quite a significant sequence. Klein retracted his gaze and he became a spectator once again as he looked out the door. Soon a man in a linen shirt and brown jacket appeared. He was a medium build and his lips were purple. His lips were purple. His brown eyes could hardly conceal the intense, baneful look he tried to hide. Klein instantly connected the man to a portrait and a bounty. That's a high bounty. And it was the second mate of the King of Immortality, Agalito Slaughterer. I cannot pronounce his name. Oh, Slaughter. That's the title drop. Slaughterer Kirchis with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. This is going to be a big bounty. This is a notorious pirate. Klein nervously tensed up as his gaze locked onto the man. He naturally hung his left hand down in the body as his body prepared to lunge forward. Kirchis? Let me see how to pronounce it. I can't pronounce his name.
Kirchis swept his gaze at...
Walking cash? Dude, this is a big wad of cash. Kirchis swept his gaze at the 2-meter-tall giant and saw Klein before retracting his gaze. He turned to leave the bar without stopping at all. Very decisive, very alert. Klein frowned slightly, confidently. He hadn't revealed any killing intent. He had even controlled his gaze very well. Was he worried about that giant, or is his intuition very sharp to a particular extent? Just like the premonition towards danger, like devils, Klein wondered as he drank the remaining Golgus beer without any participation. What? In the private conversations of the Adventure Association member. He left the bar and came onto the streets. Now he didn't wish to give himself new troubles aside from finding mermaids. After circling the area, Klein discovered the slaughterer Kerchis had long departed. His whereabouts were unknown, hence he silently returned to his inn. City of Silver inside the spire. Derek once again made the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. Oh, Matt. He clearly remembered the nearly 70 days ago Colin had told him that in the 2 months he should prepare to be sent out on an exploration mission. So it's 2 months. Wait, that was it! He clearly remembered that nearly 70 days... Ah, okay. So it's time for the mission. All right. Now we're going to see where this is going. Why is this chapter called Future? Okay. Chapter 637 is called The Future. Sorry, do you guys understand that reference? Future. Do you guys know where that's from? Are you done with your preparations? Colin had his back to the window as he... Hold up. Are we even recording? Yes, we're recording. Are you done with your preparations? Colin had his back to the windows. He asked without any abnormality in his tone. With the axe of hurricane attached to him, Derek lowered his head slightly. I'm done. In the past 2 months, through the patrol missions and arduous practices, he had finally mastered the various beyond the powers of the Solar High Priest. It was already not too far from digesting the potion that quick. What he wished for the most was to obtain the Sun Pathway Sequence 6 potion form in the next 2 to 3 Terra gatherings, so as to assure his continued advancement. The release of Shepherd Livia made him feel highly threatened. He believed that only by reaching the same Sequence 5 he would have a chance of effectively putting her in check and avert the potential danger of the City of Silver. However, with the knowledge of the acting method and without the lack of beyond ingredients, all he needed to do was survive the various patrols and exploration missions and to make enough contribution to make Sequence 6 a reachable target. However, Sequence 5 required a special ritual, which made it relatively difficult. The grizzled Colin nodded. In another 2 days, I'll be leading a small team to the vicinity of the Great Giant King's Court. It would do a second sweep of the afternoon town, which was previously founded, and the powers of the very suitable for such matters. Afternoon Town, having been brushing up his knowledge of legends over the past few months, Derek was no stranger to this name, and it was an area that needed to be passed when going to the Giant King's Court for the King of Silver. It was a town where humans and giants lived together. It clustered around the ancient god's residence, which was forever fixed at sunset, just like the last door that separated the real world to a mythological legend. Yes, Your Excellency, Derek couldn't find a reason to reject. City of White Nass in a particular inn. Klein sat behind a desk as he looked constantly changing clouds outside the window, silently awaiting the arrival of the evening. At 8, he would board the Star Pirates flagship Future on... Oh... Star Pirates... Okay, her flagship is called Future. Got it. On dot 6 to head to the furthest eastern front of the Sonia Sea. No matter what happened in the Gargis Archipelago or the region of the sea known as the Pirates' Playground, they would have nothing to do with him, so he's safe. Therefore, he didn't attempt to hunt the small number of pirates with bounties on their heads that he met while walking into the big and small alleys or bars in the casinos. He didn't want to mess up the plans of finding mermaids. My spiritual intuition tells me that Slaughter Kerchis from noon seems to have targeted me. I wouldn't mind if he wished to send himself to his death. Well, battle strategy can be despised, but battle techniques need to be treated seriously. Without using the Sea God Spectre or Tinder... I still find it funny that the name is called Tinder. Oh, man. Or Tinder, I'm at best a little stronger than him. I'm at an advantage by being well-rounded, and strange enough, Klein half closed his eyes as he imagined the gathering countless spherical lights as he used it to enter cognition rapidly so as to maintain the acuteness of his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception was triggered as he opened his eyes immediately. At that moment, the sun had already set in the west. The fiery red color seemed to burn the sea as long as shadows were drawn out through the curtains. The shadows seemed to come alive as they danced about before distorting the standing up to project themselves on the wall. Its pitch black darkness was like the manifestation of the immense evil at the bottom of a human's heart. Klein watched the scene with a deadpan expression. He raised his left palm highly as he slowly extended his fingers. The pitch black shadow produced a voice that sounded hoarse, as though it held a sand cloth in it. While looking at Klein, it said, "German Sparrow, do not interfere in the matter that happened in the afternoon. This is the will of the King of Immortality." With that said, the shadow slid down like flowing water and scattered into the darkness. Having its original state resounded, Klein didn't pay any attention to the shadow's changes. Instead, he cast his gaze outside. He could sense that the person controlling the shadow was somewhere across the street. Hence, he didn't plan on acting upon incorporeal entity. I'm sorry, is this the same one from Cynthia? Oh, well, by the way, is chat working? I don't know. Let's reread from here. I got 4 minutes on the last file to catch up. No, it's okay. Don't worry. We've stalled so long in this stream because I've been kind of sleepy, so it's okay. You're good, 10. He can sense that the person controlling the shadow was somewhere across the street. Hence, he didn't plan on acting upon the incorporeal entity. Indeed, Slaughter Cheese recognized me as a crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who loves to hunt pirates. That's why he didn't hesitate to turn around at noon. He might not be afraid of me, but there's another rather powerful adventurer present as well. The power he revealed just now is somewhat similar to the desired apostle in Backland. He's more and more likely to be a beyonder from the devil pathway. Okay. He's using the King of Immortality to scare me. Do you think I'll submit just like that? I never intended to involve myself in it. By doing so, I'm actually a little curious. Forget it. Finding the mermaids is of the utmost importance as of now. I shouldn't create incidents for myself. Klein retracted his gaze as he lampooned. He originally wondered if he should report the matter to the Church of the God of Combat in Nass, but after serious consideration, he discovered that it was likely to be meaningless. The Church of the God of Combat is the only legal religion of the Phasic Empire. The number of high sequence beyonders they have is definitely a little higher than the Church of the Evernight Goddess, but just by a little. Even if the demigods of the Phasic royal family military are added, with the extensive land and numerous colonies, it has making the number of critical areas that require protection crucial. They would definitely be lacking in manpower. The Gargis Archipelago, which is far away from the Empire and in a relatively ordinary location with the only industry being whale fishing, there's no doubt that it's only an afterthought and doesn't have any saints protecting it. I know, we gotta lock in, I know. According to what Klein had previously learned, the Archbishop of the Gargis Diocese from the Church of the God of Combat was only a Sequence 5 guardian, together with the Tribunal's Inquisitor, a Baron from the royal family, and a Commander from the military. They're from the highest level of the Beyonder combat forces here. Of course, the existence of the sealed artifacts had guaranteed the control of the area. Klein suspected that the Church of the God of Combat in Nass had at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact. Only by doing so could they combine with their feats and beyonders to ensure that the whale oil and the gray amber trade industry wouldn't be under the control of pirates and not end up as the vassals of one of the 4 kings. Under any sudden assaults, they were able to use it to last until reinforcements arrived. And it was precisely because of this that the officials in the Gargis Archipelago ultimately maintained a defensive state. As long as the pirates didn't cause any problems, they were allowed to freely enter and leave. Reporting things wouldn't be of any use. No wonder it's called a pirate playground. It's no wonder Built wants to organize an adventure association. Klein sighed as he gave up his previous thoughts. After dining and resting for a while, Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Seeing that it was already 7, he held a ritual and summoned himself before responding to himself. He then brought different items into the Grey Fog while adjusting his inventory. As he was adventuring out at sea on the Fortune, the Murloc cufflink and various sea god domain charms were necessary. Therefore, Klein left Tinder and Sunbrooch above the Grey Fog. With creeping hunger as his main force, he matched it with a biological poison bottle and a revolver which was loaded with different Beyonder bullets. He still had 7 purifying bullets, 13 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullets. Wearing his coat, Klein placed down a Zix copper whistle as well as his wallet containing only 50 pounds into his inner pocket. Then he stored the silver adventure harmonica and charms together. After doing all this, he touched the revolver beneath his armlet, polished the blue cufflink at his left wrist, and buttoned his double-breasted frock coat. He wore his half-top hat, and he picked up his black suitcase, which contained only his change of clothes and some daily necessities, and left the inn for the harbor via a carriage. After waiting for a while at Dock 6, he saw a gigantic sailboat slowly appeared from the distance. Dude, thank you for subscribing. Dude, we're so close to 5,600. Thank you. According to his limited knowledge of boats, Klein knew that a sailboat of such a length wasn't scientific. However, this doesn't deter it from cruising calmly on the Black Sea surface as it headed for the lighthouse, which emitted its light. As the sailboat approached, the flag gradually became clearer. The crimson but weak moonlight allowed the person at the harbor to see 10 white stars at the same time As they circled a cold eyelashes eye on the flag, Admiral Stars the future. The pirates and sailors who were watching over the ships exclaimed as the dock in the harbor was filled with stirred emotions. After more than 10 seconds, the defensive cannons on the two ends on the mountain nervously adjusted themselves and aimed at the gigantic sailboat, which didn't conceal itself. Clang, clang, clang. W ship? What ship? Like a ship or like a ship? The distant cathedral produced light and ethereal chimes, signaling that it was 8 o'clock sharp. As the tenses around the dock became more evident, the future... Oh, you're talking about future. You're talking about the ship future. The future came to a halt. At some point in time, a woman dressed in a black classical robe appeared at the bow. Her clothes were filled with different symbols and magic labels, making her look like a powerful warlock of ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, the ground beneath her suddenly lit up. Resplendent starlight scattered down, forming a long, transparent bridge. The long bridge constantly extended forward before landing on Dock 6, an impressive show as expected of one of 7 power admirals. Furthermore, she's a full admiral, a rank higher than iceberg and ailment. She's a full admiral, a rank higher than iceberg and ailment. Klein sighed as he wished to extend his palm to cover his... I'm sorry. This makes sense now. There were rear admirals, and then there's admirals. Like, Quillingus wasn't Admiral Quillingus. He was Rear Admiral Quillingus. So, you have rear admirals, and then you have admirals. Catlias is my second least favorite. What? Yeah, okay, Herman is so cool. What? Second least? Wait, hold up. No, that's not this. There are so many likable characters that saying that doesn't mean you don't like her. So it's okay. Well, no, you scared me. I'm not upset. I'm gonna keep reading. So far, I really like her. Let me drink some G Fuel to wake up. Iceberg Vice Admiral. Oh, there's like Vice Admiral. Got it. Now, I gotta go back in my notes because I removed all of that. I just left them all as admirals. Never mind, there were vice admirals. Damn, I should have kept that. Okay. As a sailboat, I read this. Admiral Stars the future. The pirates and sailors who were watching over the ships exclaimed as every dock in the harbor was filled with stirred emotions. After more than 10 seconds, the defensive cannons on the two ends of the mountain nervously adjusted themselves and aimed at the gigantic sailboat, which didn't conceal itself. Clank, clank, clank. The distant cathedral produced light and ethereal chimes, signaling that it was 8 o'clock sharp. As the tenses around the dock became more evident, the future came to a halt. At some point in time, a woman dressed in a black classical robe appeared at the bow. Her clothes were filled with different symbols and magical labels, making her look like a powerful warlock of ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, the ground beneath her suddenly lit up. Resplendent starlight scattered down, forming a long, transparent bridge. The long bridge constantly extended forward before landing on the dock, an impressive show as expected of one of the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she's a full admiral, a rank higher than iceberg and ailment. Got it. That's where he confirms it. Klein signed as he wished to extend his palm to cover his face. He didn't wish to let others know the crazy adventurer German Sparrow was cooperating with Admiral Stars Catlia. Sorry we read that, by the way. I just want to clear that up, at least on my end. I don't know why I mixed that up. At this point, I can only maintain my persona once I'm done digesting the potion, and by the time I'm back in the northern continent, there wouldn't be German Sparrow anymore. Oh, he's gonna be gone forever. And by the time I'm back in the northern continent, there wouldn't be German Sparrow anymore. Klein walked out of the shadows as he pressed the top hat of his head. He smoothly walked onto the starry bridge. His footsteps were firm as Klein walked with his back straight while being targeted by numerous defensive cannons. Under the gazes with ambiguous meanings, he unhurriedly walked to the dock feature. The bridge under his feet was transparent as the dark blue sea water, which was almost black, embedded beneath him. It would make anyone with acrophobia turn limp. Acrophobia? Extreme or irrational fear of heights. Oh, acrophobia. I thought it said arachnophobia. I was like, okay. Hello, Mr. Izugiki. What does your YouTube name mean? It means the goat. There you go, Saba. Yeah, it means my goat. Well, here, let me finish this. We have 2 more sentences, and I'll tell you why I named it. Let me just read these last 2. Thankfully, I've long become a clown. I'm even jumped off a clock tower. Klein covered the last 10 meters with a cold expression before stepping onto the deck of the future. Faced with a black-eyed Admiral Star Cattleya, who had purple tint in her eyes, he didn't show any nervousness. He took off his hat and bowed. Good evening, ma'am. All right, that was a good chapter. Let's lock in. The caffeine is taking effect. We're awake. Chapter 638 is called Poison Expert. Okay, he's an expert. When Klein bowed, the purple tint in black-haired Catleya's eyes converged as they seemed to turn into the abyss. They could suck up souls. What already exuded an air of mystery had turned even more obvious. She saw the abyssal projections deep inside German Sparrow's ethereal body was pure darkness. In minute In minute areas, there were dark flows of unending changes. She saw that German Sparrow's left hand was bright and lustrous, but it was stained with a sanguine color that couldn't be dispersed. Is sanguine a type of color? Does that represent red? With a sanguine color that couldn't be dispersed. She saw a blue luster by German Sparrow's wrist and a silver flow on his left coat. The colors were bright and obvious as they thought they were connected to the illusionary stacked spirit world. There was the sound of the tide and illusionary sounds of the wind surrounding the item. She saw an intermix of green and black lusters by German Sparrow's right pocket, as well as the points of gold, silver, and bronze under his armpit. At his chest, there was a deep grayish white-like rotting depth. 4 mystical items and beyond her artifacts are spirituality charms in units of 10. Catleya's eyes were a little dazzled as she couldn't help but close them for a moment. She nodded as well. Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. Good evening. Even as a powerhouse who was famous across the seas, a senior member of the 7 Power Admirals, she seldom saw people who armed themselves to the teeth with Beyonder items. Of course, she had also seen people with more mystical items, Beyonder artifacts, and spirituality charms, but they had secret organizations backing them. They typically had several ships and more than 1,000 parts under them. Damn, that is a lot. Many things. He's literally John Wick. He's fucking Stag, dude. Be turned in, split, and shared as well as solid in order to maintain strengths one faction. Few things could be left in their possession as a result. However, few were relative. They could compare with German Sparrow presently had, but Catleya had reduced her items to only 2 after several trades. There were 2 items that were sufficiently powerful and mystical enough to match her identity as a pirate admiral. Apart from the lusters representing different items, Catleya's black eyes, which were slightly purple, could also tell that German Sparrow was in real love. He seemed to be hidden behind thick curtains. This is the reason why he gives me the feeling like he's not a living person at the Terror Club. Oh. He has quite a number of secrets. It involves at least a sequence 3 saint or an even higher level angel. Catleya didn't dare take another look at the glow in her eyes that were no longer as profound. Meanwhile, she mocked herself, believing that some of her guesses about the world and German Sparrow were somewhat funny. Involving a sequence 3 saint or an even higher level angel, there's nothing wrong with that. Since he's like me, a member of the Terror Club, we're definitely involved with Mr. Foe, who's likely a reawakened ancient god. After exchanging greetings, Catleya did engage in further small talk. She led Klein toward the cabin. At this moment, the future had been docked, set sail again. A long contour was drawn on the surface of the sea as it cruised east of the whale fishing route. With that, the tense atmosphere of the Nass harbor dispersed. Gazes from various sailors were cast over. Klein didn't show any signs of pressure as he surveyed the area and said with a tone as though he was back in his own town, "There were fewer people than I expected." Catleya turned her head and glanced at him before answering simply, "East of the whaling route is very dangerous. Only Ludwig heads there frequently as though he's searching for something." Apart from the future, the pirate crew's other ships wouldn't join us. Similarly, a large number of sailors have been placed on other ships. Only the minimum numbers needed to guarantee the successful voyage of the ship has been maintained. A very wise choice, Ludwig the Admiral A very wise choice, Ludwig. That Admiral Hell Lidwell. Mr. Hangman mentioned him a long time ago. He said that he was beginning to study Sonia Sea's eastern end of navigation. Klein nodded a little without a word. This was German Sparrow's bearing. He silently observed his surroundings and realized that the cabin spares were covered with mysterious and abstract symbols. As a whole, it looked like a gigantic ritualistic magic ceremony. It's like the Golden Dream. It's a sailboat of mystery, but it's not at the level of a ghost ship. Compared to the Admiral Stars and the Vice Admiral Iceberg, Tracy, who has only become a pirate admiral for the past few months, clearly is considerably more inferior. The Black Death has nothing special about it. Klein retracted his gaze and followed Catleya to the cabin's entrance. Waiting here was a man in a dungarees and white shirt. He was in his 30s and looked strong and fit. He had thick body hair. As for his forearm, which exposed outside, it seemed like he was downing a brown sweater. He wore a circular hair. With a depression in the middle as he revealed a smile that stretched out of his right hand. The first mate of the future Frank Lee. Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. Poison expert Frank Lee, who has a bounty of 7,000 pounds. Klein instantly recognized the man. Considering how German Sparrow didn't have the habit of shaking hands, he bent his back slightly and said, "Good evening." Frank Lee retracted his right hand. Oh, you guys really like Frank Lee. Oh, okay. I guess you guys like Frank Lee is a goat. All right, I'm excited. Frank Lee retracted his right hand and glanced at Kalia. He said while maintaining a smile, "You seem to know me. That's right. The picture I took before is on my arrest." You seem to know me. That's right. The picture I took before is on my arrest warrant. Don't mind the poison expert title. I'm a very friendly person. As I'm not facing those darn bastards, my greatest hobby is to study soil and figure out... He's a planter. Oh, he's a planter. Study soil. Oh, shit. Are we getting our first planter? Oh, yeah. Oh, he's a planter beyonder. Oh, yeah. My greatest hobby is to study soil and figure out cross-breeding techniques. Believe me, this is the future of humanity. You guys are getting a little excited. Oh, shit. You guys unsent a lot of messages. Oh, shit. Oh, whoa. I'm getting messages. Okay. Oh, okay. No, that's right. I didn't read any spoilers, but I already know. This guy, he's going to be a planter. No shot. He just studies soil for what? For fun? And he has a bounty of 7,000 pounds. Poisonous plants? Okay, all right. Believe me, this is the future of humanity. But the people from the Church of Earth Mother don't believe him. Katlia gave Klein an introduction in the most suitable manner. He's originally someone from the Church of Earth Mother. Okay, come on. Mother Earth? Come on, that's a planter. Crossbreeding techniques are good, definitely a planner. As long as the quantities rises, it will be able to provide for more. Dude, this guy's probably like creates like poisonous spores, like from like fungus or mushrooms. Like, you know how like in The Last of Us, there's like spores. That's probably what he does, bro. Klein looked at Frank Lee and he calmly said courteously and truthfully, "This is something commendable. You are indeed an adventurer who doesn't share the viewpoint of the common man. Excellent, excellent. There are just too few people like you." Frank Lee's blue eyes revealed a clear look of pleasant surprise. "I've only tried crossbreeding a..." Oh, whoa, 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 what the fuck? What's he crossbreeding? I thought he was crossbreeding plants. Hold up. "I've only tried crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat." Oh, wheat? What the fuck? A plant? "I've only tried crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat together." Like the crop. Allowing calves to be born like wheat? What the fuck? "For those, I was almost sent to the court by the church." No fucking shot. Of course you're gonna be sent, dude. Like what are you making, dude? "For that, I was almost sent to the court by the Church of Earth Mother, by benevolent mother. They don't understand your true will at all. Crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat, you devil." Only then did Klein realize this understanding of crossbreeding techniques was different from what Frank Lee was talking about. He maintained a stoic expression without providing any future explanation. Under the lead of Frank Lee, who was reeling in a sudden bout of enthusiasm, Klein walked through the corridor besides Katlia. After stepping on the steps and arriving at the high level, Klein's spiritual perception straight cast his gaze to a shadow beside him. A figure grew out of the distorted darkness, a thin and tall but pale figure. His cheeks were nearly transparent and his nose bridge was disharmonious and tall. His entire body being gave off a sickly feeling. "This is the second mate of the future, Heath Doyle." Frankly introduced with a smile. "Bloodless Heath, whose bounty is higher than yours, 7,600. Klein quickly matched the face of the correct bounty notice. Heath noticed as a greeting before reading back into the shadows. "He's a Rose Bishop." When turning around to head for the captain's cabin, Franklin warmly mentioned Heath Doyle's situation. "You're telling me that you're the second mate's sequence directly?" Klein nearly pricked his brows. He secretly glanced at Katlia and discovered her masked exasperation. "Are you puzzled and aware that he's a devout believer of the true creator, a lunatic who has been tainted? No, he's a lucky fellow. Due to an incident, the ordinary human The ordinary hymn was scattered with a potion concocted from a rose bishop beyond ingredients. The potion seeped into him bit by bit, and he survived the ordeal. Finally, he became quite a special beyonder, as he didn't experience the listener stage. What the? So he skipped the listener stage. He didn't experience the listener stage. He wasn't tainted. So he's like free of the true creator's like murmurings and whatnot. What the fuck? He wasn't tainted, nor did he become a lunatic. As long as he doesn't practically use the Beyonder powers, listen, he remains an ordinary person, frankly said in a fluctuating tone. What an enviable fellow. He reached sequence 6 in one go? Fuck! He reached sequence 6 in one go. He's the only sane Rose Bishop? Probably. He's probably the only sane one. Everybody's fucking crazy at this stage. So he reached sequence 6 in one go. Furthermore, he didn't truly mentally unstable like the sea serpent Calvatua. Klein side, yeah, like Calvatua, he went crazy. He didn't mentally unstable like the sea serpent Calvatua. Klein sighed silently as you watch Admiral Stars open the door to the captain's cabin. Catleya pointed inside. Her room is diagonally across from here. Frank will send you over. If there's anything, you can come to me directly. You can have your meals at the dining hall. Oh, what are we eating during dinner? He does not believe in the door. He's a traitor. He's a blasphemer. Your room is diagonally across from here. You can have your meals at the dining hall at any time. You can also get Frank to send someone to bring food of your own. Bring food to your room. What you choose is dependent on your surface. Admiral Stars does things in a very clear and direct manner. Yes, she's a mature and wise lady. Klein praised inwardly as she replied without a change in expression. Okay, he took this opportunity to glance at the layout of the captain's cabin, discovering that it contained a bookshelf, a full-body mirror, a table, and a carpet. She actually reads, isn't she unable to digest all the information the hidden stage imbues in her? Klein thought in amusement. At this moment, having seen this conversation come to an end, Frank Lee passionately promoted, Mr. Sparrow, would you like a serving of roasted potatoes tonight? When you chew it, it's like beef, and it tastes like beef, but it's certainly potatoes. Well, I get sick eating that. Klein answered coldly, I don't eat supper? He just doesn't want to know. All right, Frank Lee dropped his shoulders and was just about to let Klein... I scrolled down too much and was just about to let Klein to his room. Catleya suddenly thought of something and said, Mr. Sparrow, you've likely hunted quite a number of enemies and have received several spoils of war. I'm curious about the number of beyond characteristics you have left. Perhaps they can be used to reduce the remaining price of the trip. Klein considered for a moment and answered frankly, most of them have been sold. There's Interrogator, Pugilist, and Lunatic left. He didn't mention the All-Black Eye or the beyond characteristics of Nightmare. He really is most famous adventurer during the past few months. Even after selling most of them, he still has 3 sets of Beyonder characteristics. Catleya said inwardly as she pondered, I want Pugilist. Ooh. She had a warrior subordinate from the Gargus Archipelago who had long made enough contributions to apply for an advancement, and then he gets to go Pugilist. All right, next chapter. 639. He doesn't believe in the Lord. He's an enemy. Chapter 639 is called the Name List. There was no reason for Klein to decline Catleya's request. He stopped for 2 seconds and said, 700 pounds, very fair. Catleya didn't haggle. Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristics typically cost 600 to 700 pounds, but there was often a premium if someone was in a desperate need of it. After all, such items seldom appear at Beyonder gatherings. Klein didn't immediately complete the transaction. He raised his suitcase and said without a change in expression, I'll give it to you tomorrow, because he has to go above the Great Fog. He didn't bring the Pugilist Beyonder characteristic with him, as most items of value had been thrown above the Great Fog. Catleya wasn't surprised by Gurman's response. She nodded. That wouldn't be an issue. She had encountered many similar cases. It usually meant the Pugilist Beyonder characteristics were stored with items which wasn't meant to be known by others. Therefore, it was impossible for Gurman Spread to open his suitcase in front of her to complete the transaction on spot. A crazy adventurer definitely has his secrets. Catleya paused for a second before adding, there won't be any surveillance placed in your room. Whatever she could see had already been seen by her. It's fine. Klein curled the corners of his lips and cold smilingly. All right. I'm excited for the game, by the way. But guys, we're going to be playing that game like crazy when it comes out. His previous consideration was to place down the items like Azik's copper whistle and Will Ossipton's paper crane before holding a ritual or going above the Great Fog. It was to resist any spying and a sense of mysticism. Then he could use the washroom as a way to avoid physical surveillance. Of course, he wasn't too worried that Admiral Stars would go overboard. He didn't believe that she was afraid of the crazy adventurer Gurman Sparrow, but that Catleya had no reason to do so. She definitely had milder and more concealed means of observing. For example, getting the helpful Beyonder from the spectator pathway, Klein took off his hat, bowed, and followed poison expert Frank Lee to return to his own room. Seeing him walk off at adequate speed, Leah turned into the captain's cabin, picked up a heavy pair of glasses, and wore it. Backland at the Harvest Church, south of Bridge, in the eyes of an ordinary person, Bishop Ustrowski. Ooh, we're back with Bishop Ustrowski, whose height was that of a half-giant, put down the Bible in his hand. He prayed once around and the hall and smiled. The number of believers is increasing. Is that so? Emlyn White? Oh, and he still goes, even though he's been free. Emlyn White, who was in a brown priest robe, was wiping the candle racks as he said without even... That part was sweet, man. He's like, you were never... I just wanted you to come. Like, I never want... That was... I think that was an amazing... That was an amazing character moment and, like, character development at the end of Volume 2 with Emlyn and Father Trotsky. Like, and then, like, he's still going and, like, they become close friends. He knew the number of believers of Mother Earth had indeed increased significantly. It would have been a miracle if the past two had a handful of people in the attendance for praying on weekdays or in the daytime. Now there was often close to 10. Father Trotsky looked down at the busy vampire priest and chuckled. Anyone can tell if they aren't blind. You have contributed greatly to this, if not for your concocting of the medicine and treating the plague, and your willingness and sincerity in teaching people about medicine. Our faith wouldn't have been that easily accepted by the residents of this borough. Damn. I am hyped, but it still feels weird to be blessed with a miniature. I know. It feels weird. I don't think I've seen an anime with that many trailers, but I'll take it. It's sick, dude. Emlyn held a cloth and straightened his back. He tipped his chin slightly. I was only acting. What do you mean by our faith? Don't lump me with you. Emlyn's expression twisted before he said with a smile. Speaking of the blind, it reminded me of a joke. It said that the demand for blind people in Backland far exceeds supply. This is because they are widely believed to be the most suitable to be jurors. Father Trotsky ignored the... That's a mean joke. Father Trotsky ignored the joke and benevolently said, regardless of the goals, you have contributed greatly to the spread of the faith of Earth Mother. Besides, this also proves that you have a... he has a kind heart. Damn. I think I was right here. Besides, this also proves that you have a kind heart. Phew, I said so back then, but why didn't you believe me? Emlyn looked up at the priest's massive body before retracting his gaze in silence. After busying himself at the cathedral, he changed into his normal clothes and wore a silk top hat that sheltered him from the sun. He then walked onto Rose Street. He stealthily sized up his surroundings and didn't notice any signs of monitoring. The red glove named Leonard from before really hasn't appeared again. Oh, really? Okay, so we can watch that. I thought my act of exposing his secrets and buying Tinder would result in me being constantly investigated in secret. Emlyn White shook his head indiscriminately and he felt puzzled. In the earliest stages, he had planned on taking it to the Hangman's Theory to incur the investigations of the Red Glove so as to disrupt the monitoring from the upper echelons of the Sanguine. He could then achieve a perfect equilibrium by using the Church of Earth Mother's blessed Utrosky, but things didn't develop as he had expected. Leonard Mitchell had apparently left Backland very quickly. At the end of February, Emlyn had made a detour to 7 Pinster Street while he was out at once, only to discover that it was uninhabited. Without thinking about the matter any further, he walked to the end of the street, got onto a rental carriage, and headed straight for the Odor Villa. He was left to his study on the first floor by an attendant where he saw many Sanguine who had recently come of age. Among them was a Sanguine who had already become a baron. I thought he was the only one. I'm not the only one, he thought before closing the door. He then said to the owner, Cosme Odora, my lord, was I not called here because of the summoning of Lord Nibs? He had said my lord rather indifferently, as though he was calling him by his name. This was because he was also a Sanguine baron. The difference was that he hadn't publicized it. Cosme was a very refined middle-aged gentleman. He said with a smile, all of you are outstanding young Sanguine. My grandfather had entrusted all of you with some tests. Another Sanguine baron, Russ Bathory, was lucky to receive an inheritance. As what tests are they? Cosme drank a mouthful of dark red blood, which was connected with grape and wine as he... Ooh, blood and wine. Good Witcher DLC. As he scanned the area, perhaps you might not know, but the Snake of Fate from the Life School of Thought has dispersed for quite some time. As Emlyn White and the other Sanguine looked puzzled, Cosme continued, but I believe all of you should know that the Life School of Thought is a coalition which was barely formed thanks to their beliefs in fate. They allied under the massive pressure placed by the 7 Orthodox churches in the beginning of the 5th epoch, and are formed by beyonders who think of themselves are absolutely rational and aloof, those that worship the primordial moon, and those that seek the essence of life and spirituality. Due to the existence of the Snake of Fate, there hadn't been many serious problems internally. Their worship of the primordial moon was ultimately restricted to a fixed symbolic meaning. Furthermore, the process of formula exchange was melded with a massed appearance heritage system. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the Snake of Fate, this process has been disrupted. The primordial moon's believers rapidly turned passionate, producing a fractal in the fraction that represents fate. I read that wrong. As an intense conflict ensued as a result, this matter was used by the Rose School of Thought. It dealt quite a sizable amount of damage to them. Emlyn White, Roos, Bathory, and Sanguine remained perplexed. After sharing the background information, Cosmic Divine into details. Worshippers of the primordial moon are our eternal enemies. Worshippers of the primordial moons are our eternal enemies. They have always been hunting us, concocting us into potions and achieving strength. Now we will not let go of such an opportunity. Here's a list of primordial moon worshippers and their situations. Whoever finds them and kills them will be the victor of this test. My grandfather's what? Damn, they're gonna go out hunting, dude. Damn, now the prey become the hunters. That's so fucked up, man. That they go out, hunt them, and then they turn them into potions. That's fucked up. My grandfather, as well as various important fictions, would reward you generously. If you complete a portion of the list, we will determine this by numbers. Of course, these people were selected and all of you are capable of dealing with them. The rest will be tracked down by the important figures. Upon hearing the first few sentences, Emlyn White had no intention of participating despite having hatred for those artificial vampires. He found the matter troublesome, laborious, and tiresome. He rather stay at home in silence and chat with his dolls. Emlyn joins the hunt. No, wait, he's saying he'd rather not join the hunt, so we don't know yet. By the time he realized that it was a competition, as well as sensing the gazes of Russ Bathory, and other Sanguine which were cast on him, Emlyn suddenly straightened his back and tipped his chin. No problem. His red eyes slowly swept across the other creatures in the room. On the future inside a spacious room with an attached bathroom, Klein stood in front of the window, looked out into the undiluted blue ocean in a good mood. He breathed in the cold windows that came from the north. The flagship of the Admiral Stars had already separated from the other ships in the fleet as it began to cruise alone. After the unknown period of time, two whaling ships appeared ahead. Once they had noticed the flag containing the stars of eyes flying from the future, they immediately responded nervously. They quickly adjusted their positions, aiming for the starboards over their cannons ready to shoot at any moment. At the same time, spears and harpoons were shot using explosives were directed in the same direction. The blonde and large fishermen from the Gargus archipelago held tridents and guns as they braced for an attack. Either by standing or crouching, Klein also noticed that there were a number of women with figures similar to the Hulk. It was obvious at a glance that they were heavy and good at fighting. The feature didn't mind their welcome. It continued cruising past them, heading deeper into the whaling route. Alright. After cruising for a while, Klein saw more pirate ships ahead. They were clustered around the sea route's periphery, their motives unknown. The future came across without standing on ceremony. Immediately, the pirate ships retracted like startled birds as they quickly retreated. Sensing the future slowing down, Klein left his room in puzzlement. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he discovered Cattleya walking out. The woman wore a thick pair of glasses on her nose bridge, hiding her mysterious purple eyes. She glanced at Klein and said succinctly, "Someone discovered a ruin which is said to be from the 4th epoch at the bottom of the sea and the waters around here. We plan on taking a look while we're away." Yo, what's up, D? They're literally about to enter the water ruins from like the first Final Fantasy game. Like, if you guys have played the first Final Fantasy and like complete edition, there's like an extra dungeon and it's like the water dungeon. I forget what's the exact name, but it's like it's underground in like the ocean, bottom of the sea, ruins from the 4th epoch. Klein instantly recalled the rumor he had heard from the bar. I can't pronounce that bar. Leryardul bar. So this piece of news has already spread. I was wondering why I got to learn it so easily. He said inwardly, an enlightenment. Next chapter. Ooh, female pirate. Chapter 604. 600 what? Chapter 640 is called Female Pirate. Klein had a certain degree of curiosity towards the outcome of the exploration. He didn't ask further as he walked past the captain's cabin and walked down the stairwell. After a few seconds, he felt his throat itch. He couldn't help but raise his fist in his mouth and cough. Let me raise the volume up for a little bit, you guys free here. Klein wasn't surprised by such a development as it was inevitable. He had carried the biological poison bottle for more than 2 hours last night. Only when it was late at night and his confirmation that Admiral Stars and crew didn't have any intentions of attacking him did he move the mystical item into the black suitcase. Suddenly, he ended up falling sick. Of course, the amount of time he brought the biological poison bottle with him wasn't considered long. His body wasn't in a weak state, so his resulting illness wasn't anything serious. He just felt his tonsils swell in pain. Cat Leah, who was walking slowed behind, saw the scene, but she didn't find it a problem. Instead, she found it normal. It was common knowledge for knowledgeable beyonders that the mystical items were bound to have negative side effects. Furthermore, they would have learned from the several Orthodox churches and categorized those with serious side effects, which made them impossible to possess or use for prolonged times as sealed artifacts. The reason why Cat Leah had sold or exceeded many of her low and mid-level mystical items was firstly because she wanted to better strengthen her survivability. Second, the various negative effects from multiple items were troubled. I'm out of breath. Often one could avoid one, but not the other. Some negative effects might even stack and synergize into something worse. Therefore, the most beyond is the disadvantages surpass the advantages. She discovered that German Sparrow had used mystical items beyond her weapons and spirituality charms to arm himself to his teeth. While being amazed, she had already guessed at the type of negative effects he had faced from when she saw today. It was temporarily a simple illness. With a steady steps, Klein arrived on the deck and saw Frank Lee. He was still dressed in a white shirt and dungarees? I cannot read that word. Dungarees. His arm was stained with dirt as though he wasn't afraid of the cold winds that blew out. We got like 2 weeks, bro. We're at volume 4 when that Dung Ho drops. His arm was stained with dirt as though he wasn't afraid of the cold winds that blew down at him. Good afternoon, German. Frank warmly waved his hands and said, "Here, try my latest product. This is definitely the most welcome item at sea." As he said, he raised his other hands. It was a wide and fat fish of an unknown breed. "No, I don't want to know what monster you have cooked up this time." Klein paused in his footsteps as he looked at him with a cold expression. Frank Lee didn't consider any problems with his attitude. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed the fish before slicing a hole open. Blood flowed out and accurately landed in a large beer cup on the deck. It didn't emit any fishy smells. Smell that? It's such an intoxicating alcoholic fragrance. Frank Lee half closed his eyes as he fervently said, "This is a fish who had red wine replace its blood. As such, the wine contains lots of nutrients." Klein realized he was at loss for words. Frank looked at the surrounding sailors in excitement before saying to German Sparrow, "Do you know what's the most troubling matter out at sea? That's when we run out of alcohol." Without being anywhere close to shore. As long as this kind of fish can rapidly reproduce and become the sea's primary produce, then we won't be lacking any alcohol no matter where we are. By the way, they can be categorized by species. Some would produce Lanty-proof, other Nepos, red wines, and beers. The beer needs to come from sharks or whales, otherwise there won't be enough. Isn't it most troubling matter that the lack of water? Of course, all you can do is use beer to replace water most of the time because it doesn't easily spoil. Those poor fishes. Klein was pondering over a response to Frank when Cat Leah came on deck. She walked past him and questioned her first mate. "Is Nina done with her preparations?" Yes, she had already finished a bottle of Nepos? Frank pointed at the shadow formed by the sails. The so-called preparations are to drink a bottle of Nepos, a specialty of Fasik. The Nepos, which can light a fire. Klein suddenly felt that Nina, the lady mentioned by the first mate, was likely someone from the Fasik blood. "Captain, I want a bottle of Sonia blood wine more." In the dark, the female figure slowly stood up and walked over. So this is the female part. She was more than 1.8 meters tall. Her blonde hair was casually tied up in a high pigtail. Her facial features... Pigtail. My bad, I read that wrong. Her facial features weren't anything outstanding, but she had the striking traits of someone from Fasik. Her skin was fair and her eyes were dull. This lady named Nina wore a black tight suit made of fish skin. Whoa. She wore a what? Let me raise the volume. She had a striking traits. Wait. Her skin was fair and her eyes were dull. The lady named Nina wore a black tight suit made of fish. Yo, we got fan art? The top of the bottom seemed to be a one piece, fully accentuating her stunning figure. Oh, I need to look at fan art. We're gonna look at fan art when this chapter ends. Such a style was rather sexy. Oh my god. Ooh. Such a style was rather sexy to begin with. Nina's breasts were also far above what was normal. It was obvious that she was surrounding the parts we're looking at. That was not. We just got scammed. Yeah, we got scammed. That wasn't the Nina from LOTM. The so-called preparations are to drink the bottle of... Oh, I just read this. The lady name... Wait. Such a style was rather sexy to begin with. Nina's breasts were also far above what was normal. It was obvious that the surrounding parts were looking at. Klein felt a little embarrassed and wished to move his gaze However, on second thought, German Sparrow was definitely not such an untried person. All he could do was empty his gaze and look straight at Nina's face. German, this is our boatswain. Nina, she's also the navigator's assistant. Huh, her sequence name is Seafarer. Frankly, still didn't hold back in his introductions. Apart from his research of crossbreeding, this poison expert is rather simple. I now recall that this lady named Nina has a bounty of 3,600 pounds. Her nickname is Seabed Murderer. So after seeing so many bounty notices, there are some I can't immediately recall. Klein looked at Nina's eyes and nodded calmly. Good morning, ma'am. Nina held back her smile and sized up Klein. Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I'm very curious if Vice Admiral Ailment is really as charming as the rumors say. As a female pirate who had mixed with low and mid class people for extended periods of time, Ellie, stop. She was always very frank and direct towards both men and women. She didn't show any coyness. She had originally planned on asking German Sparrow if she was lacking in charm, or ask if she had the cold type, which resulted in her being completely ignored, or him showing any erection. But considering how the man standing before her was a powerful guy, an adventurer who was nearly successfully hunted Vice Admiral Ailment or lunatic, who could draw his gun and shoot at any moment, she rationally held back her jesting words. She swayed to asking about Vice Admiral Ailment. How am I to answer you? Klein gloomily said her bounty is extremely charming. Nina was taken aback, somewhat at a loss for a response to continue the conversation. Hence, she turned to look at Admiral Stars. Captain, do we begin? I'm sorry, if the music is too loud, let me know. Catlea, who felt her bounty flash through her mind for some baffling reason, nodded. Begin. Just as she said that, Nina took a large stride to the side of the ship with her right hand supporting herself. She leaped into the sea, swimming downward like a gigantic blackfish. At the same time, there were a few splashes after the sailors had jumped down as well to provide her with aid. It's a little loud. Let me do this. Oh, never mind. This doesn't... Sorry, since I'm holding my puppy. So let me kind of scoot forward a little bit. That way I can also hold Ellie. I got it. I lost my place. Begin. She's like a fish. At the same time, there were few splashes. A few sailors had jumped down as well to provide her aid. This, she begins at the mention of it. She didn't need any additional time to prepare. This lady has the temperature of the Church of Storms, as expected of beyond her from the sailor pathway. Klein nodded. Klein looked out the ship as he couldn't help but cough. You're sick, Frank Lee said directly. Klein nodded slightly and said, a little. Frank thought for a moment. He didn't say a word as he rushed back into the cabin, his destination unknown. By the side, Catlea nudged her heavy glasses and smiled. Well, now I can turn this down. Frank is a poison expert, but he's an outstanding doctor, as expected of someone from the planter pathway. Yo, there you go. So he is a planter. As expected of someone from the planter pathway, Klein didn't ask further as he stood there awaiting Nina's preliminary exploration. Seeing the sudden silence that became somewhat awkward, Catlea took a few steps forward and said, seemingly in passing, in another day we will be leaving the Whaling Sea route, but we're at least a week from those waters. Klein thought before asking. That is, if we follow the Whaling Sea route. In fact, this will lead further north and be more roundabout. I know of a secret sea route that can allow us to... This sounds dangerous. That can allow us to reach the waters you wish to go in 2 to 3 days at a risk. Catlea's gaze looked at Klein's eyes through her thick glasses as though she wanted to tell how much he knew of the extremely dangerous waters. Klein considered and simply said, very good. That's exactly what I want. In addition, those waters are more illusionary than real. Catlea retracted her gaze and thought as she looked at the entrance to the cabin. Frank Lee ran over and held a green apple in his hand. This is the outcome of another one of my projects. It's a crossbreed of medicine and fruits. It makes the consumption of medicine more enjoyable. He beamed as he handed Klein an apple. I'm afraid I'll end up even sicker than after eating it. Klein glanced at Admiral Stars as her nod gently. Only then did he inwardly force himself to accept the apple while appearing calm and outside. He then bit down on the apple. It had the taste of a normal apple. It just had a lot more juice and insides were softer. After a few bites, Klein discovered that his throat suddenly wasn't hurting. He didn't realize when he stopped coughing, and he's been healed. I have to say it's rather magical as long as it doesn't involve animals and humans. Frank Lee is really a genius that should be taken seriously in the Church of the Earth Mother. Unfortunately, he ultimately became a devil-like person. Klein looked at the poison expert and said, frankly, It's healed. Ooh, why are you mad today? Very good. Frankly didn't praise himself and began casually introducing the pirates on the dock. After a while, Nina and the other supported sailors saw up the surface and returned to the ship. She held a metallic piece that had been rotten. Here, let me put you right here, Ellie. You hang out. Identified state in a piece of blank hardened mud that was filled with honeybone combs. She grumbled at Kalia, Captain, there's no deep sea well. The whale's mouth is even bigger than my breasts. Captain, there's no deep sea well. That whale's mouth isn't even bigger than my breasts. Of course, it's very deep and dark. It's unknown what's hidden in it. She gestured using her hands. Exaggeration is a common trait of pirate adventures. Kalia nodded without using the term bragging. The diameter of the whale's mouth is that small. Klein puzzledly looked at an item in Nina's hand as she politely diverted his gaze from her body, which was streams of water flowing down. Kalia's gaze moved in sync and said, "Go into detail." All right, next chapter. All right, chapter 641 is called A Well Mouth That Humans Can't Pass. Nina was a pirate who had risen up the ranks. Often she might be easily irritated, but she was very experienced at handling matters. She was a rather reliable person. After some thought, she gave a description in a serious manner. The whale's mouth is a rather deep depth along the seabed. I need enough time to adjust myself before I can acclimate to the temperature and pressure of that area. That's why it took so much time to get there. It isn't easily discovered, but the remnant steel buildings are indeed rather obvious. I found them once I got acclimated. They've already completely collapsed or rotten. There's no way to imagine what they originally looked like. However, I could tell that they definitely spanned across a great distance in the past. It just shrunk by a great deal now. When Nina said this, she chuckled and scanned all the men around her. A real female pirate is indeed different. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. From his point of view, be it Element Star Catlia, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, or Vice Admiral Element Tracy, none of them could be considered a pure female pirate. All of them hailed from the major factions and secret organizations. When they were low sequence beyonders, they were either not at sea or they were followed by important figures, so what they did was relatively safe matters. Otherwise, they were independently adventurers who had never been tainted by the characters of the atmosphere of the low or mid-level pirates. After Nina finished laughing, Catlia pointed her finger to the rusted item that could hardly be described as a metal beam. This is a portion of a steel building. Yes, Captain. As you know, I don't know much about history or mysticism. I can only bring some back for inspections. You're an expert on this. Nina smiled as she said a metal beam. Over. Then she pointed at the black piece of hardened mud which was filled with holes on its surface. Not far from the iron ruins, I found a well that's not very big. If it's not to be described with the word huge, then I've definitely seen plenty of huge cannons. Those drunkard adventurers are better at bragging than us pirates. This is the mud from the inner layers of the well. I can't imagine how such patterns could be formed. Nina's figure repeatedly struck the honey... Let me lower down a bit. Nina's figure repeatedly struck the honeycombs dots on the black mud. Klein originally believed that there were marks left behind by the dense shots, which were tiny projectiles, but after careful inspection, he suspected that there were remnant patterns. After something had rotted, each spot was very shallow and its edges spread outwards in an irregular pattern. Nina handed the black mud to Catlia as she continued describing. The whale's mouth is really small. Even a child from the nest wouldn't be able to enter. It's very deep. I even felt that it was bottomless. In that environment, the interior was completely dark as though something slowly summoned. Yes, slowly. I found a few rocks nearby and threw them in, but there wasn't any response. In short, it was filled with water. Catlia held out the metallic beam and black mud. Through the thick glasses, she observed them seriously. Since the mouth is very small and humans can't enter them, there's no need for us to begin the exploration immediately. It'll be very dangerous. Let's wait until I figure out the secrets hidden within these items and whether the ancient well is worth us taking a risk before we return to make an attempt. Aye, aye, Captain. The wet Nina was trembling as a result of the cold winds. The way she waved made all the surrounding pirates stare straight at her. Catlia nudged her glass and said to Nina, "You can drink a bottle of the Sonia blood wine. There's no limit for the rest." Long live the captain, Nina cried out in joy. An underwater well that humans can't enter. Klein, who had no desire to explore, summarized Nina's description. Suddenly, he had a strange idea. Humans are unable to enter the well, but that doesn't mean non-humans can enter it. Probably. Many deep-sea fishes aren't necessarily that huge. There's a significant chance that they can pass through the well. As a sea god, he... Oh. I'm sorry. A fish? As a sea god, he had the means to make marine creatures do his bidding while wielding the scepter. There's no rush. Let's see if Madame Hermit is able to figure out anything for these two objects. I'll consider whether I'll explore it on the return trip. Otherwise, I might attract some exaggerated dangers. There's still not enough information regarding this. There's no way to do any divination. As his thoughts wandered, Klein's expression remained deadpan. At that moment, Katlia shot him a glance out of curiosity. Then he retracted his gaze without leaving any traces. Why did she suddenly look at me? She was seeing what I was doing. It's impossible for her to know that I possess Sea God Scepter and can make marine creatures do my bidding. That's not right. She knows, but she only knows that Mr. Fool wields Kalvatua's godhood scepter, not the world. Unless she had figured out the world is the Fool, but that's even more impossible. Even Mr. Hangman is still stuck at the concept of the world is blessed. She hasn't even realized this point. Viewing this from a different point of view, I'll consider it from Admiral Star's angle. She's someone being pursued by knowledge, and she's a follower of the Queen Mystic. She's loyal to the Moses ascetic order, and she has roamed the seas for many years. She has plenty of knowledge and experience, so it wouldn't be odd that she knows that the Sea God domain possesses the beyond powers to control marine creatures. Therefore, after realizing that humans aren't able to pass through the ancient wall, she naturally made the connection with the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand. Does she plan on requesting for help in the future? She looked at me to figure out that the world had also grasped the corresponding information or have similar ideas. Ooh. Many ideas went through Klein's mind with the powers of clown. He forcibly maintained his indifferent expression. He didn't react abnormally in any way. As Nina was about to draw the Sonia blood wine, Klein pressed down his hat and returned to the cabin. Just as he was about to approach the door, a figure surfaced in his mind suddenly. In a room in the cabin's upper level, the windows were tightly shut and the curtains were drawn. There were a pair of blurry eyes hidden behind them, silently watching the crowd on the deck as well as German Sparrow. Who is it? Klein didn't stop. His body didn't show any hesitation as he entered the cabin normally as though nothing had happened. At 3 in the afternoon, the bright but not scorching sunlight shone in the garden adjacent to the Stoneman University. Michaud Diouf was already a senior association professor by 40. He was wearing a long tailcoat and a beautiful bow tie as he waited by the door. Yesterday evening, he received the letter. The sender was from the attendant of the richest aristocratic family in the East Chester County, the Hall family. The person who wrote the letter was the daughter of a member of parliament from the House of Lords who wields immense influence. She was Miss Audrey Hall, who deemed to be the most stunning gem in Backland. This noble lady had mentioned in the letter that she had learned from a gathering Mr. Michaud Dude was an outstanding collector of an aficionado of the domain. She had a great desire in paying a visit. Michaud Duet didn't have any reason to refuse. Soon a classic carriage with a family emblem arrived at the door. 2 servants who had been instructed to open the outer gates made of iron railings led the carriage around the garden and arrived in front of the house. A housekeeper was first to alight, following by guards and maidservants. Following that, a hand wearing a long white ghost glove was extended outside. With the help of the maidservants, Audrey elegantly stepped onto the carpet which Michel had paved. Michel was first taken aback before his eyes lit up. He felt as though the flowers in the garden had instantly faded. He took 2 steps forward and took off his hat to bow. You guys are getting a lot of eyes. Welcome, my honorable lady. Your visit is an honor for me and my family. Audrey took off the veiled hat and passed it to her maidservant before exchanging a few pleasantries. Then she followed Michel Diouf into the living room and entered the collector's room on the first floor. Here, Michel finally found the confidence as the master of the house. He began pointing at the collection and providing an introduction from the left. This is the helmet that appeared in the White Rose War. The White Rose War. I don't know what that is. I don't think so. The White Rose War. After lots of research, it can be determined that the owner is a member of the Sauron family. Back then, they were still considered royalty. The golden helmet had an intricate design. They were avian and flying wings that adorned it. The visitor was formed from the pieces of the gold skulls. My ancestor obtained the first aristocratic title in that war. Audrey replied with piqued interest. She had already adjusted her mental state ahead of time. She was to appear as though she was really here to tour the collections. The failure of the 20-year war had caused the kingdom to suffer years of humiliation, but it also carved out several heroes. Michel resorted to first mention, I think. Yeah, this is the first character introduction, and I'm mispronouncing.
Michel resorted to
It is
flattery.
Michel. Okay. Michel resorted to flattery. The White Rose War happened after the 20-year war and before this was before the Battle of the Violated Oath during the 5th epoch. Okay? The White Rose War happened after the 20-year war and before The White Rose War happened before the 20-year war. No, after. Oh my god. The White Rose War happened after the 20-year war and before the Battle of the Violation Oath. There, Lowen defeated the Intis and became strong again. Michel continued introducing his collection as Audrey solemnly listened, raising the questions from time to time as she conversed with him. Finally, Michel's finger pointed towards a note with a black cover. This belonged to a knight stationed on Sony Island in the 20-year war. The knight's name had already vanished in the long rivers of history. This notebook is the only proof of his existence. He once stood fast until this very last moment of the Sony Island. This notebook is not only a first-hand account from the researchers of the portion of history, but it also hides certain problems. The knight's Garmer has many uncommon habits. This might be a clue to Ada's in determining his exact identity. Audrey instinctively believed that the notebook was her target, hence she only leaned in a little. Indeed, the black cover had unobvious patterns. Together, they outlined an abstract image of a dragon. A dragon. Okay. From Michel's tone and minute expressions, his interest is focused on the contents and not the item itself. He doesn't particularly treasure it. I have a high chance of purchasing it. Audrey calmly made a judgment, and she turned her head. She then smiled at Michel and said, "What are the uncommon habits exactly?" Enjoys using short sentences, very simple and short ones. Michel described in a flaunting tone. Audrey was always a good listener. She looked at him with a smile as she listened with focused attention. This made Michel speak more. As she listened, she suddenly felt the knight's grammatical habits were somewhat familiar. That is, Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she quickly remembered the source of familiarity. This was the grammatical habit of dragoness, which she had digitally mastered. What? All right, next chapter. Thank you, Romero. Yes, it's a language, not people. I was thinking it was like a species of people, like the dragoness race or something, but no, my bad. The language, and then there was Elvish, got it. Elvish, Phasic, Hermes, Ancient Hermes, Dragoness, Jotun. Okay, all right, sorry. Whew, I almost forgot for a second. Chapter 642 is called Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. A knight who knows Dragoness and even used it in a critical stage of his growth. It's no wonder the psychology alchemist wished to obtain the notebook he had left behind. Audrey was enlightened as she stopped her wandering thoughts. She happily and seriously discussed a problem that stemmed from such grammatical habits with Michel Diouf. Soon they concluded the discussion over the notebook as Michel began introducing the other items. Time passed as the tour slowly came to an end. Audrey had planned on raising her request of purchasing the notebook to the next meeting in order to make her goal less obvious. However, in a friendly atmosphere and with naturalness of their conversation, she sharply sensed that it was an opportunity. Hence, with the powers of light, she made her necklace blush red. Mr. Diouf, it's pronounced Dragonese. Dragonese. God, Dragonese. Oh, it's similar how you say Japanese or Chinese, I think. Dragonese. Oh. Okay, thank you guys. Mr. Diouf. Let me see how to pronounce this. Mr. Diouf?
Mr. Doif.
Mr. Doif. The helmet from the Sauron royalty that originates from the White Rose War is a keepsake of my ancestors. Pardon my presumptions, but can I buy it from you? Also, the notebook of the 20-year war. I'm very impressed by the knight that stood firm from the Sonia Island. Also wish to have it. I know it's not a polite request, but I wish that you can understand how I feel. Of course, you have the right to decline. Her eyes moved as she obviously darted them around, partially deliberate and truthfully to express her lack of confidence and embarrassment. Michel subconsciously moved his gaze away as he said in a hoarse and slow voice, "I'm a collector. I won't sell my collection." His tone and his words he used aren't firm enough. And the intel I previously gathered, he's a gentleman who values his reputation and greatly. Using cash to purchase his collection is probably unacceptable. The reason why the psychology alchemist didn't get someone else to complete the mission is firstly because I have a way of earning contribution points, and secondly, it probably took the associate professor's attitude towards such matters in mind. I have to change my approach before the visit. Audrey had already carefully decided of different tests according to the intel she received. After some thought, she changed the topic. Mr. Diouf, I heard that you're requesting Stowen University to build an ancient relic research center. Oh, you're playing Replicant? It's a good game. Yes, that has my best goal. Wait, yes, that has been my goal for the past few years. Michelle looked at Audrey and answered frankly. Audrey smiled faintly and said, I'm very interested in researching this area. I also feel a deep respect for you and hope to see your wish fulfilled. Well, I'm planning on donating £1,000, a nearby piece of land spanning 2,000 acres, and a manor with rather good returns to the faculty you are from at Sowen University. I hope to have a non-profit basic relic search and preservation foundation set up. I know it's not a lot, but I will drum up the support for the ladies and gentlemen. I know in order to get them to make a certain amount of contributions. Mr. Doof, I think you're the most professional relic collector and researcher I know. I'm wondering if you're willing to be the person in charge of this non-profit foundation. 2,000 acres of land near the university, that's worth £6,000, together with a manor in the cash. Miss Audrey would be donating nearly £10,000 with such a non-profit relic search and preservation foundation. The difficulties I would encounter to get my research grants approved would be drastically lowered. Michelle paused for a few seconds before revealing a sincere smile. He bowed solemnly and said, My honorable lady, the importance you place on academia has left me touched. Its glow is enough to match your beauty and upbringing. I believe I have no reason to reject your invitation. I've already recorded the contents of the notebook. I will send it and the helmet to your residence tonight. Treat it as a gift from a sincere friend. It was literally that easy. Success! Audrey was delighted as she wished to praise herself. However, she appeared reserved and indifferent. She didn't do anything that was improper. It's my honor, she said earnestly. Oh, my lord, poor easy? Wait, what happened? Wait. In about 4 hours? Wait, I missed. What happened? Yes, that has been goal for the past few... I lost my place. Okay. All right. So we got 4 more hours before trailer drops. It's my honor, she said earnestly. Although the 2 items were definitely not worth £10,000, it wouldn't result in any loss of her part. In her plans, this suggestion contained 3 important goals, which yielded 3 returns. The first goal was naturally to obtain the item and complete the mission. She would then successfully obtain the hypnotist potion for the psychology alchemists. No takebacks. The second goal was to enhance her prestige standing and image via donation to the academic research and preservation of the ancient relics. This was something most nobles and tycoons needed to do. Even if the donation wasn't today, Audrey would have to donate £3,000 or more to the various charitable organizations. Therefore, she believed that her father, Earl Haw, wouldn't stop her from doing this with a few of her properties. The third goal was that by having a foundation that focused on the search of preservation of ancient relics, it made it easier for her to come into contact with the historical records or mysterious item of value. Audrey didn't need to personally do anything. All she needed to do was sit at home to receive the items that might be beneficial to her. It was equivalent to using £10,000 to produce even more money to establish her own faction. Of course, if Michelle Diouf hadn't accepted this exchange, then she had other plans. The kingdom's higher education commission had someone from the Hall family as well as noble friends she knew. As long as the associate professor had anything he needed, she was certain that she had the means to satisfy him. However, Audrey didn't like such methods. She had a nagging feeling that it was shady and would harm the public interest. After discussing the matter, Audrey stayed for a little longer and chatted idly for about 15 minutes. It made wrapping up the process not as sharp and abrupt. Following that, she first left Michelle's house and rode her carriage back to the Hall family villa in the Stowen City. Past 8 in the evening, she received the Sauron's royalty and helmet and a notebook from the 20-Year War. Audrey wore a pair of white silk gloves and sat before her desk with piqued interest. She placed the helmet to the side and she began flipping through the content in the notebook. She discovered that the records were sparse. The early records indicated how the knight was stationed in the ancient Elvish island, had learned how to brew the Sonia blood wine. Let me raise the volume for you guys, because it's a good song. How he chased after women, how he spent the boring days. In the later records that entered the period of the 20-Year War, it mainly included his cursing of the people of Fasek, his grumbling at his point companions, and the consideration towards his plans to stand fast. It also included the end of how the Sonia Island was first lost. Apart from the grammatical habits being similar to the Dragoness, there aren't any serious problems, nor can I find any hidden clues. Audrey frowned as she closed the notebook. She had used methods derived from mysticism to do her checks, but they were to no avail. This made her unwilling to waste time as she planned to turn into a psychology alchemist. As her thought raced, she suddenly had a new idea. Mr. World and Mr. Hangman will often consider problems from different angles to provide suggestions. Should I learn from them? Well, viewing it from a different point of view, if the content of the notebooks isn't problematic, would the physical item actually be what the psychology alchemists are after? What's so special about it? I didn't. Oh my god, my back. I didn't discover anything. It belongs to a knight who is accustomed to using dragonese. The knight must have experienced something. Divination. Yes, divination. Perhaps I can find the knight final location using divination with the help of the notebook. And this might be related to the dragon. Since it's a dragon, there's a high chance that it's a mind dragon. A representative of a spectator pathway. Clues involving this would indeed be something the psychology alchemist will pay close attention to. Audrey, that's some nice thinking. Audrey's eyes turned crystal clear as it seemed to have a clear resplendence. The music sounds a little loud. Resplendence. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at the golden retriever sitting by her side. Susie glanced at her owner and barked, Audrey, do you want me to praise you? No, there's no need. Audrey turned her head back, feeling a little embarrassed. Then she discovered an important question. She wasn't able to divine things herself, or it could be said that the revelation that she received from the divination would be highly inaccurate. There's no way to confirm it. No, I can seek Mr. Fool's help. A secret deed ritual. It can only be performed on my body and not towards an external object. Artificial sleepwalking. It's similar to artificial sleepwalking. It's similar to secret deed ritual, so it wouldn't do as well. Sacrifice it to Mr. Fool and get him to do the divination before bestowing it back to me. No, that won't work. It will appear rather disrespectful. He isn't my father or teacher, but a real god. Using such a method is way too casual and somewhat sacrilegious. Audrey's thoughts slowly went from Mr. Fool to divination. Although she was rather incapable of divination, she had a certain level of understanding and the corresponding knowledge. She soon locked onto a particular method of divination. It was to seek the help of a third-party strength, an unknown and mysterious experience via a certain ritual. The most classic example of such a method was magic mirror divination. Yes, it's indeed very dangerous, but the danger stems from the possibility that the target is filled with malice or one that can cause a person to break down immediately. But I don't have such worries. I can seek Mr. Fool's help. Audrey blinked and held down her agitation as she said with the golden retriever, Sissy, guard the door outside. I will use mysticism method to study this notebook. She's gonna do it on her own. She don't need no help. Didn't you use them before? Susie asked, puzzled. She's getting harder to fool. Audrey's eyes darted around and she said confidently, I plan on using magic mirror divination. Don't worry, I'll make the place a safe existence. Alright, Susie determined that Audrey was speaking the truth. She took a few steps before turning around to explore her. Audrey, you need to be careful about being possessed by mysterious existence. I know, Audrey replied without feeling worried at all. From her point of view, if Mr. Fuller really wanted to do something to her, he'd had countless opportunities in the past. There was no reason for him to wait until this day. The dog is too smart. I know. She leveling up. The dog is leveling up. After Susie opened and closed the door by herself and went out, Audrey sat in front of her desk and recited the honorific name, the fool, to request to use the magic mirror divination. After a while, Klein, who was on the future, went to the bathroom and headed above the gray fog. There he heard Miss Justice's prayers. That can be done, that's right. As a mysterious and unknown existence, I can be the third force in the magic mirror divination. Klein allowed it while feeling amused. Audrey immediately picked up the notebook, sat in front of the dresser, and lit a candle while facing the mirror. Next chapter. Chapter 643 is called Klein's version of magic mirror divination. With the curtains drawn tightly and all lights extinguished in the room, Audrey followed the requirements of magic mirror divination and completed the corresponding rituals. Let me lower the volume up. And completed the corresponding preparations. Of course, she didn't specifically choose a specific time, as there wasn't any need to be that troubled when getting Mr. Fool's help. Looking at the candles at the reflected light in front of her, as well as her reflection, Audrey picked up a bottle of extract and excitement and some unease. She then dripped a few droplets onto the dim flame. As the mild and refreshing fragrances filled her nose, for some baffling reason, Audrey recalled the times when she was still a mysticism enthusiast. In the beginning, she would also commit all kinds of mistakes. She would realize that she had forgotten to prepare the essential oil extracts, and that she would please the deity at a critical moment during the ritual. All she could do was make do with the perfume, and her attempts no doubt failed. In fact, according to the information which Mr. Fool shared, he would similarly respond, even if I had used my perfume, Audrey exhaled slightly and, using cognition, calmed herself down. She knew that her uncontrolled thoughts weren't ordinary behavior coming from her. The tiny bit of anticipation and nervousness had been magnified by lie. After making sure she was in an optimal state of mind, wow, my voice sounds different when I'm reading in this position. I can like feel it. After making sure she was in an optimal state of mind, Audrey clasped her hands and pressed them to her mouth and nose as if a prayer. She sincerely chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the great fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." I have to stretch my arm a little bit when I scroll down. The secret incantation gently echoed 7 times as Audrey felt the surrounding darkness had the inclusion of something which was somewhat indescribable. It was like an undercurrent hidden beneath the water surface. Looking up, Audrey reached out her right hand and passed it through the still candle flames and stroked the mirror surface from the top of the bottom. At this point, the magic mirror divination was basically done. If the mysterious and unknown existence interest was piqued, it would respond through the mirror. Above the gray fog in the ancient and magnificent palace, Klein looked at the crimson star representing misjustice expand and contract as it rippled with the illusionary glow. Finally, it was tainted with a nearly black feeling of serenity. It condensed into a circular halo the size of a mirror that appeared to lead to the outer world. I hear that's a good game. Yeah, you're reading slightly slower, at least for me. Yeah, I know, I am reading slightly slower, but I just want to do one chapter kind of like this laid back. See, I want to see how I can do it. Oh, now I'm like fucking laying down like if I'm about to go to sleep. It condensed into a circular halo the size of a mirror that appeared to lead to the outer world. It's difficult from the past rituals. Interesting, Klein leaned back into his chair and extended his spirituality to make contact with the black circular hole. Slightly, his vision changed. The long bronze table and the crimson star overlapped with a spacious room which was illuminated with candlelight, becoming distant once again. At this moment, Klein felt that a mirror had become an extension of his body or eye. It allowed him to clearly see the interference with the real world despite being above the gray fog. Yes, clearly all the objects in Klein's vision no longer looked blurry as they appeared distinctly in his eyes. His gaze suddenly froze for 2 seconds. In front of him was a gold-laced white dress lady. Her long blonde hair was casually tied up as they smoothly and luxuriantly flowed down. Her emerald eyes reflected a somewhat palish flame. Looking at the deep ocean and also the pure as a gemstone, her facial features and the shape of her face were matched with a stunning beauty. Her bearing and elegance were clear and pure. Klein shifted his gaze away as he felt guilty for some baffling reason. I nearly imagined her to be a demoness of quite high sequence. Thankfully, I recalled in time that misjustice is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. It's impossible for her to become a demoness. The smell of this extract isn't bad, very unique, as a very subtle feeling. The mystical item created from the faceless beyonder characteristics, misjustice made it into a necklace. Klein's gaze landed on the mystical item, which was disguised as a diamond necklace. I wasn't reading that wrong, right? He did mistake her for demoness? Okay, I thought I was reading that wrong. I'm like, I don't know if I should comment on that. Okay, so he mistook her for a demoness. Got it. Audrey knew that she was asking Mr. Fool, but mirror on the wall. But mirror were words she had always wanted to recite from the stories she had heard from a young age. She finally had a chance to use it in practice. The failures in the past don't count. Yes, Audrey nodded inwardly. Klein instantly looked at the bottom of the notebook placed between misjustice and the candle. He discovered that his spirituality could easily spread out with the help of the mirror. He could hold a divination medium as though he was using his hand. Above the gray fog, he quickly wrote the corresponding divination statement, the location of the original owner of the notebook. With one hand holding the notebook and another hand holding the piece of paper, Klein recited as he leaned back in his chair with the help of cognition. He quickly fell into a deep sleep. Audrey, almost dropped all my shit. Audrey, I'm trying to get my feet a little comfortable. Audrey looked at the mirror intently with her emerald eyes, awaiting Mr. Fool's reply. After a few seconds, she saw ripples being produced on the mirror surface. It's a success. Mirror divination really works. Audrey's eyes widened as a reflection of the scenes flashed inside the mirror. It was a view of a village from above. Okay. The scene zoomed in as a dragon drawing on the various buildings gradually turned clear. A cathedral quickly occupied the mirror in its entirety before replacing by the cemetery attached by it. Finally, the scene was fixed on the tombstone in the corner. On it were words that had turned blurry as a result of elements. The only thing that could still be discerned were the name Lindeliria. I think I read that wrong. Lindelira, At this moment, the mirror suddenly darkened before restoring to normal. It reflected Odge and the candle in front of her once again. Isn't this the village where had the customs of dragons worships? The knights who wrote the notebook is named Lindilira and is from the village. He returned to his hometown after the loss of 20-year war and stayed there until his death. Or was he sent back to his hometown as a corpse? Huh? That village is in East Chester County. City is almost part of the Eastern Chester County, so it's very understandable that the notebook which Associate Professor Michaud obtained stems from there. There's indeed a mind dragon living in the sea of the collective subconscious over there. Feeling enlightened, Audrey thanked Mr. Fool and ended the magic mirror divination. Under the candlelight's illumination, she stared at the notebook for a moment before deciding to hand it over. She wanted to know what the psychology alchemist would divine or figure out. At the very least, the present me lacks the strength to come into contact with the mind dragon. That's all I can do. Besides, even if the psychology alchemist really discover anything and benefit from it, once I slowly rise up the ranks in the organization, some of that will belong to me. Audrey's mood very quickly turned positive once again. Above the gray fog, Klein wrapped the corners of the long bronze table. With Miss Trust's description, he made his judgment. The notebook in the village has something to do with dragons, and dragons often imply treasure. What a pity Miss Trust's strength is lacking. Otherwise, I would have encountered her to explore it and pray to the sea god. If something happens, will I provide support to her via various means? Yes, it's too dangerous for her. It can only be set aside for now. If the psychology alchemist didn't discover anything, perhaps we can attempt it in the future. Klein suppressed her regret as he recalled the experience of the magic mirror divination. This kind of divination is extremely advantageous for the third party. There's almost no price to be paid to connect to the real world. If I so wished, I could have torn out of the mirror in my spirit body form. But to the user, it's indeed dangerous. They will appear under the sights of an unknown existence without any protection. From there, they can possess the controlled, cursed, and corrupted. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't worried about Miss Justice would abuse magic mirror divination, and she had the best and safest target to pray to. There was no need for her to seek anyone else, and that would be me. Klein retracted his finger and sat at the end of the long bronze table and waited in silence for 20 to 30 seconds. Soon he returned to the real world. He didn't stay too long since he was on the future. There was someone watching him from the dark. After leaving the bathroom and putting away a Zig's copper whistle, Will Ossipton's paper crane, Klein glanced at the crimson moon, which had been shrouded by clouds, as he pondered silently for a moment. He put on his half-top hat, pulled open the door, and went into the corridor. After taking a few steps forward, Klein deliberately slowed his footsteps and glanced at the first room on the left through the corner of his eyes. Based on his judgment, the mysterious pair of eyes that were silently observing him at the deck during the day was in that room. Klein walked slower and slower as he nearly stopped in front of the door. He didn't hide the extension on his left palm as he reached for the handle when scenes naturally surfaced in his mind. Not far behind, the door was a closed rack with nothing hanging on it. Faint starlight scattered across the clean floorboards. There was a sense of solitude and serenity that locked the aura of humans. The windows had opened at some point in time, and the sea breeze blew in from the outside, lifting the curtains, which weren't too heavy. There's no one there. Klein had planned on probing the area, but he immediately retracted his left palm and walked towards the stairs as though nothing had happened. When he arrived on the deck and was taking in the cold night breeze, Klein strolled on the starboard with a cold and casual expression, as though his main goal was to come out for a stroll. Suddenly, he saw a man sitting ahead of him. The man was wearing a dungarees and a white... I don't know what that is. A what? The man was wearing dungarees. North American English. Dated pants made of blue denim blue jeans. British English. Bid overalls. Got it. All right. And a white shirt. Frankly, Klein didn't stop as he approached. The man sensed something as he turned his body halfway around and looked at the person approaching. He was none other than the poison expert, frankly, but no longer wore a smile streaming down the corner of his mouth, the blood red liquor. Klein pricked up his brows without saying a word. Frankly suddenly raised his hands and grabbed a silver-scaled fish that wasn't struggling. He said in depression, it failed. Their lifespan is shorter than I imagined. It's possible to breed them, even if they are planted in the ground. As he spoke, he raised a silver-scaled fish in his right hand and bit down on it. That's good. Otherwise, I'm really afraid the kind of abominations you would create. So you are drowning your sorrows with alcohol? No, fish. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. Oh? Next chapter. 644. Next chapter, chapter 600. Oh, wait, hold up. I am trying to get an optimal, comfy position so we can stream longer. Now, now I'm feeling good. Oh, okay. Wait, hold up. Actually, hold up. The key is timing. I waited until you were distracted with other setup. Fucking, that was actually good timing. I commend you on that one. That was actually good timing. I fucking believed you, dude. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right. I'm waiting for the next one, brother. Hit me with your best one. Chapter 644. It's called Laughter. Klein couldn't go against his own wishes to console Frank Lee, nor could he bring himself to tell Frank Lee that not being able to breed red wine fish was a good thing. All he could do was pretend that this was a trivial problem and not provide a response. He walked 2 steps diagonally and circled around the starboard before looking far into the undiluted sea. By then, the clouds high in the sky had thinned, the crimson moonlight brightened up rather dark night. In such an environment, Klein could see the nearby scenery. There were dark clouds that hung low, and he discovered a hurricane swishing back and forth and encompassed an unknown swath of sea. Under the illumination of the silver lining, fine rain danced amidst the winds, forming a scene that I gotta pick up some stuff once we finish this chapter. I lost my place. The crimson moonlight brightened up the red dark sea. There were dark clouds that hung low, and he discovered a hurricane swishing back and forth, encompassing an unknown swath of sea. Under the illumination of the silver lining, fine rain danced amidst the wind, forming a scene that resembled the dawn of the apocalypse. Such a terrifying disaster was only a few nocturnal miles, or even shorter, from the future. But the future didn't seem affected, only the wind had become a little stronger. This is the meaning of a safe sea route, to advance by the side of the storm. Without a good navigator, just traveling normally might push the ship into disaster. Klein turned his head to look where the ship was heading. He saw little illumination and fog being emanated. The visibility was extremely low, and using just the naked eye, it was very difficult to discern if they were in the dangerous or safe zone. We all do. You need to sleep. Yeah, we do need sleep. I'm telling you. I think in the beginning I did say I wish I was on sleep list. That way I can only take like a 4-hour nap, and then I'd be able to min-max like my entire life schedule. Klein was just about to retract his gaze when he saw a black massive object seemingly hitting in the periphery of the storm. A sea monster. He suddenly recalled some of the rumors he had heard at different bars he had been to. After straying away from the safe sea route, it's very easy to encounter. Wow, the music is really low. You guys can't hear it. There you go. There you go. Now you guys can hear it. I was playing Hunter's Dream, but you guys couldn't hear it. After staying away from the sea route, it's very easy to encounter all kinds of monsters. Some of them are behemoths and possess intense offensive powers. Once they surface from the sea, they could finish it in a mouthful. You totally already updated. Yeah, we did. We did. The future didn't stop advancing. Before long, it closed the gap between it and the gloomy but massive objects. Klein finally managed to discern the entity's appearance and discovered that it was a sea monster by a gigantic sailboat, which was even larger than the future. The sailboat was nearly 200 meters long, with its bow and stern raised. Oh shit, here we go, dude. It appeared like a crescent. Its surface was black. The cannons were arranged in 3 rows in an untidy manner. On the other side of the ship, there was an older form, top to bottom. Apart from the mast, the portions that extended out of the deck was similarly tall and massive. It was at least equivalent to a 5-story building. The ship's most odd feature was that it only had 1 sail, and on it was drawings of a black tomb. Oh, this is a different ship. The deaf announcer, a heavy voice sounded in Klein's ear. At some point in time, Frank Lee had thrown the silver-scaled fish, whose blood had been replaced with red wine, away and approached the side. The first mate, who had bound 7,000 pounds, held his head heavy as his muscles remained tense. It was as though he had an attack would be launched any time from the minute change of the gigantic sailboat. Deaf announcer Klein was first taken aback before he recalled what the name represented. It was one of the most legendary and infamous ships of the 5C. It was a flagship of King of Immortality, Agalito. We actually encountered one of... Oh, what the fuck? It's one of the 4 kings. We actually encountered one of the 4 kings. Klein kicked the sung sally and uncontrollably entered a high vigilant state. Okay, the plot chickens. However, he maintained a superficial level of indifference and calm as he continued looking at Deaf Announcer, recalling how the second mate of the Deaf Announcer slaughtered Kirchis, I cannot read, I forget that name, who had a bounty of 9,500 pounds, had recently appeared in Nass and warned him. Kirchis came to an understanding. He was no longer puzzled as to why he would bump into the Deaf Announcer not far from the Gargish archipelago. After putting aside this question, he made the connections with even more rumors, and among these rumors there was a number which would which could be confirmed to an actual description. King over Mortality, Agalito, is a middle-aged man who's so pale that he was on the brink of rotting at any moment. The fuck was that bounty, dude? Did I just fucking read that? The bounty placed on him by a single country reached as high as 100,000 pounds. What in tarnations, dude? What the... Dude, his former enemies are all dead, regardless if they were pirates, adventurers, or members of a naval fleet. Only the other 3 members of the 4 kings remained alive. He had never entered into direct combat with an official demigod. He is extremely restrained in such matters. No one really knows his exact sequence. Pff, fucking Nast. And Nast is above this guy. Hold up, I didn't think about that, Romero. You're right. Nast is, he has to have like a 1 million bounty, bro. If he has title of king of the 5 seas, like in total from like everybody's bounties, it probably exceeds 1 million. Or we'll find out. And like the countries wouldn't even be able to pay off that fucking bounty, dude. Where are we at? His former enemies are all dead, regardless if they were pirates or adventurers or members of the naval fleet. Only the other 3 members of the 4 kings remained alive. He had never entered into direct combat with an official demigod. He is extremely restrained in such matters. No one really knows his exact sequence. No one knows what his beyonder powers are. He's crucial by nature and enjoys killing. He can launch an attack on any person on any ship random. He liked to find excuses to rip apart promises other than his nickname King of Immortality. Probably a corpse collector pathway, maybe. He is often nicknamed the Untrustworthy. All right. Thankfully, I'm on the future. The King of Immortality will likely give Admiral Stars a free pass. After all, she's one of the 7 pirate animals. No, the 4 kings and pirate animals can cooperate or be at odds normally. Apart from the pirate convention organization by the King of the 5 Seas, with the King of Immortality character, he might not leave any chance of survival. Just as this stopped flashing Klein's mind, he heard a deep rumbling horn. Whoosh. Oh shit. Are we gonna fight him? No, there's no shot. The sailors who were resting in the cabin jolted awake immediately without wearing the clothes. They ran to different cannons on the decks to make preparations to do battle. The future instantly went into a peaceful state to a combative one. Klein turned his head and looked up. He saw that the captain's windows were already open. Katlia wore the usual black dress as she stood there when observed the deaf announcer. She wasn't wearing the thick glasses, and her pitch black eyes were tainted with some purple, making them mysterious and deep. Indeed, she also worried about a sudden attack from the King of Mortality. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at the deaf announcer, which had its tails raised up. At this moment, the 2 ships had just passed each other. The pirates could still see their counterparts on the other ship. Similarly, these pirates were also looking over. They maintained a silence resembling that of a statue, as though they had zero emotional fluctuations, brandishing their knives and blowing at the guns. They were being extremely provocative. At this moment, just a matchstick was enough to trigger the tense nerves and begin a war. Finally, the deaf announcer didn't take any actions. It continuously silently anchored on the spot, watching the feature pass it by before it distanced itself. Few at Klein's side, Frank Lee didn't conceal his exhalations. He produced a smile and said to Klein, there's always been many rumors about the King of Immortality strength. Others say that he really is a demigod, while others say that he's only a sequence 5. He's able to reach the level of sequence 4 thanks to Deaf's announcer. But regardless, he has lived long enough. Tell me, do you think the crossbreeding him... What is Frank Lee on about? Tell me, do you think that crossbreeding him and my fishes would enhance their survivability? Frankly was taken aback as he sighed depressed. What the fuck? He won't agree to that. He will plant me into the soil. Just as he said that. The definitely so fucking funny, dude. That's my boy Frank. I can tell what you guys like him. Frank is low-key unhinged. Wait, hold up. No pun intended, unhinged. But just as he said, the deaf announcer, which had opened a gap where the feature suddenly turned its tails. A shrill laugh, which was filled with malice, it sounded several from 100 meters away, and it blinked into the future. That's a good idea, Frank. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter resounded constantly. It switched from being hoarse to chaotic, sounding like ravings or singing at times. The sailor on deck fell to the ground one after another as they tried hard to cover their ears, but all they could do was struggle in pain. A number of Beyonders began to produce fish scales on their bodies. I'm fucking sorry. Are they losing control? A number of Beyonders began to produce fish scales on their bodies. What the fuck is going on? Klein was similarly affected. He felt that his brain was instantly injected with all kinds of thoughts. They were the good, the bad, the bright, and the dark. They were abnormally distorted as they combined with the constantly changing laughter to produce a swelling feeling that could burst one's brain. Klein's facial expression distorted slightly as an inconspicuous flesh tendrils began to start wriggling under the skin. If he hadn't experienced the true creator's ravings and Mr. Door's cry for help, or suffer similar torments when he passed the gray fog each time, giving him a certain level of resistance, Klein would have definitely be like poison expert, frankly. Pressing his head, kneeling down with a ferocious expression to resist the pain brought from the terrifying laughter, Klein noticed that this guy is crazy. What the fuck? Klein noticed that some short orange hair was growing on Frank Lee's face, making him seem to transform into a bear. At that moment, the symbols and magical labels on the future's walls, deck, and mask lit up. They became like a resplendent sea of the stars in the moonless night. The terrifying laughter, which was either sharp or hoarse, didn't weaken. His laugh is able to make him go this crazy? But everyone was distanced from one another. In a second, the sounds that came from a further distance away sounded empty and illusionary. Klein's swelling head instantly received the reprieve. Well, I can't read. Received reprieve as he used the rest of his strength to look up. Behind the open windows in the captain's cabin, the Admiral Star's face had additional traces of gloominess, and they looked like they would crack apart at any moment, producing horrible items. At that moment, Katlia's palms pressed down on the window sill as bits of starlight, as bits of starlight swirled around, seemingly matching the future, which was on the resplendent sea. Whoosh, a squall, it's a good game, Final Fantasy VIII. A squall stirred for no reason, and the ships began its own adjustment. Despite the future having so many of its sailors down, it sped up instead of slowing down. It quickly opened up a gap from Death's announcer. Klein looked at the room from the mysterious pair of eyes that observed the deck, and he discovered that the windows were rattling from the strong winds without any signs of abnormalities. Whoosh. Amidst the strong wind, starlight descended to form a swath of floating ice as they dragged future into a rapid flight. Finally, the deaf announcer vanished and he's just gone. Finally, the deaf announcer vanished behind it. The terrifying laughter, which could make a person lose control or go mad, turned more illusionary and distant. Frank Lee lowered his hands and panted before barely recovering. Many of the sailors on deck were still tumbling about and struggling in extreme pain, but their condition didn't worsen. The ability of the King of Immortality is truly impressive. Who was it? Interrogator? No, which one was it that whenever you say happens? I'm forgetting what pathway it is. Wasn't it I forgot what it is. Like, they'll be like, die, and like then they like, or I forgot what pathway that is. I feel like he has to be from that pathway. Like Klein first, listener, thank you. He has to be part of the listener pathway. But like now, like that old man reached a point where like he's not even saying a command. Like him just speaking is enough for them to like be afflicted. That's probably what it is. He's probably from the listener pathway. Devil? I don't think it's a devil. Wouldn't it be listener? Devil? I don't think it is. Really? Does devil have that ability? I thought it'd be listener. Well, the one where whatever you say happens, that's what I think it is. Finally, the deaf announcer vanished behind it. The most terrifying laughter, which could make a person lose control or go mad, turned more illusionary and distant. Frankly, lowered his hands and panted before barely recovering. Many of the sailors on deck were still tumbling about and struggling in extreme pain, but their condition didn't worsen. I'll raise the volume up a little bit. This ability of the King of Immortality is truly impressive. There's almost no way to defeat against it. It's no wonder he's one of the four kings. Klein frowned slightly as he sighed. Although he was experiencing and rather knowledgeable, this was the first time he was being directly attacked by a demigod. In the true sense of the word, he discovered that the even Agalito, who was ranked the last among the four kings, similarly made him feel weak, as though it was impossible to resist. Oh, my voice. With Agalito's character, will he make the deaf announcer pursue us? Although there's a high chance he would wait for the slaughtered Kerchies to return, the possibility cannot be excluded. If he chases up, I'll pray to myself and use the Sea God Scepter to give him a maelstrom and thunderstorm to wipe him out. After making the decision, he once again looked at the Katlia. This guy's the weakest. Fucking, he's the weakest. That's what he said, right? It's no wonder he's one of the 4 kings. Well, wait. Where did it say he was the weakest? It just said no wonder he's one of the 4 kings. Klein front. Really? Damn. With Agalito's character, will he make the death's announcer pursue us? Although there's a high chance that he would wait for the slaughter Kerchis to return, the possibility cannot be excluded. If he chases up, I'll pray to myself and use Sea God Scepter to give him a mausoleum and a thunderstorm to wipe him out. That'd be badass. After making the decision, he once again looked at Katlia. The pirate Admiral's expression was already ghastly pale. However, there's no longer any signs of darkness. The starlight that twirled around her slowly extinguished one after another. Okay, good. Everybody's safe. We all lived happily ever after that encounter. Whew, that was good. Are you guys ready? We're back. We had a little lunch break, and now we continue. Chapter what? What was I going to say? Chapter 645 is called Calming Method. From the complete disappearance of the surrounding astral glow, Katlia lowered her head and said to Frank Lee, who was slowly recovering, "Let them calm down." She was referring to the sailors who were still struggling in pain. Just as she said to Katlia, she shrunk her body back to the windows as the windows closed. At that instant, Klein vaguely saw a green vine grow upwards, covering the Admiral's stars and layers. As he didn't sense any danger or wickedness, he intuitively believed that this was a method in mysticism which Mam Hermit used to treat her injuries and recover her energy. A power of her beyond her pathways, or is it from some mystical item she possesses? She began treatment without any word and allowed Frank to deal with the chaos on the ship. She's not afraid that the deaf announcer would be able to catch up to us? How far did the future fly in that last pounce? Klein no longer held his neck up as he turned to look at Frank Lee. The first mate, who was both a poison expert and a capable doctor, had already retrieved a coiled soft tube from the pocket of his dungarees? Oh, from his pants, right? It was connected to a small glass bottle, and on the other side was embedded in a sharp needle a sedative I concocted, Frank Lee said with a forced smile, while still having pangs of fear. "I bought something similar before. They were all given to Zombie Mary." Klein surveyed the area and said, "This might not be enough. No, it's not for them. I need a helper. They will receive the help of a beer, which comes with a sedative effect. How they often rowdy once they're drunk, so I've added necessary elements in most of the alcohol buckets." Frank explained in passing, spiking the drinks without any notice. Klein nearly twitched the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he had a deep appreciation of the aptness of the nickname Poison Expert. Simply because he found the pirates rowdy when drunk, Frank had added a modified sedative to most of the alcoholic beverages without any sense of guilt or shame. It was as though he was doing something very ordinary. This fellow is a really straight and warm person in certain aspects. We actually did forget. We did. He's more terrifying than the devil. This is because he doesn't believe that what he does is evil. How did the Church of Earth Mother produce such a crazy scientist? Klein controlled his expression and followed Frank Lee from a distance and found that the boat-swaying Nina was squirming in the shadows of the bulkhead. The pirate with an exaggerated finger was slumped there, writhing in pain. She kept scratching the deck, producing ear-piercing sounds as bloody marks were left behind. Just watching the scene made Klein feel pain in his fingers. German helped me press her down to prevent her from struggling. Frank raised his needle and tube in his hand. Klein didn't object to it, but he didn't say a word. He calmly crouched by the side and pressed down on Nina's shoulders. He felt his hand slip the moment he touched her, finding it difficult to grab her. It was as though she wasn't a lady, but a gigantic fish covered in slippery scales. Ew. Yeah, I understand why you guys love him. Klein instantly corrected his actions using a clown's precise control. He grabbed Nina firmly by his shoulders. However, Nina struggled, was surprisingly strong, far greater than Klein. Soon, he felt his fingers turn sore as he could hardly continue. As expected, a Sequence 7 Beyonder from the Sailor Pathway. While I'm not a Beyonder who excels when it comes to physical strength, if not for the need to feed it, I can activate creeping hunger and switch to Stuma of Eddie Soul and use the strength of a zombie as a most suitable response. At these thoughts ran through his mind, Klein saw Frank approach to crouch down and press his knee onto Nina's back. His muscles bulged as he quickly stopped Nina struggling. A Beyonder from the Planter Pathway has quite a lot of physical strength as well. However, Mr. Frank Lee It's probably difficult for you to get a girlfriend if you use such a crude manner against a lady. Of course, you definitely don't mind. You can totally let your child grow from soil. Klein lampooned as he watched Frank Lee inject the needle into the back of Nina's hand. As a small bottle of sedatives was injected, Nina stopped her attempts at struggling. Klein released his hands and stood up. After a few seconds, Nina combed her hair and rolled to her feet. She grumbled at Frank Lee, "Why must you always be so rough like a bear? Can't you try a different method?" As she spoke, she stretched her arms without concealing the pain expression on her face. Unlike the dye from earlier, she was now wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat. She looked no different from ordinary pirate. Franks wasn't fazed by Nina's complaints, and he asked in puzzlement, "How was I rough?" All right, let's not argue on the topic. Let's help them first. Get the beer barrel out. Let's work together to make them drink. German, you don't mind participating in this, right? Klein shot a glance at the sailors on the deck. After contemplating for a few seconds, he asked, "The goal is to let them calm down?" "That's right." Frank Lee nodded heavily. "Can I just knock them unconscious?" Klein asked calmly. "This has almost the same effects as sedative beer, and it's most effective," he added inwardly. Nina turned her head in surprise and was momentarily stunned speechless. Frank Lee thought seriously for a moment. Okay. I'm sorry, is he just going to intimidate with creeping hunger? Okay, alright. Klein walked to a cutlass he had long noticed, picked it up, and used the dull edge to strike it at its owner. Bang. Through the precise control, the pirate who was rolling in pain calmed down and felt unconscious. Nina's expression froze for a second before... How? Alright, Klein walked up to a cutlass he had long noticed, picked it up, and used a dull edge to strike it at its owner. Bang. Through his precise control, the pirate who was rolling in pain calmed down and felt unconscious. Nina's expression froze for a second before she recovered. She then slowed down when passing by Klein. She suppressed her laughter and said, "I've heard rumors of you, but I've never expected you to be more exaggerated than the rumors. Usually it should be the opposite. Yes, your thoughts are very, very special, completely different from others, and they're closer to those of Frank's. This is probably why he's able to treat you as a friend in such a short time." All right. No, there are differences among lunatics. German Sparrow hasn't reached the level of Frank yet. Klein observed silently and gave such a reply inwardly. He ignored Nina and held the cutlass and walked across the deck, knocking the sailors unconscious and waiting for them to wake up naturally. Frank wished to do the same, but he gave up his rash thoughts when he asked by Nina if he could guarantee that he only knocked them unconscious instead of killing them. He entered the cabin and brought out a beer barrel and acted according to his original plan. Bam, bam, bam. Klein struck as he walked all the way to the boat. At this moment, an elder in his 50s with a pointed bonnet had gradually come round. When he saw the cold and crazy adventurer approach, he hurriedly tried to stand up and blurted out, "No, I don't need it. I'm already fine. I'm fine." There's no need to explain it. It's very clear. Klein held back his amusement and turned for the bow. At this moment, the elder introduced himself. "I'm the navigator of the future. Otolov. Navigator, I think I said that wrong." Klein turned his head and discovered several books dropped around Otolov. They were either spread on the ground, faced up or down, flat or sideways. I fell from above and brought them with me. They nearly went mad, Otolov explained. Klein shifted his gaze towards his eyes and discovered the colors of the deep sea in his eyes. "It's not the pair of eyes that were observing me in the day, but this feeling is somewhat similar to the Admiral stars. They are of the same pathway." Klein retracted his gaze and gave the watch to Nina and Frank Lee, calm the other sailors. Just as he was about to look back to see if Deaf Announcer had continued its pursuit, Otolov suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Whoosh. A huge wave struck by the bow, causing the future to shake vigorously. If not for his balancing ability as a clown, Klein would have fallen like Frank, and when the huge spray patterned down like rain, it drenched his half-top hat and double-breasted frock coat. I read this. I was about to reread that. There should be a steam iron here, right? The act of a crazy adventurer washing his clothes doesn't violate his persona. It's weird if he doesn't wash his clothes. I should have worn clothes in this style of the Roche Archipelago natives. At that instant, Klein felt a series of headaches. He saw a storm ahead with huge waves coming one after another as he surged high up like mountains. He could sense the crazy winds and the rumbling thunder. We've come to the boundaries of the safe sea routes. The flight from just now might have allowed us to lose the Deaf Announcer's tail, but it has also diverted the ship from its path. Klein watched Otlov, Nina, and Frank, as well as the bloodless Heath Doyle, who had appeared at some point in time, wake up the sailors as they take their place. They frankly are busily begging to steer the future. Through their hard work, the future changed directions in time and tore through the gigantic waves and dodged the bolts of lightning before returning to the safe sea route. After everything calmed down, Klein released the charm from the sea god domain and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw no signs of Deaf Announcer's pursuit. He finally eased up and found that there was nothing calm about the night. After surveying the area and seeing the pirate rub their heads or grasp for breath, Looking exhausted and on the brink of collapse, Klein left deck feeling a slight guilty conscience. He walked up to the cabin and sighed inwardly. We just left the Gargus archipelago recently and the ship was nearly destroyed. The search for mermaids really doesn't seem simple, and it's kind of hard. Following the staircase to the upper level, Klein walked past the captain's cabin and slowed down. He observed for a minute and saw green leaves covering the crack in the door. Everything was isolated. He shifted his gaze and returned to his room. He considered the matter, praying to the fool before going above the gray fog to grasp the nearby waters and search for traces of deaf announcer by responding. He wanted to let the king of immortality, Agalito, who attacked others for no baffling reason, to experience the same treatment as he did. No, there are eyes watching. I should try my best to not do such things. Besides, it will only teach the king of immortality a lesson and not seriously injure him. It is not worth the risk. I shouldn't let my anger get the better of my rationality. Good for him. I'll think about it again. After advancing successfully, Klein expressed his urge. Oh, of course, we're going to reach like 680, bro. What are we talking about? Just watch. Chapter 646, Layman's Spellbook. Oh, I almost forgot to update. Hold up. Chapter 646 is called Leymano's Spellbook. Backland outside the steam locomotive station, Forge wore a finely checkered black veiled hat with embedded blue flowers and stood by the hall at the station's entrance, awaiting her teacher, Dorian Gray. The drizzle on the streets and the cold winds blowing underground had made this female author tremble slightly. She felt that she had underestimated Backland Spring. I wonder what she was doing that makes her busy all year round. Sigh, she said that she wouldn't even get out of bed. Oh, she was sad. She wouldn't even get out of bed where father was still alive. Apart from going to the bathroom, both food and water would be served to her by her servants. Now she's leaving early in the morning every day and only returning late at night regardless of the weather. She has completed one mission after another, capturing one fugitive after another. With this in mind, Forrest couldn't help but admire Shio. Last week, the female sheriff had already paid off her debt and had even saved up 200 pounds. I have to say that as a bee on her job, a sheriff is really suited to being a bounty hunter. Of course, the choices available to her are limited to low sequence bounties. Forrest's thoughts wandered as her gaze was directed outwards, had suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was a man of medium build, and he was dressed in a black suit, the most popular attire in Lowen. He wore a half-top hat, and his rare instance, his shoulders appeared broad. It was in broad and almost exaggerated sense. Who is this? He was none other than Forrest's teacher, one of the few remaining members of the Abraham family, Dorian Gray Abraham. Forrest was delighted as she immediately went over with her umbrella in hand. With so many people on the streets, she didn't directly approach him. However, her gaze met and saw him raise his clenched right fist towards the first bottom of his black suit. I'm not even going to say what I think will happen to him one day because he's an Abraham member. I don't want to manifest that. Yeah, so I'm going to pretend I didn't have this thought. This means danger. Forrest expressly diverted her gaze away. She smiled as she cast her gaze to a young gentleman behind Dorian. And as though nothing happened, she passed him and walked forward. An ancient family, unimaginable experience in all kinds of matters. So Dorian Gray, I'm going to lower the volume down just a smidge. I just raised it. She smiled and cast her gaze to a young gentleman behind Dorian. As though nothing had happened, she passed him and walked forward. An ancient family had an unimaginable experience in all kinds of matters. So Dorian Gray had long informed Forrest of the signals and gestures to use in urgent situations. The action from before was extremely simple. It was to inform her to stay away. The young man behind was someone taken aback to be stared at by the languid, mature lady. Following that, he instinctively adjusted his clothes and pressed down on his hat. Just as he finished a series of actions, Forrest had overtaken him and continued heading forward. Under the drizzle, Forrest circled the area and boarded a rental carriage and headed for Hat Trick Inn on Sherwood Borough 22nd Hop Street. This was the place that Dorian Gray had reserved in advance. Having spent so many years in mysticism circles, Forrest, who had plenty of experience, calmly got a neighboring room and stood before the window to observe the guests that came to the inn. Finally, she saw Dorian Gray get off the carriage and walk through the door. Forrest quickly turned around and came to the bend of the stairwell. She covertly observed her teacher being led to his room by an attendant. After a while, she took off her hat and messed up her hair a little before coming to room 2016, and she knocked on it. Her plan was very simple. If the teacher's response wasn't problematic, she would enter the room to converse with him. If it was abnormal, she would pretend as though she had come to the wrong room or that she would pretend that she came to the wrong room or she was a worker trying to get some business. Creaked. The door slowly opened as Dorian looked at the student in front of him before looking both ways to the corridor. Then he raised his right hand and spread his fingers to press on the second button off his suit. This meant that he wasn't controlled by and that the abnormality was over. Forrest let out a silent sigh of relief and instantly entered the room. Teacher, what happened just now? She asked, feeling worried and concerned. Dorian closed the door and smiled warily. I saw someone familiar. He sighed and added an enemy. It was his former student who had later betrayed... Traveler Botes? From the Aurora Order? Five Saints? Wait, hold up. It was his former student who had later betrayed the Abraham family, Traveler Bolaya. Bolaya? Oh, it was somebody else. Traveler Bolaya? Got it. And nearly wiped out the upper echelons of the Abraham family. According to what Dorian knew, his former student has already joined the Aurora Order and was likely one of the 22 oracles. Oh, shit. So he's not one of the 5 Saints levels. He's one of the 20... Well, I mean, that's still Mr. A level. All right, 22 oracles. What did he do? Is he very strong? Forrest asked curiously. Dorian fell silent for a few seconds and divulged a little. Lawrence, Libero, Aulisa, and I belong to a particular organization. A few members betrayed it and dealt a heavy blow to it. That was one of the trailers. He didn't mention it as family, nor did he mention the conflict between Bloodline members and the apprentices, just to prevent Forrest from getting her feelings involved. How despicable. Forrest immediately recalled the kind Miss Aulisa and the friendly and admirable Mr. Lawrence. All right, let's not chat about such unhappy matters. Dorian took out a piece of paper and had been folded a few times and handed it to Forrest. Oracles are sequence 5 to 6, while Saints are sequence 4 plus, if you forgot. I forgot. Thank you. It did say Traveler Botes hit high sequence and then became one of the 5 Saints. Okay, so I guess that makes sense. It'd be 4 and above. Okay, and then Oracles are 5 to 6. Got it. All right, let's not chat about such unhappy matters. Dorian took out a piece of paper and had been folded a few times and handed it to Forrest. Here's the astrologer... Oh, shit, hit my mic. Here's the astrologer potion formula. Your digestion of the trickster and apprentice potion have exceeded my expectations. This is the greatest surprise I've had in the past 10 years. I especially joined the circus. Forrest didn't hide the fact, and she even felt that it was worth flaunting. As she spoke, she unfolded a piece of paper to read the astrologer potion formula. At this moment, Dorian nodded in relief. I'm very sorry. Due to the previous losses, I'm unable to provide you with the main ingredients of the astrologer potion. Just treat it as a final test. However, I've prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notebook from his inner left pocket. Its cover looked hard, and it was entirely bronze green in color. It looked rather ancient. The notebook was comprised of 3 types of paper. The yellow type of parchment had the fewest pages, while the other was a yellowish-brown goat skin of about 10 pages, while the rest was ordinary white paper. On the cover, there were the words written in ancient face. On the cover, there were the words written in ancient Phasic. I came, I saw, I record. Mr. A has used this book, so it would make sense that they're using, I guess, artifacts and whatnot from the Abraham family because they betrayed them. It's a big gift. Oh my god. It is a huge gift. Oh, okay, I lost my place. Okay, I found my place. Forrest's gaze moved away from the astrologer potion formula and onto the notebook. She recognized it to be the item left behind by Mr. Lawrence. It was the item she had specifically traveled all the way to Prince Harbor to hand to her teacher. That was the item she gave away? Dorian smiled. I believe you are no stranger to it. After Forrest nodded, he sighed. This is a rather potent mystical item. It can be ranked in the top 5 among all similar items I've seen. This doesn't mean that it's more impressive than the ones ranked after, but it's simply because the negative effects are the easiest to resolve. When 2 are put together, it makes it worth a lot. What is its name? What negative... Oh, okay, we're about to get the name of the book. What is the name? What negative side effects does it have? Forrest could have discussed her excitement and agitation. Dorian caressed the notebook cover and said, it's called Leymano's Travelers, but we prefer calling it Leymano's Spellbook. Wait, hold up. Before we read that.
Dorian caressed the notebook's cover and said, it's called Leymano's Travels.
Leymano's. Like, oh, Leymano's. Got it. Okay. Mr. A used a grazed ability which created a book. Oh, yes. He said it was it was in a bit like, I know when he used it, it wasn't the original book. All right. Yeah. No, I remember that part. Well, here, let's keep reading. While the spellbook will expose you to more kinds of beyond powers, it can also allow you to record them. It will be maintained onto a particular page for a long-term storage. You can use it at any time, but remember the corresponding page will become blank again with each use awaiting your next wait, what? It will be maintained on a particular page for a long period of time. You can use it at any time, but remember the corresponding page will become blank again with each use awaiting your next record. It sounds amazing. Wait. So you can only store a limited amount of spells. So, for example, if she puts like a death ability on page 1, it will store it forever. And then once she uses said ability from that page, it gets blank. So I was like, oh, maybe she like. So, for example, if she were to list like 100 abilities on one page and like 2 on page 2, once she uses one ability from page 1, all those 100 spells or 100 abilities are gone. And she still has all the shit on page 2. Each ability is one-time use. You can record it beyond her ability. Wait. So is it like if she were to record 100 abilities on one page, does the one ability disappear and the 99 remain, or do all 100 disappear? And once it used, it's like the page is disappeared, not just the ability, right? Okay. This sounds pretty broken. 1 per page as well as thing. Okay. One page is one ability. Got it. Okay. That'd be way too fucking busted. Okay. It would be way too broken if it was several. One page, one ability. Leymanos. The page doesn't disappear, only the ability on it. Well, not the page doesn't disappear. But yes, like the text disappears and then you can reuse the page. Okay, that's not a bad negative side effect. Now, what I wonder is if there's a really good ability, can she write it down twice on page 1, page 2, and then page 1 disappears and then she still has page 2. So in case she needs to use that spell again, bam. Well, actually, we don't know that yet. Maybe that's going to happen. While the spellbook would expose you to more kinds of Beyonder powers, it can also allow you to record them. It will be materialized onto a particular page for a long period of time. You can use it at any time, but remember the corresponding page will become blank again with each use of waiting for your next record. It sounds amazing. Force felt as though she was dreaming. I can record any Beyonder powers I see and use them once. Isn't this another kind of shepherd? The shepherd mentioned by Little Sun. Yes, it's only limited to a single prepared battle. I wonder if I can record the Beyonder powers of a demigod. If it's possible, in a prepared battle, I'll even be stronger than a shepherd. Okay, alright, that's pretty good. Why is it that shepherd abilities are always so badass, dude? Alright, this might even be better than shepherd. Doran seemed to read her mind as he explained in detail. It can be said so. It corresponds to sequence 6. It can correspond to sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. It's not guaranteed that a Beyonder power that is higher than the sequence can be recorded. There's a chance of failure. The greater the gap, the greater the chances of failure. Furthermore, the effects will be halved. According to experience of the past users, while chances of success against a Sequence 5 Beyonder powers isn't considerably high, once it reaches Sequence 4, which is the level of a demigod, it becomes relatively difficult. There might not be a single instance of success within 10 attempts, and I believe no demigod will cast it again and again for you. If it's an enemy, they would have killed you 10 times over. Do you see these? The yellow parchment is specifically used to record Beyonder powers with godhood. Bootleg shepherd. So that's what sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. Shit, dude. There's, oh my god, I have not taken my volume 3 notes. Oh my god, it's getting overwhelming now. So this is godhood. The last time we've spoken about godhood was when we talked about Lenavus having a portion of the true creator's godhood. I remember that. Like a godhood was like a requirement with Lenavus. I lost my place. Well, you're used to recording Beyonder powers with godhood. There are a total of 3 pages, which is to say that even if you are very lucky, all you record is 3 demigod Beyonder powers, and you can only use them each once. Although it appears to have many restrictions, making it impossible to fully produce the traveling notebook smite, it isn't an obstacle for 2 types of people. One of them is a lucky person, while the other is someone with a large organization or faction backing them. The kind which has a demigod helping Forrest instantly thought of seeking Mr. Fool's help to display his powers so that she could record them. However, she immediately found it sacrilegious as she hurriedly apologized and were like, oh, I cannot use the Fool for that. Finding that, she sincerely hoped that supposedly the strongest Mam Hermit in the Terror Club would quickly become a demigod. Dorian noticed that Forrest's thought was going to stray as he continued. The page, like Goatskin, can record the beyonder powers of a sequence 5 or 6. There are a total of 10 pages, and the effect would be more than half of the original, roughly 70 to 80%. So it's like 80% strength, 70, 80. The remaining pages record pages of the powers below sequence 6. There are a total of 25 pages, and the effects are almost equal to the original, but they are still slightly inferior. Due to some developments in the past, the Spellbook still have 5 pages with beyond powers left. The rest are blank. You can test them for yourself. Dorian paused before saying with a solemn expression, before giving it to you, I have to seriously warn you that it has a negative effect. Oh, okay, hold up. What are the negative effects? It sounds too good to be true, right? I have to seriously warn you that it has negative effects. After using it each time, it will make you get lost, and it's the kind that causes you to encounter danger. Just like the Master Key. And it has the kind that causes you to encounter danger. You have to draw a bit of your blood to smear it on the cover eventually to reduce the effects. Remember, don't underestimate getting lost. You must resolve it as quickly as possible. Yes, teacher, Forrest replied seriously. Dorian then handed Leymano's travels to Forrest. This is my gift. Teacher is really nice. Forrest pursed her lips and asked, what's the name of the student who betrayed you? What does he look like? If there's a chance, I wish to seek revenge on him for both you and Miss Lawrence. No, don't think about it. You are much weaker than him. Back when he betrayed us, he was already a scribe. Now he might even be a traveler. Okay. Dorian said solemnly, however, you do not need to remember him and avoid him. His name is Lewis Ween. I'll draw a picture of him later. All right, Forrest nodded. On the future in the Pirates Dining Hall, Klein met Kalia, who was exiting just as he walked in. The lady was no longer as pale as the previous night. With a pair of thick glasses, she calmly said, make your preparations. We will be arriving in these waters in a while. All right, mermaid. Mermaid! That fast. How far exactly did we fly last night? Klein was taken aback. Oh my god, here we go. Here we go. Sea of Ruins. Oh, we made it. Chapter 647 is called Sea of Ruins. Although German Sparrow didn't show it on his face, Katlia seemed to notice the surprise in him. She simply explained, if it's a kind of flight that makes it impossible for the deaf announcer to continue its pursuit, just as she had said that, she discovered that German Sparrow had completely changed his attire. He wore a round neck shirt, a brown jacket, pantaloons with a dark colored cap. He didn't look like an adventurer and instead resembled a native of the City of Generosity, Bayam. According to Nina, his clothes were drenched by a huge wave last night. Does he only have one set of decent clothes? Katlia recalled and found the reason. She wasn't surprised by this. She even felt that it matched German Sparrow's insanity. He only had one set of decent clothes, spending the rest of his money on mystical items, beyond our weapons, spirituality charms, with the sole goal of raising his strength. It's no wonder the King of Immortality gave up. All he did was attack passing by. There wasn't enough hatred to drive him to pursue us the entire way. Yes, in front of the 4 kings, senior pirate admirals still have a chance to escape to a certain degree. Almost arriving, ma'am, I haven't completed my digestion. However, acting as a crazy adventurer yesterday seemed rather effective. The crew of the... Oh, I'm sorry. Is Klein going to try and drink it without fully digesting? Because he'd be like, shit, it's now or never. The crew of the future gave a very... However, acting as a crazy adventure yesterday seemed rather ineffective. The crew of the future gave a very spontaneous and warm response towards it. I should completely digest it in 2 to 3 days, and even if we enter the dangerous waters, finding mermaids wouldn't be that simple. I should have enough time. Klein nodded and suppressed his urge to ask. He planned on passing by Admiral Stars and head to his usual spot to have breakfast. At this moment, he saw a pirate who was carrying a blue fish which was alive and kicking... rush in. He went straight for a corner. Seated there was a second mate of the future, Heave Doyle. His face was nearly transparent for the paleness, as his nose bridge was rather unharmonious. The fish... Everything is updated correct. Okay, we're good. This fish, which was nearly a meter long, was placed in front of Bloodless. Heave Doyle extended his right hand and pressed on his face. He bent his body bit by bit as he inched his head downwards, plastering his face so the scales as though he was kissing it. Ooh. Suddenly the fish stiffened and, like wax meeting fire, melted rapidly and turned into a disgusting pool of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood that surged into Heave Doyle's mouth like liquid as they covered his skin. Ugh. Ugh. Amidst the horrendous sight of the screaming, the fish and all the bones, flesh, and blood vanished. Nothing was left as Heath Dole's face appeared very... Oh, his face is very clean. All that was left was a bright red color on his lips like a blooming rose. Rose Bishop. What a coincidental title. The name of the sequence surfaced in Klein's mind. Cat Leah, who was behind him, also saw the scene as she nudged glasses. Every Rose Bishop needs to replenish herself with enough blood and flesh. That way they can fully showcase their beyond powers and not lose control after being injured as a result of an intense battle. Her lips cursed slightly as she added, however, the lunatics from the Oral Order have an inclination towards human flesh and blood. Actually, substitutes would work fine. Ugh. Ah, that's gross. Yeah, how else would you act as a Rose Bishop? I don't know. Can plant roses in the field, or right? Like have a rose garden. I don't know. There has to be a safer way. Or like you become a bishop of the church and you have like a rose garden and like 2 birds with 1 stone. From the looks of it, the bloodless with a bounty of 7,600 pounds is really lucky. A bloodless with a bounty of 7,600 pounds is really lucky. On the other hand, he's lucky to achieve the sequence 6 at once without any abnormalities or losing control. On the other hand, joining the Admiral Star's pirate crew is another without the secret knowledge that this lady who is being pursued by the knowledge possesses, he might have turned into a monster that desires human flesh and blood spawn sooner or later. Even if he didn't listen to the true creator's voice, Klein sighed soundly. He was increasingly convinced that their secret suppliant pathway... he was increasingly convinced that the secret's suppliant pathway, which was also the shepherd pathway, was the beyonder pathway, was the easiest to lose control and turn mad. Okay, that and probably devil. Nothing came close. Even the abyss pathway, which represented evil, was slightly lacking. Okay. Klein retracted his gaze, and just as he was about to take a step forward, the entire ship jolted. In an instant, the scene ahead of the future naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The blue sea was being separated by a gigantic crack as infinite amounts of sea water plummeted down into the bottomless darkness like a waterfall. The scene was magnificent and mystical. It was one suspect if they weren't on Earth. Whoosh, the future wasn't able to stop in time as it rushed to the edge and quickly plummeted. Bang, bang, bang. All the pirates in the dining hall flew up and slammed into the ceiling. Toast, white bread, butter, margarine, beer, and roasted fish flew around at random without settling down. Klein also lost his balance, and he couldn't help but be thrown towards the ceiling. He extended his palm in time and pressed upwards, quickly adjusting his posture like an acrobatic act, allowing him to look less pathetic. Now far away, Nina showcased her stunning balance. With the help of the ceiling, she maintained her posture. Perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, she extended her feet and kicked Frank to send the poison expert flying diagonally to a beer barrel, drenching him with pale yellow liquid. At this moment, the most casual and unfazed person was Cat Leah. Stars swirled around her as the resplendence beneath her feet coagulated, causing her to float in midair. She wasn't affected by the sudden dip. Apart from her, Bloodless was the least pathetic. At some point in time, this Rose Bishop had blended into the shadows and dispersed. Slender. With the future about to plummet into the bottomless crevice, a plume of water surged suddenly. It held up the ship and threw it high into the air and towering and towards the other edge. After momentarily floating in the air, Klein believed that the future had landed stably on the surface of the sea. Once again, the charm from the sea god domain, which he held tightly in his right hand, wasn't used. At that moment, the sunlight outside the window shone inside, illuminating the mess inside the dining hall. Klein, who had long regained his balance, briskly walked to the window and saw that the endless sea seemed to be burning with golden flames. It appeared to have been noon the entire time. It was only morning moments ago. Klein looked up and narrowed his eyes to see that the sky was filled with sunlight. There were no clouds nor the sun, just a swash of golden rays. It is no wonder Erode's description of this place is that it is no longer a real ocean, but a relic of a war between the gods. As he swept his gaze, he discovered the nearby ruins, which were diagonally ahead. The ruins were mostly covered by seawater. Protruding out from the surface was the gray stones and stone columns that formed a peak. At the top was a dome-like object. From its angle, it was able to hold up quite a large area of space. The ruins were definitely massive in the first place. Through the transparent waters, Klein saw that its base extended its seabeds without end. These are extremely dangerous waters. At some point in time, Cat Leah came beside him. Klein turned his head over and waited for her to continue. Cat Leah's gaze was cast forward, and she said someone wistfully, "I haven't been here many times." I haven't been here many times. Furthermore, all my visits happened a long time ago. May and not our. That means that it wasn't with the crew of the future, or was it back when she was a subordinate of Queen Mystic? Oh, she was a subordinate. Klein acutely noticed the terms which Admiral Stars had used as he made a guess. Katlia didn't turn her head as she looked at the sky and sea, which was covered in golden flames. No one knows where the ends of these waters are, nor does anyone know how wide it is. Do you know what's the most dangerous about this place? I should have gotten the roads to give me a more detailed explanation. Klein honestly shook his head. Previously, he had nearly been caught by a demigod of the true creator. He had only survived thanks to the dire probability. Therefore, in the past 2 months, he didn't dare to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world. He was afraid of the true creator who was closely watching the region would sense it. Hence, he didn't have the opportunity to contact the roads. His original plan was to seek out Will Ossipton's help through the paper crane once he approached the dangerous waters and understood the corresponding dangers of the environment. To his surprise, they had encountered the king of immortality, Agalito, and the future didn't give him any time before they arrived at this destination. Behind the thick glasses, Katlia's black eyes with a purple hue glazed over for a moment. There are many ruins floating here. I'm reading wrong. There are all kinds of mutated monsters. Among them included many demigods who have lost control or ancient evil creatures. This isn't the most dangerous part. If it's only because of this, these waters would have become a hunting ground for 7 churches, a treasure trove for them to obtain high sequence ingredients or items. Of course, there are monsters and evil creatures who have lost control here, but they might not be real. They can kill us, but they might not leave anything behind after they are killed. Upon hearing this, Klein made the connection to the Dragon Imagination ankle welt. This Dragon King could conjure anything through his imagination. Could it be that these waters were where the ancient gods of the Second Epoch fought? Klein nearly frowned. Katlia said it with an ethereal voice as she continued. Here, you will never guess what dangers you will encounter next. Perhaps you will just melt while approaching a ruin, turning into a wax-like monster. Perhaps you might turn into a rock amidst the storms from slightly deviating from the exploring sea routes and end up shattering to pieces. To beyonders at our level, this is the greatest danger. Klein turned his head slightly as he sharply asked, what about beyonders that surpass our levels? Katlia smiled. Katlia sighed and smiled. The waters here are filled with a voice that shouldn't be heard. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to hear it. Therefore, most demigods who dared to explore these waters ended up with problems. They either went mad or lost control, ending up lost here forever. It's no wonder the several churches don't send their experts here to reap the harvest. Most of them end up with problems, which means that there are a small number of demigods that can survive here. Enlightened, Klein looked out the window. At this moment, the future had closed in on the ruins. Suddenly, a loud and clear panting was heard by everyone. What was that? All right, chapter 648 is called Whoosh. Wait, that's the first sentence. Chapter 648 is called Noon and Night. Whoosh, gasp. Gasp. We've been live for 5 hours, for over 5 hours. The loud panting sounds entered Klein's ears in a slow and rhythmic manner. It left a chill running down his spine as he felt an inexplicable sense of horror, but he didn't feel any dangerous foreboding. It wasn't only him. Katlia, frankly, and the other parts also heard the panting sounds. They either turned their heads, looked outside, and raised their weapons, or were on high alert, showcasing their rich experience. After trying to discern the source, Klein discovered that the intense pantings stemmed from the ruins ahead of them. It originated from a spot between peak made of stones and stone columns. At that moment, bloodless Heath Doyle floated out of the shadows. He clasped his head and softly grunted in pain. There's a corpse there. Corpse! A corpse that pants loudly. Klein's thoughts raced. Kalia, who had subconsciously removed her heavy glasses and looked towards the ruins, had her expression suddenly turned solemn. She turned her head towards the pirates in the dining hall and said, Quickly circle around the area and do not approach it. Her voice contained a magnetic allure that jolted everyone awake. The sailors rushed out of the dining hall and headed for spots that needed help. Under Navigator Otlu's and Boatswain's needless instructions, they adjusted the sails and changed directions, passing by the ruins from a relatively great distance. Only when the peak formed by the stone and stone columns vanished beyond the horizon did bloodless Heath Doyle lower his head, his expression no longer in pain. Upon seeing this scene, Klein narrowed his eyes. He felt that the Rose Bishop, the second mate, in the future might be a huge latent risk on this voyage. This wasn't because of his contempt towards beyonders of the secret suppliant pathways, but a judgment he made from the combining the Admiral's stars and descriptions of how Heath Doyle had reacted. Just now, Heath Doyle was the only one in pain, while everyone heard the loud panting. He instinctively believed that there was a corpse buried in the ruins, and Catlea's reaction after her observation proved his words. This means that even if Heath Doyle doesn't proactively listen to the true creator's voice, just by having the beyond powers of a listener is enough to make him hear more than the average person in the most low and mid-sequence beyonders in ordinary environments. Hence, he was affected the most and obtained more information of the danger we encountered. The panting sounds while being sufficiently close to the source of the sounds. Here, it doesn't mean that the problems can be resolved by avoiding similar ruins. I lost my place. Because according to Catlea, these waters are filled with voices that can make demigods lose control, voices that should be heard. If Heath Doyle were to be in an inadequate or overly adequate state, one day he might end up hearing those lethal whispers. Maybe we should eliminate Heath? No, not yet. No, he's still chill. Similarly, even if a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop is inferior to a demigod who is good at listening, the gap can be too huge. In terms of the die of probability, just 2 points. No, 1 point is enough to have Heath Doyle hear the voices he shouldn't hear, to go mad or lose control. I haven't warned Ma'am Hermit, even though she should have long figured this out and made the corresponding preparations. Klein retracted his gaze and heard his stomach groan softly. He had yet to have breakfast. At this moment, beer wasn't splashed across the floor. Butters had been splattered everywhere. All kinds of food, roasted fish, toast, white bread. When strewn across the floor and hanging off something, all of them had become somewhat dirty. It should still be edible by peeling out the outer layers. Klein looked at the piece of bread that was leaning on the table in a dilemma on his curse of action. This was at odds with German Sparrow persona. When he decided to wait for lunch, Leah instructed the chief, prepare breakfast for the rest once more. Leave this to Frank. Perhaps he has uses for it. For the rearing of monsters, Klein lampooned inwardly. Leave this to Frank. Perhaps he has uses for it. For the rearing of monsters, Klein lampooned inwardly. After a while, he finally had breakfast, which wasn't as sumptuous as before. It was smoked pork, sausage, and 2 utterly burnt toasts, as well as a cup of unseated light beer that was treated as water. Ew. He left the pirates' dining hall and came to the deck. He was having an afternoon stroll while he also observed his environment. At that moment, the sea appeared as though it was illuminated by a midday sun, and it was colored gold. Klein stopped and looked into the distance and saw a point of light ahead expanding. Under the sun's illumination, the point of light was producing coruscating multicolored lustres due to the reflection. It was like a gigantic and transparent gem. As the future continued, forging ahead, the point of light gradually revealed itself. It was first parted before becoming clear. It was comprised of 4 gigantic columns made of pure diamond. They were likely legendary columns that held up to the sea. They extended downwards and stably stood there, holding up a sizable floating island. Above the floating island. Oh my god. I just realized it's a floating island. Above the floating island, the soil was charted black without any hint of greenery, and no hints of greenery. Kind of sounds like the Forsaken Lands. In its depths, the lights had such an abnormal brightness that its outside shone midday sky. Is there fan art on this? Is there any artwork on this? This place sounds super fucking trippy. Suddenly, there was a long screech that was emanated from the island, okay? It was loud and unrestrained, but it gave people a hair of raising senses of danger. Before long, Klein heard the galloping sounds of the horses as he saw 2 steeds that seemed to be tempered from the gold rush out of the floating island. Behind it was a beautiful chariot, which was similarly made from gold. At this moment, Catlea's voice was amplified as she hurriedly had it resound in every corner of the future. Look down, don't look at it. Klein was never one to put on a brave act. He subconsciously lowered his head upon hearing those words and looked at his leather boots. Don't think there's art. What? There's no art on this? This shit sounds crazy. He noticed that the sunlight which illuminated the deck was becoming brighter before it dimmed and was rapidly restored to its former brilliance. It's all right now. Catlea's voice sounded in the ship again without any obvious emotion fluctuations. Only then did Klein look up. He discovered that the 2 steeds tempered from the gold and beautiful chariot they pulled behind it had vanished. The diamond pillars silently supported the floating island as resplendent glow swirled around it. What a huge diamond. What a strange floating island. What would happen if I hadn't lowered my head and had watched the golden chariot charge forward? So there's no artwork on this golden chariot. Klein lowered around as he suddenly frowned. A pirate who stood about 7 to 8 meters away from him had already vanished. Okay. Standing there were 2 pitch-black footprints. Looking at the ashes floating in midair, Klein vaguely knew the outcome of not lowering his head. Thankfully, Admiral Stars had been here a few times in the past. She knows what to avoid and when to bow her head. If I had hired Mr. Hangman, even if he was the one steering the ghost ship, we might have already been wiped out by now. If the future hadn't arrived at this destination ahead of time without giving me any time to prepare, I would have long sought out Will Asuptin's advice. A magician never performs unprepared. Besides, if I had hired Mr. Hangman, I definitely would have purchased the relevant information from Ma'am Hermit. Klein's first sighed before recovering his calm. He didn't suggest that visiting the floating island to explore it. He left the future to pass it by and head forward. In the rest of the time, the sea was like the outer world. There were only undiluting waves, the vastness, silence, and the endless. Klein occasionally saw embers floating on the surface of the sea, but he didn't find any signs of marine creatures, including mermaids. Time ticked by, and lunch was soon underway. Just as Klein was about to leave the deck for the dining hall, he suddenly realized that this surrounding had darkened. The sky, which had remained in the midday state no longer had any sunlight, and it was covered in rich darkness. This change was so sudden and fast that Klein's first reaction was to wonder who had switched off the lights. Suddenly, the future was covered in a layer of resplendent stars illuminating paths in every direction. Catlea's voice that contained a magnetic allure was once again magnified as it resounded in everyone's ears. Return to your room or find any corner you can make yourself fall asleep. Then wait until you wake up naturally. Puzzled, frankly, asked loudly, what will happen if I don't sleep? At that moment, his voice boomed like a speaking bear. Cattleya stood behind the window of the captain's cabin and said, when we wake up, we will find you gone, never to be found again. Ugh. The night here is that terrifying. Klein was curious, but he had no thoughts of attempting to stay awake. He returned to his room and, using the starlight, which hadn't been exquisite on the future, he unfolded a paper crayon and picked up a pencil to quickly write. What should be taken note of when traveling to the dangerous waters on the easternmost front of the Sunny Sea? Where can I find mermaids there? Putting down the pencil, he folded the crayon. Without taking off his coat, he laid in bed and with the help of cognition, quickly fell asleep. In a hazy world, he suddenly jolted awake, clearly knowing that he was dreaming. No one is infiltrating it. Klein surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a mountaintop. Behind him, to the sides, were the black cloister-like buildings. Ahead of him was a withered tree and a protruding boulder. This is new? I thought we were Will. No. This sounds like a different thing. On top of the boulder, Catleya sat alone. She hugged her knees and leaned her body forward as she stared at the mountain opposite of them. She was still dressed in black classical robes that exuded an air of mystery. Her expression wore an indescribable look of confusion. At this moment, she didn't move at all. It was as though she was a stone sculpture. Why is she in my dreams? Klein took a few steps forward and leaped out of the boulder. Before he could ask, he was stunned by the vast scene before his eyes. It was a feeling that struck a blow to his body and soul. I don't know what this sounds like. Wait, give me a hint. Because we're done in like one page. I don't know what this sounds familiar. In front of the boulder was a bottomless cliff, and across the cliff was a mountain which was covered with countless places, spires, and majestic city walls. If you don't sleep? What happens if you don't sleep? What happens if... Oh, wait, hold up. Wait. Let me finish this. There's like 4 lines left. These buildings were opulent and stacked in circles. Just one of them was abnormally huge and didn't resemble a human's residence. Combined together, it had an indescribable sense of epic proportions that seemed legendary or mystical. The sun hung far away as it cast the colors of the sunset onto the city, and the light seemed to be frozen. This is a dream shared by all of us. Cat Leah continued sitting there, hugging her legs as she sat as though she was in reverie. I'm sorry. So we are in the mind world, but I don't know. Oh, hold up. We'll keep reading. But we'll keep reading. Hold up. I don't know what happens if you don't sleep. That I don't know yet. Hold up. Or I don't know if it's been... Has it been revealed? Well, let me update this in the meantime. All right, we're going to read one scuffed chapter like this. We're going to be a little laid back, but it's okay. If anything crazy happens, you guys... Well, if you guys need me to lock in and get forward, you guys let me know. Chapter 640. I know we should always be locked in and lean forward, but we're going to try this just so I can, like, lay back just a little bit. Chapter 649 is called The Black Cloister. A dream shared by everyone. Klein repeated Katlia's words inwardly as he slowly realized the situation he was in. What would Easy's honorific name be like? The one who sleeps on stream. Nighttime in these dangerous waters will connect the dreams of all living creatures. And any creature that didn't sleep will lack the necessary protection as their soul bodies weren't in the dream. As such, they would suffer an unknown attack. As for why such an attack would lead to one's disappearance and not instant death, Klein, who hadn't actually experienced that, had no grounds for speculation. This kind of reminds me of what the Angel did at the end of Volume 2. Like, they disappear, but they are not dead. As his thoughts raced, Klein retracted his gaze for Katlia's body, recasting them onto the magnificent city on the opposite cliff. He thought out of curiosity. Wait, what I missed, Moon? As his thoughts raced, Klein retracted his gaze for Katlia's body, recasting them onto the magnificent city of the opposite cliff. He thought out of curiosity, if this world can really be formed from the connection of the dreams from all local creatures, who could have imagined such an unimaginable city? He observed for a few seconds before asking, what is the name? What's the name of the city that can only exist in myth and legends? Katlia stared ahead in a daze as she spoke as though she was in reverie. No idea. There will be chance of seeing it every time we enter the dream, but it's impossible to approach. She said that it resembles a great twilight hall in Facek Twilight. Twilight Hermit Order probably resides there. She likely has her own guesses, but she has never told me. She, the Queen Mystic, the Great Twilight Hall, is where the Church of Gods of Combat and Paper Chair is. I read paper chair. Papal chair is. Klein surveyed the air and deliberated before saying, I plan to look around. He believed that the future would have leave these waters anytime soon. He would definitely encounter more nights and enter this dream world several times. Therefore, to defend against an accidents and obtain intel, it was necessary for him to explore the area, and the exploration no doubt needed a partner. Small easy. Katlia remained sitting there, hugging her knees. Her tones remained ethereal as she said, not interested. This isn't what a mature pirate admiral should say. You could have been more euphemistic, ma'am hermit. You resemble a young, petulant lady. Klein was taken aback as he suspected if he had misheard. This was in conflict with the Admiral stars he had in his mind. Thinking of how German Sparrow also had his side of not being afraid of dirt and hardships, he came to a realization. He quickly made a guess. Katlia isn't completely awake in the dream. She is able to know that she's in a dream, but she's unable to effectively control it. That is to say that she would unknowingly depict the feelings buried deep in her heart and reveal some of her personality, which she usually suppresses. It's no wonder she said that she is never able to approach this miraculous city. It is because she never had the intention of exploring it herself. Klein thought for a moment and deliberately probed. We might be able to discover something over there. Not going, Katlia doesn't hesitate to reply, but she never shook her head. I'll be here waiting. She really is in a semi-unconscious state. Klein made the judgment based on her reaction and tone. He didn't waste any more time and turned to leap off the boulder. Klein's feet stepped onto the ground and subconsciously looked back. Okay. Katlia remained sitting there hugging her knees. There wasn't anyone around, and the congealed sunset from the city opposite of her shone over, producing a long shadow for her, blending with one of the shadows produced by withered trees. A gentle mountain breezes blew as the black figure gently shook. Katlia didn't move as she stubbornly waited on the spot. At such times, there's a need for psychiatrists to interpret the dream's emotions. This has nothing to do with the revelations obtained for divinations, and Klein curled his lips and surveyed their surroundings to seek direction in which to explore. He discovered that regardless of the direction he took, he would end up at the black building formed from the cloisters. There was a towering wall isolated it from the cliff. No matter how the exploration was made, one had to pass the cloister unless one jumped down the cliff. Since there was no other choice, Klein went directly to the pitch black door of the cloister. The door was nearly 10 meters tall, and it didn't look like it was prepared for humans. Klein seized the opportunity. Wait, I'm reading wrong. Klein sized it up for a few Wait, I lost my freaking place. Klein sized it up for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and extended his hands to push at the end of the door. A creaking sound followed. The door's weight... Oh, shit, I've dropped your mic. The door's weight far exceeded Klein's imagination. Four's weight far exceeded Klein's imagination. It's like, damn. I don't know why I found this so funny. Yeah, oh shit, I don't know why I found that so funny. Oh, it's the hysteria, it's the ravings. Shit, I'm hearing the ravings, dude. Man, the door's weight far exceeded Klein's imagination. His muscles bulged as his face flushed red. He's like, oh, and he flushed red? Yet he was only able to move the door by a tiny bit without being able to push it open. Oh, shit. Thankfully, it's only a dream. As long as there's reason to believe, I can raise my strength without truly activating creeping hunger. Klein exhaled and made his left glove be tainted with paleness. In the midst of the dark green sparkles, he obtained the strength of a zombie. His arm turned thicker as his legs swelled. Screech, a deep grinding sound boomed as the door slowly opened to reveal its interior. The two dark spires and the black buildings were connected by covering bridges as they surrounded a vast grayish rock square. There was plenty of holes in the square. Embedded in them were huge arrows. They were flaming stacks in various spots, as if they had previously encountered an attack. Bro, I have not taken notes in Volume 3 at all. Just heads up, man. If there's some crazy lore revelation in the beginning of this volume, I'm going off my memory, not my notes. My notes are only up to Volume 2. Yeah, I have a lot of catching up to do. It took so long formatting Volume 2, but luckily it'll be easier to take notes in Volume 3. Klein passed through the caves, entered the... I'm reading wrong. Klein passed through the caves. What? What am I saying? I think it's because we're hitting the 6-hour mark on stream. Klein passed through the cave's entrance and entered the square. Unsurprisingly, he saw Frank Lee, Nina Otolov, and company there. This is their dream. It doesn't seem so. Notes are useless if you can't use them as you read. True. I apologize for that, guys. But we are getting pretty far in the series, so it's a win-win. Yes? No? 50-50? Wait, this is their dream. It doesn't seem so. Or should it be said that everyone's dream is limited to themselves? They will then be randomly placed somewhere in this world. Klein guessed without confidence. Frank Lee was the closest to him. He was holding a shovel and digging at some rubble. Besides him, there were the white bread, toast, and roasted fish, which had previously fallen to the door. He plans on using them as fertilizer. He's planting things even in his dreams. Klein went over as he casually asked, "What are you doing?" Frank didn't stop, but he revealed a smile. "I'm cultivating some little things. They need to sleep in the soil for some time before they can grow big and proliferate." "What's their use?" Klein asked, both worried and curious. Frank beamed and said, "They're crossbreed of fungus." Ooh. "It can make bulls produce milk. This way we can obtain more milk, allowing more people to drink good milk." "Spare those bulls." Klein's face twitched as he asked, "Will it succeed?" Let me loop this song. I'm gonna loop Shadow Lord's Castle. "There's no problem with effects, but I'm very worried that they can reproduce," Frank said with a frown. "May death forever favor them." Klein prayed as he walked past Frank Lee and headed for the black building's entrance across the square. I don't know if I want that kind of milk. Along the way, he passed by Nina and Navigator Oatlove, who were drinking beside a collapsed pillar. Have you ever thought of leaving the pirate crew after you're older to find a man to marry and settle down? I don't think anyone wishes to drift out at sea out sea and their entire lives. Oatlove took off his pointed bonnet and revealed his slightly hoary hair. Hair? I don't know. I think I mispronounced that word. His eyes and tone informed Klein that in between the lines he meant that if you wish so, why not consider me? Mr. Navigator, you are old enough to be Nina's father. You need to consider your health. Passing by Klein couldn't help but lampoon when he heard the conservation. Nina gulped a mouthful of beer and looked in a particular direction. No, that's not the life I wish to lead. Before joining you, I once attempted to settle down in the east coast of Facek and not be a pirate again. But I was unable to bear with the boredom. I have to lug wood and move things every day, and I can only stay at home at night. I'm not allowed to go to the bar or go hunting out in the wilderness. Such a life seems constant and unchanging. Furthermore, I suffered all kinds of criticism. Tolerating those irritating people, I have to worry about the cops even if I wish to beat them up. It's still better on the ship, although it's boring me out of time. We can often go to different places and encounter different matters. Even the most boring times can wreck those fellows, training them into passable pirates. I can also tell them that the ones who performs the best every month can spend the night in my room. Then I'll watch them excitedly enjoy the torment. Of course, spending the night and having sex are different. It depends on my mood. A true female pirate. Everyone wishes for something different. Klein naturally gave a comment and didn't believe that there was more than anything wrong with Nina's ideas. I feel like she has a good ideology, like, right? Like, she doesn't want to be bored and like kind of like just live a stale life, right? I won't disagree with her choice, but if she often kills, engages in arson and plunders, I don't mind using her head to exchange for a bounty the next time we meet. Damn! I don't mind using her head to exchange for a bounty the next time we meet. Klein retracted his gaze and arrived at the suspect entrance of the black building and spires. Subconsciously, he turned his head and realized that the shadows... Isn't this song fitting? Because it's called Shadow Lord's Castle, and we're approaching a castle, and it's like covered in shadow. I think the song was very coincidental to play during this part. W. Klein subconsciously turned his head and realized that the shadows in the corner seemed normal, but there was something different about it. Bloodless Heath Doll, he hides in the shadows even in a dream. According to my limited knowledge of psychology, this is a result of greatly lacking a sense of security. Klein pushed another door and was similarly almost 10 meters tall. Oh, my neck. Amidst the grinding sounds, his gaze suddenly froze. Do as you wish, but do not harm. Behind the door was a vast hall which had 2 rows of stone pillars supporting it. The hall was abnormally dark without any candlelight. As the main door opened, the light from outside shone in, lighting up the interior to make it clear. Klein saw that there were murals of various colors, with gold being the main color of choice of the dome. They were connected on another spot without any gaps. It gave him a magnificent and scared feeling. Thump, thump, thump. A figure had its back facing Klein, using the axe in its hand to chop at a long and huge tree. Its motives were unknown. The figure were dressed in a white shirt and a black vest. It didn't look like any of the other pirates on the ship. There's someone else in the waters. Or could it be the mysterious pair of eyes that have been observing the deck at me? Klein's heart sank as he slowed down. He warily approached and came to a figure's side, where he discerned the figure. It was a man who looked young. He had blonde, short hair and was split 70-30. His emerald green eyes looked focused and serious. What are you doing here? What is this place? Klein carefully asked. He intuitively believed that the person wasn't the owner of the mysterious eyes. The young man raised his hand to touch the earlobes without turning his head. Why are you asking these questions? My ship has sunk and I'm busy making a canoe for myself. I don't have time to speak to you. Klein thought before asking, who are you? Who am I? I'm the unlucky Anderson. Ever since I saw the mural, I've been plagued with bad luck. The young man pointed in the direction. Tracing his finger, Klein saw a mural. The mural depicted a sea of fire that split in the middle to produce a path. A sea of fire that split in a middle to produce a path. On the path, there was a long line of people. The members either held their heads. Oh, this sounds like another mural depiction from Volume 2, right? With the King of Angels. Hold up. The members either... Oh, there's probably like a... An angel of dreams. Wait a minute. Hold up. New guy Anderson? I'm sorry. We have an angel of time, angel of fate. There's probably an angel of dreams. This is probably what this is. Let me go back up before I lose my place. One of the path, there's a long line of people. The members either held their heads low with a pious devotion or prostrated them to the ground. Their destination was in the depths of the sea. Their leader was a lanky man with... It's the same motherfucker with long silver hair. Is that Ouroboros? Wasn't it suspected that Ouroboros had different authorities? And then that will explain why we saw the Ouroboros snake in Will Ossipton's dream, because he also has the authority of dream. Their leader was a lanky man with long silver hair. His facial features were mild and his eyes were tightly closed. On his back were layered wings. This Klein's pupils constricted suddenly. Yo, this is sick, dude. This Klein's pupils constricted suddenly. He recognized the leader of the mural. It was the angel of fate, which Little Sun had once depicted. Oh, my neck. It was Till the Devourer Ouroboros. Okay. Oh, wow. My neck kind of locked for a sec. Hold up. Oh, my God. Okay, this is getting good. And his name is John Cena. Do, 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 do. His name was John Cena. All right, next chapter, 650, The Unlucky Anderson. Chapter 650. Woo! We started at 622, man. Oh my goodness, we've read a lot. We went from 622 to 650. Damn, praise the fool. Holy Lord of Storms. I think this is definitely our longest read through. What did you do? We're still going, dude. We're still going. 650 is called The Unlucky Anderson. Technically, I didn't lock in because we've been streaming for 6 hours. And our recording is only 3 hours and 48 minutes. So that means there's been 2 hours of I don't know what. Because I only took a 20-minute lunch break, you know? So I don't know where the other hour and 40 minutes went. But I think it was fun and chill. Just hanging out and talking with you guys. After recognizing the leader of the mural, Klein subconsciously suspected that it was something from his dream. However, he quickly rejected the idea. This was because the unlucky Anderson wasn't someone he knew. He was also not someone... Wow, my nose is itchy. Don't look. Guys, hold up. The Lord of Stalling? 2 hours of stalling? Hey, man, worth it. We've read a lot today. We passed Wiz, though. I'll tell you guys that much. We passed Arrival. That's the only reason I'm going so long. However, he quickly I'm sorry, my nose is getting itchy and it's so gross. After he quickly rejected the idea, this was because the unlucky Anderson wasn't someone he knew. He was also not someone... I'm sorry, let me fix my mic. He was also not someone that he had left an impression on him. There was a low chance of him being an extension of his own dream. And Anderson had clearly said that he became unlucky after seeing the mural. Sounds like we need someone that's part of the monster pathway that's the lucky, and then he will cure his unlucky. Different from the mural that Little Sun saw in the true creator's abandoned temple. The background here was a sea burning with gold flames, while the previous one was that of a desolate plain. After you pass Wiz, reread just to laugh him. I lost my place. So let me just... I think I'm from right here. Previously, it was a mending river. Wait. The background here was a sea of burning gold flames, while the previous one was that of a desolate plain. The destination here was the depths of the sea, while the previous one had a destination of a distant mountain. On the mountaintop was a huge cross and figure hanging upside down. The bottom of the angel of fate, Ouroboros' feet, was black lush with heads pointing down and fishes stuck inside it. Ew. Previously, it was a meandering grain, but now instead of that, it's fishes stuck inside. It's a different mural, but more of a memory from a different stages of the same pilgrimage. Klein nodded with a guess. A similar scene surfaced in his mind. A very long time ago, in a particular period of the fourth epoch, Ouroboros led a devout group of pilgrims of the remnant believers of the true creator. With many powerful enemies in pursuit, they rowed a boat through the sea. Due to certain reasons, he abandoned the boat. With the help of the true creator, his own powers here parted the sea and led to the devotees through it and into the forsaken lands of God, leaving behind the kindling for the organizations such as Rose, Redemption, and the Aurora Order. And the forsaken lands of gods, they tore through the desolate plains, and on the pilgrimage, they built temples along the way, and one of them was this... I need to take off my headphones. And one of them was discovered by Little Sun and Company. With how Will Ossipton was forced to restart a cycle and reborn as a baby, the Tail Devourer is likely still alive. Does this mean that he eventually arrived at the destination with the pilgrims? I'll lower the volume down for you guys a little bit more. With the pilgrims, the holy residence of the true creator. Can you guys hear it? I think it's okay right now, right? The holy residence of the true creator. Does this mean that the holy residence of the true creator is somewhere in the forsaken lands of gods? With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt the baffling sense of wistfulness. If my theory is correct, then that means that no matter how the City of Silver tries to save itself, or how they continue passing, the flames of the true creator completely awakens or is restored to his original state. It's quiet. Oh, wow. Now you can't even hear it. We weren't recording that. We were not recording that. Shit. That's never happened, bro. Oh my god. I got hit with the fucking bad luck. This chapter's called The Unlucky Anderson. What a fucking coincidence that when we read the unlucky chapter, I forget to hit record. So we know that we're just quick spark notes on this chapter. The Unlucky Anderson. After regular literally mirror, we read this part. Put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag. So we talked about Ouroboros. Shit, this is gonna be really scuffed for people watching the VODs. I'm sorry, we forgot to record for a little bit. No such thing as a coincidence, and we get to the unlucky chapter. We're just gonna read from here. I apologize. Don't worry, the live stream will be up. From his interpretation of the symbols. Wow, this feels really. Wiz wrote down with the quote. Easy Geeky reads the chapter of the unlucky, and he becomes the unlucky and forgets to hit record on OBS. Oh, what a coincidence. Okay. From his interpretation of the symbols, there was no repetitive rivers. So we were talking about the mural. Shit, man, I'm so mad. Besides, even if I don't know anything and really am stuck in a repeated cycle, making me repeatedly converse with the Admiral of Stars to the point of making my observations, the problem will be resolved once Monday comes. The Tarot Club will definitely not be held by Mistrusses, and the others will definitely feel puzzled as they make prayers, and I'll use it to regain my memories. Klein instantly felt confident in the chaos and tension. His heart was buried instead of disappearing. Reading for 6 sounds, it makes perfect sense that Easy Geeky would forget to press his record button at least once. It was a reasonable development. I find it very coincidental that we forget to hit record when we read the unlucky chapter, the unlucky Anderson. Upon seeing this dark and creepy scene, Klein's desires to continue exploring was minimized. To encounter a mural left behind by a king of angels hears, who knows what will happen if I delve deeper or enter some room. The fear of the unknown was an extremely ancient feeling. It's pretty cool though that Klein is going through this. And it's not just him hearing a recounting, like he's actually experiencing this. A premonition of danger with unknown origins had brought about a strong terror towards the unknown. Klein observed himself for a few seconds before he stopped proceeding forward. He turned towards Anderson, who was chopping the gigantic tree. Why are you here? Anderson looked up and scoffed. I'm a treasure hunter, so tell me, why would I be here? Treasure hunter? Klein casually asked. There's treasure here. Anderson continued busying himself with the creation of the so-called canoe. His voice suddenly turned deep. There are treasures everywhere in these waters, as long as you obtain it successfully and leave alive. That's true, but the problem is that it's very dangerous if one isn't a demigod. But it's even more dangerous for a demigod to be here. Klein looked into the halls deaths and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Anderson traced his gaze and said, "I don't know. At least a third of my companions formed a team and headed in to explore, but they never returned. Are you referring to the real world or the dream?" Yeah, which one? Klein asked with a clear line of thought. Bang. After the axe landed, Anderson laughed. "Of course, it's in the real world. The one that proceeded to explore the dream or the other third of my companions similarly didn't return. Very unlucky." Klein then held as he thought, "Where are the bodies in the real world? They have mutated into monsters. They killed off quite a number of my companions." Anderson raised his axe and cleaved down. Clang. Amidst a crisp sound, he broke down into two. As a crack was towards the back of the fragments immediately shot at him, Anderson's right chest and abdomen immediately bled like spewing fountain. Ugh. He held his left. He's truly unlucky. He held his left hand in his wound as he looked up at Klein. Smiling bitterly, he said, "I told you I was plagued with bad luck ever since I saw the mural. Thankfully, this isn't considered too unlucky." Thankfully, this isn't considered too unlucky. At the very least, they didn't destroy my ordinary handsome face. Are such descriptive terms supposed to be used that way? Klein looked at Anderson, quickly pulled out the fragments from his body as they handled the wound and consumed some medicine. He discovered that Anderson was unfazed and that the skill involved in his actions meant that he had already gotten accustomed to it. Klein had a single hand in his pocket as he played with coins in it. After some deliberation, he asked, "When your companions began the exploration, when you're part of the group that stayed behind to study the mural," Anderson was taken aback as he inserted his medicine bag and he's putting the fries in the bag. I understood that joke. Anderson was taken aback as he inserted his medicine into the bag, into his belt, and wiped his mouth. "No, I was part of the group that did the exploration." As he spoke, he grinned and revealed a gentle smile. This Klein's pupils constricted as he bent his back slightly and raised his left palm. At this moment, blinding sunlight illuminated everything in a dazzling white. Then it dimmed and vanished. Klein naturally opened his eyes and discovered that the outside had been restored to midday state. He took out the pocket watch in his inner pocket and opened it. Only half an hour passed. The night is rather short. That unlucky Anderson looked very normal, but who knew that he was that terrifying? Rolling to his feet, Klein suddenly recalled something. Snake of Fate, Will Ossington has yet to reply to him. As everyone's dream has been pulled into the world without the connection of the spirit world, he was unable to locate me, or that he sensed Ouroboros' aura and didn't dare come close. Or could there be something problematic with these waters to begin with? As his thoughts whirled, Klein decided to verify it. As for how it would be verified, the method was simple. He could sleep again when it was still noon. However, he wasn't in a rush to do so. This was because he wasn't sure if there were any taboos. Oh, I see my mic slipping. Any taboos about sleeping in the day. Wearing his cap, Klein came outside the captain's cabin and knocked on the door. After 3 knocks, he retracted his hand and patiently waited. Before long, Katlia opened the door. She no longer looked as lost as she was in his dream. She had worn her heavy glasses once again. "Is sleeping in the day alright?" Klein asked directly. Katlia nodded. Ooh, my neck. After answering, she hesitated and asked, "It seems like you were very proactive in that dream." It's okay. Don't worry. The VOD will be up right away. It's okay, username. Realizing how much danger lurking in these waters and thinking about how he would be forced to show some of his abilities, Klein decided to proactively lay the foundations of his future explorations. He looked... Oh, I thought I ended the stream. He looked at Katlia and smiled politely. Yes. Well, I'll keep stream open. Just mute it. No, it's okay, username. Yeah, it's okay, man. I know you guys have things to do, and I know we've been streaming for over 6 hours. Yeah, and I apologize. I do apologize if I am taking up your guys' time. I do apologize for that, truly. This is a gift bestowed upon me by my lord. My lord, under Katlia's thick glasses, her eyes clearly shimmered. In a rare instance, she frowned slightly and eased them without asking any more questions. Klein thought for a moment, then he added, "Be careful of Heath Doyle." Katlia clearly understood what he meant and directly answered, "Don't worry, he has a sealed artifact which has a negative effect of him only being able to hear voices from nearby. That's a smart use of a negative effect." Klein didn't drone on as he took off his hat and bowed before returning to his room. He lay down once again and used cognition to fall asleep. In the dream world, he woke up and saw those familiar pitch black plains and black steeple. It's still possible to connect. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and traveled into the steeple. In the usual palace, he saw the scattered tarot clubs, tarot cards, and the new words. There's plenty of danger there, the most dangerous being the dream that happens when night falls. It isn't about the disappearance if you do not sleep, but there's one thing to remember. Do not explore that dream. Absolutely do not explore that dream. Huh. Really? I guess it's that dangerous. Or it's that unlucky. Since there's not enough space, I won't explain why. Alright, it's just a joke. The reason is that the area contains some of the dreams left behind by a deity. So, like, you're not only hearing the ravings of a deity, you're, like, seeing it. That sounds even worse. The reason is that the area contains some of the dreams left behind by a deity. He hasn't said what deity. What the Interesting. You can see a deity's dream? What the fuck? Okay. Meeting again is the next chapter. Alright, we're gonna read from back here. Chapter 651. Hold up, this is super scuffed now. I apologize. 651 is called Meeting Again. Upon seeing Will Ossipton's warning, Klein's first found himself blessed with good luck. Thankfully, I didn't court death and continue the exploration. He didn't hesitate to heave a sigh of relief. Oh my god, this is so uncomfortable. Although he had seen the mirror related to Ouroboros, as well as the terrifying monster Anderson who mutated. Oh my god, I almost put my feet in front of my camera. Hold up. That would have been so awkward. Oh my god. He didn't hesitate to heave a sigh of relief, although he had seen the mirror related to Ouroboros as well as the terrifying monster Anderson, who mutated for some unknown reason. He didn't actually physically get himself into a dangerous situation. I wonder if all randomly appear in a region in the next stream, or will it continue from before? If it's the latter, it's the best choice of action. It has not disturbed Anderson to see as to avoid agitating him. I'll just walk the same way back and leave the black cloister. Klein retracted his gaze and continued reading. Apart from the dream, the other things aren't that troublesome. I'm recording, right? We're at 651? Yes. Well, I'm trying to squint. Apart from the dream, the other things aren't that troublesome. As long as you don't attempt to approach those ruins directly, look at the things that flies in the sky at midday, or challenge the storms that give ample warning, then if you dodge all that, then it wouldn't be a problem if you follow the safe sea routes that have been verified. Like, as long as you avoid all that, it's chill. Damn, that's crazy. Following the safe sea routes that have been verified by others. As for mermaids, just keep cruising forward and you'll ultimately encounter them. That is because at their levels, they will only live in a relatively safer areas, and there aren't many such areas. Oh my god, I almost put my feet in front of the mic. I'm Ari. I'm sorry. Finally, I hope everything goes smoothly. Sincerely, your friends, who might be often in deep sleep due to reaching a critical stage in his maturing development, Will Ossipton. The final sentence was long and somewhat awkward sounding, but Klein instantly understood what the snake of fate meant. Before I'm bored, don't disturb me unless it's something extremely important and critical. That was important. I'll try my best, Klein replied inwardly without assurance. Let me scroll down the page. If he successfully advanced, then it might not take long before he had to seek Will Ossipton's help in finding the sequence potion formula for the Seer's pathway. Being more confident with finding mermaids, Klein immediately left the dream, wore his hat, and headed for the pirate dining hall. Sorry, how's my mic, by the way? Due to the dreams disturbed, like, how's my audio? Doesn't sound too bad because I'm holding my mic. That way I can, like, lay back. Due to the dream's disturbance, most of the food had turned cold, but the pirates still had great time eating. After all, no one died. Sounds good? Okay. After all, no one died. Since no one died during the mystical encounter, they naturally felt great that they had something to brag about. Ah, I fucking moved my mic with my feet. Sorry. I think it's okay. It's still good. It didn't fall, right? Do you want a cup of milk? Oh, hell no.
No, 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 no. Do you want a cup of milk? Frank Lee held a plate and sat opposite to Klein, asked warmly. Recalling the conversation in his dream, Klein firmly shook his head with a deadpan expression. Inwardly, he was very worried that the milk on the ship were all of Frank's experimental products. Frank didn't mind as he gulped a mouthful of milk. I remember telling you about those little things in the dream. Yes. Klein cut through a dragon bone fish that was cooked in sauce and he stuffed it into his mouth. This kind of fish was well known for having few bones, most of the time, if one had one main bone and backbone due to its various species, they were considered a mid to high-end delicacy. But east of the Aurarvi Island, the periphery of the safe sea routes, they could often be caught. Frank chuckled. My description back then was a little inaccurate. Their true purpose was to successfully produce milk even when they aren't in a stable state capable of lactation. Regardless of whether they are male or female, as long as they consume it, they would produce milk and return to normal once they aren't fed. This way, the milk cows don't have to suffer any torture. This way, it becomes fair for men and women to bring up their children. It will be beneficial for women to head out for work. Wait. Endless milk is kind of OP. It is kind of OP. You know how much money we can save if we had endless milk like that? Wait, why are you telling me this? Klein nearly failed to maintain his persona as... like, wait, what? Klein nearly failed to maintain his persona as German Sparrow. At that instant, he felt that the nickname of the crazy shouldn't be German Sparrow, but Frank Lee's. He's actually someone who supports equality between men and women. You should consume it. He's actually someone who supports equality between men and women. However, his means are a little terrifying. That's right, the Church of Earth Mother is like the Church of Goddess. They believe that women should have the same standing in society as men. However, they place more emphasis on reproduction, treating it as a holiest matter. Among the 7 churches, the Church of Storms and the Church of God in Combat are most biased towards the men. The Church of the Sun is next. As for the Church of God of Knowledge and Wisdom, they are different from the other churches. They discriminate based on intelligence. The Church of Steam is neutral and has even worked with the Church of the Goddess to encourage women to head out for work due to the need for more labor in the development of the industry. Klein instantly had the differences between the 7 churches of flash past his mind. He looked up and glanced at Frank Lee and thought when he had just said was something trivial. This made Frank rather happy and he couldn't help but drink a few more mouthfuls of milk. After the pirates finished their lunch in batches, Katlia pushed open the windows to Captain's cabin once again. Using magic mirror, she amplified her voice. There's an island 1.5 nocturnal miles ahead of us. We will dock there and wait for the storm to pass. In these waters, every time there's a switch from noon to nighttime, there's a possibility of a terrifying storm occurring. I cannot confirm when it will happen, but I believe it will be safe for us to wait for it to pass before we continue our voyage. She went into details and more into the past, and it wasn't a sudden occurrence and there was plenty of time. One of the things people at the sea feared the most was a storm, therefore no one objected to it. They went according to Katlia's instructions under Navigator Utluv's and Boatswain Nina's guidance. They nervously prepared to dock, and this made Klein confirm one of the matters that Will also had mentioned. Now, can I scroll down with my feet or no? Oh, I did it. Before long, I fucking did it. Holy shit. Before long, the island... This is going to be I just unlocked a new talent right here. Do not challenge any signs of a storm. Before long, an island covered with gigantic trees appeared ahead of the future. The more than 100 of meters long sailboat adjusted its course and docked against the wind. Bro, finally, I consumed a new potion. The more than 100-meter long sailboat adjusted its course and docked against the wind. More than half an hour passed and the sky suddenly dimmed and colored clouds surface. Oh my god. Oh, my setup is so scuffed right now. More than half an hour passed as the sky suddenly dimmed. Lead colored clouds surfaced one after another. They overlapped with one another as though they enveloped all the surrounding waters. Amidst a loud boom, man, what's going on with my freaking headset? Amidst the loud boom and the blinding flashes of light, a hurricane... Are we recording? Are we on 651? Yeah, we're on 6:51. Oh, I got scared. I literally thought I forgot to hit record again. I was about to rage right now. Amidst a loud boom and blindness of flash, lightning hurricane from afar swept over. It was connected to the clouds at the top of the sea. At the bottom, it was more exaggerated than the legendary giant. It was like a gigantic coiling serpent, a bit to destroy the world. The terrifying hurricane brought with it waves that towered like mountains. Lightning that branched out like trees and didn't stop because of the incoming storms. It constantly struck the surface of the sea, splitting into tiny electric bolts that spread outwards. As the rain patterned down on the Future's deck, it made the pirates who had entered the cabin or gotten shelter feel like their apocalypse has arrived. Such a storm didn't last too long. The sea calmed down, and after about 15 minutes and the hurricane dissipated, the midday sunlight reigned in the sky once again. You can head onto the island for a while, but don't wander inside. You have to be within the range of the cannons. Katlia gave the pirates a brief chance of reprieve. What's to sleep? Klein kept in mind Will Ossipton's warning and had no desire to explore the island. After leaving the Future, he only walked about on the shore, taking in the feeling of having his feet on the ground. Beach, sunlight, trees, it feels like a vacation. Klein thought in amusement. Then he suddenly noticed a rapidly moving black dot through the corner of his eye. It was rushing over from the boundary of a cliff. The black dot increased in size to reveal a human figure. Not far away, Katlia, who was on the sand, also noticed the abnormality. She half turned around and took off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The figure with emerald eyes, right? The figure with emerald-colored eyes approached. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and trousers. He was of a medium build with blonde... It is Anderson. With blonde hair split 70-30. Anderson, the unlucky person. What the fuck? Klein instantly recognized him. The person was none other than the terrifying Anderson in the dream world. It was the Anderson who said that his companions never returned after they proceeded to explore the hall, but had reclaimed to be a member of the exploration team. At this moment, Anderson raised his right hand. Maybe we should leave him stranded. What the fuck? At that moment, Anderson raised his right hand. Without any hesitation, as German Sparrow, Klein took out a charm and chanted a single word in ancient Hermes. Storm. The charm, made off tin, immediately turned sharp, resembling a thin blade. With the infusion of spirituality, the wind in midair reverberated. With a deadpan expression, Klein threw out the charm in his hand at Anderson. Su, su, su. I don't know why we have church music playing. I feel like we should change it. You're right. Alright, we'll play this one. Azur's sharp blade shot at the target like a lined-up firing squad. Anderson was raising his right hand with a smile and was about to say something when he heard a deep and mysterious incantation and the scalp-numbing sound of the wind. His gaze froze as he threw himself off to the side and somersaulted multiple times in a pathetic manner as if the area before him was scorching metal. Su, su, su. The wind blade struck the beach, slicing clear slits into the sand, but they were just short of hitting their target. Stop, stop. As Anderson nimbly somersaulted to dodge, he shouted, I come in peace. I mean you no harm. Anderson Hood. Admiral Starr suddenly shared the name as she raised her hand to stop German Sparrow, who had taken out a charm. She knows Anderson. I'm sorry, is he part of the team? She knows Anderson. Klein didn't rashly chant the charm's incantations. As she said in a deep voice, he has already mutated. I saw him in the dream. He wasn't surprised at meeting the unlucky Anderson. This was because the pirates who were all in the same area during the dream, they were all very close to one another, which also meant that Anderson, who wasn't too far away, was also very close to the future. No, not at all. Anderson stood up at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. He raised... Now the music is really loud. I'm sorry. He raised his hand and he realized he was surrendering. I recognize you. You asked me many questions. Back then, I want to pull a prank on you. Really, it was only just a joke to enliven the mood. Don't you think that having the mood suddenly changed into one of horror and exhilarating experience? Of course, and referring to the target and not myself. If I had participated in the exploration, how could I still be alive? This is what I'm worried about. Klein didn't believe his explanation. I wouldn't believe that. It's like, well, no, it was only to get a shock out of you guys. Anderson shrugged and said, I was preparing to explain the moment I said that. I was planning on telling you that I was joking and had planned to seek your help. I hope that you could take me away, but at that moment the dream ended. Damn it, I was really too unlucky. It thus reply with the traits of being unlucky, Klein silently muttered he planned on flipping a coin right there and then to test him with divination when he suddenly heard Admiral Sarkelia say, listen to what he has to say. He's a very famous in the Foxy. It's just a prank. Literally, it's just a prank, bro. He's very famous in the Foxy. He has the nickname Strongest Hunter? I'm sorry, what? Is Anderson like actually like low-key OP? Holy fucking shit. Next chapter is called Mermaid Clues. Oh my god, we are so close to mermaids. I'm doing all this so we can see a damn mermaid, okay? I'm doing this because I have hope that we're gonna get to a mermaid. All right, we are abruptly stopping. I am unironically gonna go outside, touch grass. My beautiful puppy is waiting for me. I can't neglect her because I love her. And I'm not saying I'm neglecting you guys by ending stream. We will be back potentially in 30 minutes for a trailer react. Or potentially in 2 hours and 30 minutes for another trailer react if there's a Seer Pathway trailer. So if you're watching live, don't go anywhere. Wait, you guys can go, but make sure to come back in 30 minutes or 2 hours and 30 minutes from now in case there is a trailer. I'm going to end stream. I'm going to go rest. I'm pretty beat. We've been live for a pretty long time. I think this is the most I've ever read today. How many did we read? We read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I can't even count, man. I'm like squinting my eyes. We've read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Holy fucking. All that for 20 chapters? Ain't no way. We read 20 chapters? I feel like we could have read a lot more. 20? All right. I'll take it. Well, you know what? We read 20 chapters when we were reading the ending of Volume 1. And it took us 9 hours. We hit this in 7 hours. If you guys go back to when we read the ending of Volume 1, we did that in 9 hours. And look, we did this in 7 hours. And the recording is only 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh yeah, I remember. It was a 6-hour video that I uploaded when I read 20 chapters in 6 hours worth of upload. It was the second to last Volume 1 video. And we did this in 4 hours and I gotta squint. And 18 minutes. I think that's good improvement. It is what it is. Oh shit, it's 19. All that work and I didn't even beat my last record. Well, I guess we'll just have to try again on Saturday or Sunday, right, guys? We'll see. All right, I'm gonna end it now. I had fun. Oh, and we just got to the mermaid clues. The mermaids are going to begin next stream. I was looking forward to putting a mermaid on the thumbnail. Be like, we found a mermaid. But we didn't find a mermaid. But I'm tired. I'm sleepy. What are we going to title this video? We enter the dream world. The unlucky. The dreamer. Oh, we can name it the one that sleeps. The one that dreams. The floating islands. Can't be me. Oh, I don't know what we're gonna title this one, but we'll figure it out. Bye. Thanks for streaming. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. 49 concurrent viewers right now, and we had a total of 572 views to stream. Thank you guys. That means a lot to me. All right, guys. Have a beautiful day. Mwah. And be safe out there. Remember, be safe. The Donghua is out this month. Now, where's... I gotta squint my eyes. I can't find the stop recording button. Ah, I found it. All right. Later, guys.